us as a group, or I have to go and find each individual one and put them together. So, you know.
Yeah.
Apparently, the actress who played America Chavez said about the writing in Multiverse of Madness, you'll need to stop hating on Michael Waldron. They asked for 33 rewrites. None of it is up to him.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
What does that even mean? They asked for 33 rewrites.
I don't know what that
33.
means.
So 33 times they did not accept his script and he had to go back
Well,
and do it again.
Sounds
Or they
hilarious.
didn't like
And that's not
33
his fault.
things in the
There's
script.
also just I don't know. I feel like the thing that's you could always walk away. You know, That's always
Stop
an
blaming
option.
the student for their failing grades.
Also-
The teacher keeps not accepting the paper.
I don't buy it. Like the amount of
No, I don't buy
the
it.
amount of individual moments in that film that are nonsense. The idea that like every line, including like "hello, other character," that some suit is like, no, rewrite it so it's bad.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's like when people said that it was EA's fault that BioWare spent 5 years in pre-production on Anthem. It's like it's not EA's fault. Like I don't know what to tell you.
I wonder if the first draft was like amazing, and then I got whittled down to a piece of shit after 33 attempts.
Like they have his family, and so they're like, you have to own it. You have to say it was your script, Michael. And he's like, I don't want it. They're like, we'll kill your wife, Michael.
Can I think about it? Have some time to mull over things.
I mean, I watched the behind the scenes. I saw him talking about his process. Can't lie about that. Unless they forced him to
Yeah.
say it. Got a gun just off screen.
Pretty revealing interviews from him, yeah.
Say that you had no idea what was happening, Mike. Won't torture him.
She'll probably get in trouble for that, I'd imagine.
That does sound a little, not line-toey, so to speak.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, you essentially saying don't hate on the writer. The producers, who are more powerful than the writer, told him that his script sucked.
Well, the thing, you probably had plenty of moments where they spoke to each other as an actress and the writer, and he's probably fine to get along with, and so she probably feels bad.
Yeah, he probably is fine to get along with, but he got paid a lot of money to write this film, and he
Yeah, and
didn't
he's
do a good
fucking
job.
set to write Avengers.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
don't know. It's kind of
Maybe he'll know what's
It's
happening
almost
in the third act of that.
it's almost like people need to see the people who work on the films need to see the bigger picture. Like, it's like you guys are like playing around with millions of dollars here, and you're playing around with stuff that isn't like yours really.
Unfortunately, yeah. But if it was original works, it's not like everyone would be like, "Ah, there you go, it's good now. it's fine now." Ugh. Continuity. What even is that? Who cares? But yes.
Not this guy.
Hello, chat. How you doing?
Hi, everyone. Who else doesn't care
Hello.
about continuity?
Hi.
What else is new? They released that Star Wars game, and it's not doing well on PC for higher end machines. That's what I've heard.
As far as I know, it's just
Specifically for
I saw
higher end machines.
Yeah, apparently it's something fucked up with like multi-core settings for different. I remember reading something quick and being like, "Wow, the prejudice comes for the higher end graphics cards, huh?" Can you
I
believe
heard it doesn't run well on consoles either.
Oh, is it? I thought it was just PC stuff.
Apparently, PS5 has performance issues too.
Ooh.
Yeah, not
Enjoy
great.
that launch.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. If people were curious as to whether or not we will all be playing it, I really wasn't intending to, and I don't think Bring Your Rags were either.
Nope.
No.
So you
It's
just have to
not-
let
it's
us
really-
know what
I'll
you
do
guys
it.
thought of it, for those of you who played it. Glidus, you're a huge Star Wars fan. What did you think of it?
What's your opinion on the Star Wars game that we're discussing?
Yes.
It looked funny. I laughed at all the people who pre-ordered it because I always do.
Oh, them.
They can all get refunds. Steam gives it to you. Do it. Don't be a
Fuck yeah.
sheeple.
Be
Or
a
wait until
sheeple.
they fix it, I guess. They didn't put out a reassuring message. I read something
Wait.
on Twitter that...
Oh, it's the same mea culpa.
What they
we
say.
missed it.
Well,
What they
it-
say.
The sentiment I came away from it was, I have to paraphrase, it was like, there's no easy fix for this, we will be trying, or something like that. It's just like, oh,
Oh, you
no.
shouldn't have released the game.
Well,
You should have waited a bit.
We've been over this before. It's like, they must have known. And, when it's like,
They
contractually,
did
they've
know.
got to
Of course
release
they
it,
knew.
though. It's
They
like, okay,
always know.
but could they at least, like, if they have to release it, be like, okay, PC players, listen, this, you're gonna don't be mad. Like, I need you to sit down. I guess that would be the most bizarre thing ever. Like, do not buy this yet. Like, I know it's
It's
releasing.
not ready. I know we're accepting money for it currently, but don't buy it, please.
Do you think they might have been like dead set on getting it out like now because it's right after Mando's finished, and so it's like, oh well, there's always new Star Wars stuff. I don't know like the nature of like EA's obligations when it comes to like timing releases or anything for games. I figure that it's not as strict as with productions like the film, TV stuff.
Like the idea that you watch Mando and you're like, I could really go for some.
I don't think
don't even.
I don't know. The game got delayed by like a month, I'm pretty sure, but I guess that didn't help all that much. Or maybe it helped tremendously.
Well, I was
Maybe the
about to
problems were
say,
even worse.
imagine they were like, thank fuck we had that month at least.
Mm.
Oh no. Speaking of Mando,
That's,
did you watch that, John? Have you seen that? Chance?
No, I didn't finish the first season. I kind of lost interest after the first few episodes.
Oh yeah, it wasn't very good, was it? I mean, first season was so good. It's the other seasons that were bad
it was
or
the other
something.
seasons that were
No,
bad,
Rex,
yeah.
it's just season 3 that was bad.
Oh my god.
I've seen some clips from season 3 that look hilarious.
They
Like
are,
clip
yeah.
Baby Yoda doing his flip and stuff like that. It's like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
You know,
It's a good meme.
I find it so fascinating the way that waves of cultural conversation happen. I've seen a lot of people being like, "Why is everyone shitting on like the shitty puppet when that's exactly what we want? We don't want CGI Yoda jumping around and stuff." And then it's like,
We want a shitty puppet. We don't want no CGI. We want a shitty puppet.
In the final episode, they're walking into the cantina, I think, and Baby Yoda's walking, and people have pointed this out, like the Team America puppets. Where it's just pathetic, like, but they do it on purpose in Team America. It's funny as hell. Yoda's just like, they just didn't care. And some people are like, yeah, exactly. I want more of this goofy puppet stuff. And there's people just like, I'm sorry, what the fuck happened? Did you think that like all the puppeteers and all of the like classic movies that have them were just fucking around? Like,
I sure hope they think this is shit forever.
I feel really bad for them because it's like, no, the puppeteering is like a craft. It takes a lot of work. Some of it's amazing. Movements and stuff. Why are you be like, yeah, just toss it around the room? That's what we want from puppets. It's this crazy notion that like CG bad, puppets good, and then you have to explain like, well, no, CG used right is amazing, and puppets used bad is not good. Like puppets bad is embarrassing.
I'm pretty sure that there are like instances. I'm pretty sure that there's instances in like that show where they deliberately do CGI like Baby Yoda to look like a puppet. Like to animate like a puppet rather than like an entity. Like isn't that's strange, isn't it, really? It's like they know the meta of yeah, puppet good, CGI bad, so let's CGI it to look like a puppet. Like I don't know.
It's a sad
Remember
reality.
Remember when he walked in when they went back to that bar to talk to Pilot Man?
Yeah.
And then Baby Yoda was walking in, and he was like hovering above the ground. His feet were like bobbing up and down, like in like Team America or something.
Rags, you gotta Rags, come on.
I mean, that's an astute comparison, Fringy. I agree.
It's hilarious to me.
You took the high road. I appreciate it.
We're talking about Star Wars. I have to take the high ground.
The puppet thing was funny to me in particular because I wouldn't even do that in Arby and the Chief, you know, where if like they're moving around, like you never see their legs. Like you always got to shoot a character like that from the waist up. Like as soon as you back out during movement, it looks so dumb. You can't take it seriously.
No. But then a lot of people are like, yeah, it is a goofy. That's what Star Wars is. It's nonsense. And you're just like, oh.
Yeah. If that's the okay, well.
Yeah,
if we've already given up, whatever.
It doesn't matter if you ask Rags whether he wants to shit on me for saying something that he already said if chat points it out.
Well, Rags had the first chance to do it. Chat were going to do it anyway. But it wasn't him that said it, it was me.
Rags took the high ground.
Rags did, I'm proud of him. So, welcome to good old EFAP. We're here today with guests John and Mr. Glidus, who we haven't had since we talked about House of the Dragon. Today we're talking about House of the Dragon.
To talk about.
I drag him on here whenever we talk about the Dragon show.
Oh,
good one.
Oh,
And that applies to Game of Thrones as well, but I feel like we just missed the opportunity to spam you at that era. So now you're gonna get
I was too
spammed.
young.
Yes, but for season 2 and 3, that's what we're getting, right? For House of the Dragon, we'll drag you back. We can complain about how awful it is, right?
Yeah, how it's been ruined all of the sudden.
They ruined it again.
I can't believe it. The nerve. The knife.
The knife. But yeah, glad to have you guys back. We're gonna talk about Mario too, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
I'll
having
talk
me.
about Mario. It's not so
It was,
bad.
it was a movie.
Yeah,
House of the Dragon, I
Mario's
think,
fine.
is a little bit better. Like the special effects were better, and the soundtrack, though similar, I think.
no.
was
House
better.
of the Dragon definitely would have benefited from a bunch of 80s bangers inserted throughout the runtime for no reason.
Imagine you put like "Take on Me" while the final fight between the two dragons is happening. You're like, I don't really get it. You know? Well,
Rhaenyra's burning her mother's corpse to the sound of Jump.
Might
I
as
would've
well
appreciated it.
hump.
Mola, why are you talking about a kids movie? We've balanced it out. We're talking about a kids movie and is it an R-rated show over in the Americas? I assume
It's for
so.
big boys for sure.
For large
I
mans,
think
yeah.
so.
Big boys like Ben Shapiro.
It'd have the boobs and the blood.
The bobes and the vagines.
Yeah.
Halo.
And so, yes, today we're gathered because a couple people, through the form of super chats, I guess, have let me know, and I made notes over time about certain things. They were like, you should probably check this thing out. It's kind of insane. And then one of them was the review of the Mario Bros. Movie by, well, the channel's called Beyond the Trailer, but it's our favorite, Grace Randolph, who famously reviewed the Suicide Squad and couldn't stop talking about John Cena's cock, which is kind of strange.
She did mention the bulge quite a great amount.
Yes.
I don't know if it's more than warranted. I don't know what the warranted
hard to know
amount
what the
is.
standard
Probably
is,
not
yeah.
really much at all,
Is
actually.
she going to talk about Mario's bulge?
I've yet to know. The thing is, I've heard memes about her coverage of the film, and some of it is like the kind where you're like, no, she didn't say that. That's not real. And then you go and you have a look-see, and you're like, oh.
Oh, she said it. Wow.
And she's like
It
a
wasn't to me.
seasoned movie reviewer of many a year. I actually
You
have
don't
no
have
idea.
like a great reputation, right?
She's
Like,
not.
as
I don't think she's
understand
liked
it,
by
she's not
anybody.
very popular.
Like,
Yeah,
I haven't
like,
seen
a lot of
anybody be
people
like,
don't
"Oh
like
yeah,
that.
Grace Randolph, woo."
But I guess
Pretty
like
great.
she's just prominent enough in like the space to have a persistent audience, or like, I don't know, enough access maybe.
Yes, and we're gonna find out today. It's so funny, right? Because people will watch maybe her Suicide Squad video through us, and then they'll see this, and she'll be like, "Why does she have like the career doing this?" And you're like, "Well, maybe she's got really good videos
We
too."
asked that a lot on EFAP.
So
How did you have a
the-
job doing this?
I guess the interesting thing is looking at somebody who does like the big movie, TV show, media thing. They like they're in that industry and they talk about it, but their commentary is just bizarre. Like
Yeah.
it's just strange.
I
Really,
guess
really
the
weird.
one thing I'll appreciate is that she'll say things that I haven't heard anywhere else. So there's that.
That's I guess
I
that's
enjoy her
something.
ability to constantly surprise me, regardless of context.
Apparently, she was in Zombieland too.
Oh, okay.
What,
Yeah,
as
just-
a playing herself? A
Well,
mindless zombie?
Well, apparently it was a
Garfield
zombie.
3?
Well, I don't know. There's a screenshot from the movie. I don't fucking know, but just, yeah.
That's Al Roker?
Oh, I don't think so. I think Al's not there right
No?
now because of the zombies.
okay.
Al's not a fan of zombies. We got 4 in the watch together. What's going on here?
I should. Let me reload it.
I have the window up.
Now we have
Okay.
5.
That
Excellent.
worked.
Okay.
Hooray.
All right, everybody, brace yourselves. You remember the Mario movie? Here is an opinion on the Mario movie.
All right.
Check it out.
So wow, I'm kind of shocked,
Wow.
shocked at how bad this movie
Oh, we got the
is.
emoji. Okay, we gotta talk
This
about.
is a lot to take in.
It really is.
It's so
visually,
noisy.
aurally.
Now I remember, because from the Suicide Squad one, where it was just like a whole bunch of stuff on screen.
Yeah, this is her style. Welcome for those who are not
Sorry.
familiar.
Her
I
style
just
I
looked
remember
up
the
20
sound.
minutes
yeah.
ago. This is like such intense sensory overload. I'm kind of having a bit of a moment here.
There's a part of me that respects the complete and total lack of any fucks given when it comes to the visuals of your video. I mean, considering video is, I mean, the word video, the visuals are going to be pretty important. So maybe we should start at the back and work our way towards the front, right? Because we have a lot of layers going on here.
Yes.
So the bottom layer is just a black screen. So far,
Yeah.
I can
not
appreciate
terrible.
that.
Okay,
I like
black
terrible.
screen, the black void, that is Grace Randolph's content at the bottom. All right. And now you want text over a black screen. You can't just have a black screen, obviously. That's not a very impressive visual. So we're going to put some text over it. And that text will be in purple. Fair enough. And it will just be listed in a row on the left-hand side of the screen.
What is
just
this?
going
What is
all
this
the way
list?
down.
It seems to be
Well,
like
they are
the
topics.
order of
They're
yes,
talking points,
the order
right?
of conversation.
So the first part of this video is yikes.
These are the chapters of the video. Yikes, my press screening, torture,
I will
see
say-
it in 3D. Why so bad?
When I first
No
saw that
exposition.
as a format, I legit thought like they were just notes she put on the screen to help her like understand, like because you just see it all at once and you're like, what the fuck?
She didn't know she could write it down. She had to put it in the video to remember it.
Yeah, but I guess
editing
that
videos is so
she
hard,
believes
man.
that the value of this is that you can see the topics coming, and I think there are timestamps for the topics. So, for instance, if you were like, I wish to know what yikes means, you can just hit play. However, if you wish to know what toad is, you can go straight to toad.
Special Toad segment that appears after Chris Pratt. So this is not what we call in order of appearance. Let's see. We have what I'm trying to work from the bottom up, looking at these layers. It looks as if the next layer is actually the Super Mario Bros. Movie poster. So
Yeah,
that
it's
came next.
Webcam looks like it.
And then after that, we probably have like our subscribed, maybe our
No,
at Grace.
subscribed is below the text. You see the drop
Yeah, you can
shadow.
see the drop
So
shadow.
That's what I thought, but would we not see that shadow under the rest of the text, or is that when?
Well, the problem is that the rest of it's on a black screen.
Yeah,
It's
so
black, it's
it
a
is
black
there,
drop
you just
shadow.
can't see
But
it.
surely it would
It's
still like it's long
No.
enough, right? To where, surely, right? Like Toad would be over Toad would be over Chris. It would
No, but
overshadow
drop
Chris,
shadow is
wouldn't it?
underneath that layer anyway. That was created with a drop shadow that doesn't have... These aren't all individual. These would be as part of one big
Yeah, this will be written
layer on
saying-
Photoshop.
Okay, all right. So
Which,
I
by the
think
way,
Grace.
putting a drop shadow on text that's on a black screen, just I don't get it.
Well, because then you
what's
can
the
get that
story?
lovely little bit on the subscribe button.
Well,
I mean,
Grace
The thing
knows
is,
it's
I
there, and
mean,
that's
If
enough
you look
for
over
her.
in the bottom right corner, you can see that the drop shadow is applied to that text as well,
Yeah.
and it'd be really difficult to make out that
Well, it's a
word
different
says
kind, though.
chapter if it wasn't the drop
it?
shadow there. It is different. You're right.
It's a bit different, yeah.
The chapter shadow is different than the conclusion shadow, which
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
like
it's
a
just
bloom.
downwards.
But can it be said that without that drop shadow, you'd have no fucking clue, like you said? What would that say?
That's
You'd be
true.
like,
Yeah.
hapta? I
that
don't know.
text is hyphenated. It's the only text that's a bit different.
And yeah, it's italicized.
Good.
Huh.
Yeah.
Make it
we
easier
have the-
to read.
We have
There's
the Grace Randolph, the at Grace Randolph. I assume it's her Twitter, but we have that red spot.
Yeah, what's that?
that's
What's that
the
red-
picture, right? There's some
Oh.
picture there.
Is that the
in corner.
sniper?
Oh wait, is it the shadow under the at?
Sniper.
Did she add a special
it's,
red
uh,
shadow to the
no,
at
it's
sign?
There's a picture there. Like you see, there's a picture there, like in the bottom right hand
someone-
corner. It's like a poorly cropped, like it's a picture of like space. Looks like
A picture of-
space.
Are you seeing? I'm not seeing
Are you
space. Where
fucking
is
with
it?
me?
I'm seeing you.
You need to wake up, Fringy.
There's a picture of space,
You
like
just saw
outer
the right-hand
space
corner
with
there.
stars and nebulas.
Yeah, do you see the stars there?
I feel like are you fucking with us? What's
are you
happening
fucking
here?
with me, Fringy?
I
Fringy, have you had too much of your bean juice?
okay, so I definitely see it on my screen, and it's not on yours. That's weird.
Move
Maybe
the
it
window
pops up-
around to
maybe
like a
it
different
pops up
monitor
like
or
a-
something. Maybe
I'll
there's
skip
something on your
forward like
monitor.
10 seconds and see if it's still there.
Yeah.
Oh, there
it's
it
the
is.
Universal
Oh my
logo.
God.
Oh,
She's
okay. Oh,
playing
the
the
movie.
It changes
Okay,
over
well,
time. How neat is that?
Well,
Okay,
I
all right.
expect
You're
an
not
apology.
crazy.
Fuck
There is
no,
a-
we were right.
No, we were right. It
What do you
wasn't
mean you
on
were
our
right?
screen.
On my screen. Yeah, but I was right. On my screen, it was there.
So why are we apologizing?
Yeah.
Because I was just
That
saying,
doesn't
I
make
see it
sense.
there,
What's
and
with
then
your-
you guys were like, "You're messing with me. You're screwing
No,
with
we
me."
asked if you were messing with
Yeah.
us. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wasn't.
We asked if you had too much bean juice.
Mhm.
We asked
I
those
didn't-
things. Those were
no.
questions.
But now we
Not
can conclude you're on
accusations.
a nice amount of BJ.
Now we can go back to the fact that she gave the @ a special red-colored shadow for some reason.
Well, yeah, so that everyone can see this red dot there. What's that about? What's going on?
That's the shadow she gave to the @ but
You think
she
it
made the
is?
shadow red. Yeah, and it's in a.
it
Listen,
appears to be
look at the. We are
consistent. It appears to be
pattern-seeking
consistent.
creatures. All
Okay,
of us.
all right. mhm.
Notice that
Well-
we already have 2 different styles of shadowing. It is therefore not illogical to conclude that Grace decided that she would give a third kind of different shadow to the @ and decided to color it red.
The counter,
I actually.
however, is that we are also creatures that base a lot on probability. Is it likely that she applied it
Oh,
just
this
to the
helps my
@
argument.
and
this
not to the
channel has
Grace
almost a million
Randolph?
subscribers.
Yeah.
What?
Or, Rags, is it more possible that it's just another image on another layer that's just on this mess, you know?
I think that it makes sense that she clearly knows how to make things shadowy for no reason whatsoever. I think that
Pretty
she's
impressive.
decided to just give the an Grace Randolph. She thinks that's special, that @
You can
She gave it the red shadow.
you can do it so that it off centers down in a particular direction to kind of make it look
Yeah, you can
more
change the direction, yeah.
cool and stuff. So I could believe that she did it, but then why didn't she apply it for the Grace Randolph part, just the @ Why is that?
Because the @ is special. The Grace
Okay,
Randolph is just letters,
okay.
but the @ that's
That's a
something
sign.
else.
It's a sign
Yeah.
that you
Okay.
should follow her on Twitter, I guess.
This is a sign you should abandon all hope, all you who click this video.
Well,
That's what this sign is. But we're
yes.
not done.
No?
We're not done. No, because we have the emoji flying in.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah,
For
we
the
do
first
have
2
those
seconds.
emoji, yeah.
Was that animated
Don't you
as
have
There
well?
we
an
go.
emoji layer in your
I'm
video?
Yeah.
should help.
There he is. Yeah.
She had to make sure that this emoji flew in from the left-hand side of the screen at the 3
Well, you gotta
second
keep
mark.
it dynamic. You gotta
Yeah.
keep it, interesting. You gotta.
It's
by
not
the
enough
way,
that we
like-
look at her extremely expressive face. We have to have emojis, which are pure expression, distilled, and that has to fly in from the
They
left-hand
give you
side
a
of the screen.
good sort of
Grace isn't
like
enough.
you can understand what's going on
I know
here.
what
Like,
she's thinking
yeah.
now. Yeah,
Yeah,
That's right.
which
because her
a lot
face
of the
wasn't
times,
communicating that. I
because that
guess.
face is for yikes, I assume, because that's phase 1 of this journey.
yikes or I'm blushing. Like if someone said, "Wow, Rags, that is a massive cock you have there," I might make that emoji because like, "Oh my gosh, shucks, I'm blushing. That's such a kind thing for you to say and true." But that might
yikes.
be what I reply with, but not yikes. I wouldn't say yikes. Like, why are you
Yeah, I
looking
think there
at
are
me?
better
I don't know
shock
that that's
emojis.
like, I
home?
feel like the yikes face is like the gritting teeth, like
Like a cringe or
"Ugh,
something?
Grimace.
ugh," yeah.
Good old
Do we
Grimace.
have any
Yeah.
emojiologists in the chat right now?
That one, Rags. Grimace. Look at
Yeah,
him.
that's
Yeah,
what,
that's
what
a
I-
yikes.
That's yikes.
That's a yikes.
That's
Okay,
yikes.
that's yikes.
Oh, that's taking a shit.
You could also
That's
throw
an
in. You could also
That's
throw in this
Pepe-
guy for.
That's
just
Pepe protein.
Yeah,
That
you could throw.
is.
You could throw
feels
in that
feels
fella,
weird,
too.
man. You can throw in there.
Yeah.
I think
Um,
this video is missing a few animated gifs in the corners, like Mario
Yeah.
dabbing or something.
Yeah.
Really,
Well, no, we've
like
got-
low
we've got-
resolution shitty.
But see, the little subscribe, that's animated.
Have you guys
See,
seen
it's
that?
like,
They do this new thing. It's happened on TikTok and whatever format, like YouTube Shorts, whatever one that has those like phone format. They do the thing where whatever video is happening, they'll crop it so that it exists in the top half, and the bottom half will just be something. It could be like someone fucking golfing or doing something mechanical or just something, a video game playing. Apparently, it's like
Someone
another
playing Subway Surfers.
Yeah, Subway Surfers pops up a lot. It's like the new way to just, in case the audio or like the thing you're listening to isn't enough, there's just a game, like no context, playing on the bottom that you can
Simple
stare
one.
at. I've even seen ones
Or
where it's just
Family
like
Guy
a
clip.
sausage factory just playing, like how sausages are made. It's like, yeah, sure, I guess, okay. And it's like that's where we're at now. TikTok videos are struggling to keep people attentive. It's like, oh no,
man, we are
This
doomed,
is-
aren't we?
Yes.
This is Grace Randolph. I see visuals like this, and I think, wow, you could have given a shit.
Well,
But
yeah,
you don't.
all memes.
No,
all
this
memes
is that she
aside,
gives
why
a
has-
shit.
Why
This
hasn't
is
she
the
just
shit.
like gotten somebody to make something for her?
Yeah, just commission
Because it
someone to make
works.
some
Yes.
assets for you, some little
guess that's the
screens,
thing,
some
yeah.
little
I
boxes.
guess that's the thing. Why? That's the thing. Why would she change on this one?
Why
if
evolve
she's-
when
if
you're the
once she's
top of the
succeeded?
food chain?
Yeah,
It's
like
hard to believe this video somehow has 204,000 views. It's not
Oh,
very.
it's not hard for me
very
to
well
believe
received.
that about this
but-
video. With some of the stuff, I can
Oh,
see
I
this video
guess
being
so.
shared a lot. You know?
Well,
Well,
I
yeah,
guess
let
the
me-
thing is that she gets pretty consistent viewership, right? Like she's not like some struggling
gets about
YouTuber.
Oh yeah,
think-
oddly enough, she gets like 50 to 100, or sometimes about 50 to 100,000 views a video, if you can fucking believe it.
How frequent are we talking in terms of uploads?
3 days, 5 days, 8 days, 8 days,
Yeah,
9
that's not
days, 9
bad.
days.
That's not bad
yeah,
at all,
yeah,
really.
she's pretty consistent, and she gets a decent amount of views for the insane little amount of effort that she puts into these. Probably
I'm
clearly.
gonna go to
Well,
bat for a
I
little
guess
bit.
back.
This takes time.
you
It's
think
just
she
really
watches them?
weird.
This would take me time to do if I was to
Well, it'd be
to
like
try and
performance
emulate
art
this.
of making a bizarre
There is-
like.
There is
So
effort
just-
happening. It's like an
You
issue
have to
of
pack the bulb. You have to find your lighter. You
It's-
have to.
She could have just done a vlog, you know, but instead she did all this, and that's great that she put
You
that
should have
effort
just
in
done
there.
a vlog. Though it would have
Yeah,
deprived us
I
of this joy.
I would have preferred it with like less. I don't need this. Like I don't need all of this stuff on screen.
I need it. Also,
I
might to
don't need
understand what things we have to
drop
come.
shadow list of text and like I guess the trailer's going to be playing in the bottom right hand corner. Like I don't need that. I don't need
Aren't
that.
some of these curious
It's
though?
fine.
Like, why so bad and no exposition? It's like, oh, is that a good
Accents?
thing, bad thing?
Well, I mean, it's the structure that's been laid out here is strange. Already, just like on its face, it seems odd. But I guess we'll find out like if there's a logic to it.
I'm gonna roll it right back to the beginning, give her a full. We're gonna let it cook now with this setup.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So wow! I'm kind of shocked at how bad this movie is. Universal knows though.
Now that's a bold gambit on this one.
That's a bold gambit to talk about how bad something is in a video that looks like this, but fair enough.
Oh, I just mean in the case of the Mario movie, this is an uphill climb, is what I would say for
Yeah.
most people.
Yeah,
This
even
is
our
just,
point of view on it would be considered controversial. Probably.
Mine
Yeah,
is-
I don't think.
I would say mine. Yeah, my view is positive for it. So you know.
Well, sure, but it's just that
Oh, it's good.
we were like positive, but we weren't like super duper incredibly
Yeah, we have many
positive.
criticisms.
That's already probably contentious enough to say that it's bad. It's like
Yeah,
okay,
we had, well,
well,
remember, we even on the day of doing it had people in chat being like, "Why are you doing this? This movie's for kids. What's wrong with you?" Like, oh shit.
I'm
Classic.
sorry that I have some level of investment in Mario. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, loser. Grow up.
Yeah, yeah.
Grow up and watch House of the Dragon. That's for adults. The Mario's for
The big
lame-os.
boys.
House of the Mario, House of the Mushroom.
House of the Bowser.
I'd watch it.
knows though. Universal
That's the
knows,
Coopers.
which is why the embargo is lifting mere hours before the movie premieres. I don't think this is going to make $1 billion.
Well, it's making $1 billion this weekend. Making $1 billion like possibly today.
I was about to say, how are we
So,
doing on that? Let's have a look. See.
It's,
Yeah,
it's gonna be.
I think it
it's
just
900
crossed that
million.
line today. Yeah, I think I saw that.
Oh,
online.
did it actually cross it already?
Well, this video didn't age well.
It aged really badly as of this hour, I guess.
Well,
It's
let's be real. This didn't age badly. This was just like
This was
just
aged
like
badly
bad
since
take.
you said it.
Badly.
That was
This
a
is
bad
just-
take.
This is
That the
very-
Mario
I
movie
like
wasn't
it.
going to be incredibly
It's
successful.
aged like shit. Like it came out bad.
I love that in addition to her terrible words, we also have the money sign with the big like the cross through it, the circle.
money.
No money allowed.
Not only has it made no money, it's like I think it's already
No
it's the
money is
highest grossing film of-
allowed.
Isn't it like the highest grossing film of the year? Like
You know what?
Right
Without
now.
even looking at its like
Well,
worldwide, the fact
allegedly.
that on its first, second, third, fourth Friday it made 9 million.
yeah, it's been consistent. It's had very long legs. Each
In a-
drop has been like
Oh.
not that not that big compared to like what we see with Marvel films, for instance. And it hasn't opened in Japan. I think it just opened in Japan like yesterday.
Really?
So
Yeah.
that number's going to
No,
crank
yeah.
up again then.
It's probably going to do quite well in Japan, I would imagine.
You'd reckon?
Yeah. This was always a bad take. Like the Super Mario series is one of the most like financially successful things that like has ever been created. Like
The
I
only
don't
question
know
was
why.
how much money
it's
would
like-
it make?
Yeah, that was always the question: is how much money is it going to make? $1 billion was like that was like pretty much guaranteed from the get go.
Yeah, because we can
Like
go suit mode every once in a while and be like, if you want to make money, you got to do certain blah blah blah. That not necessarily lead to like good films or good stories, but will get you bums in seats, so to speak. And it's just like this movie did all of those things. It's
It
surprising
definitely
you
did all
that she
those
didn't
things.
recognize that.
Well, and so like, what's her deal with like Illumination? Like, I presume that she knows a decent amount about them, right? Being
But they
like
make
a
lots of
film
money.
person.
Um,
Well, I mean, does she like Illumination films?
We will discover that in this video.
I couldn't
boy.
begin
Story
to
will be
guess what she
told.
thinks.
I don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know.
Of
She has her little magic 8-ball.
I don't think this is going to make $1 billion. I
Yep,
think
I
it might still
very
have a big
badly.
opening weekend. I don't even know if it's going to make it to Friday. I think word of mouth on this is going to be toxic or whatever.
It was so was the
Oh,
opposite.
look,
of
there's a
that.
barrel of
the
toxic
barrel.
waste.
And you can see the drop shadow. No, that's the same drop
Oh, it's
shadow as
underneath,
in the
you're
bottom
right.
It's different.
It's different. It's different than the conclusion. Conclusion had a
Yeah.
different drop shadow than Illumination and Nintendo. How?
Wait,
How
does
did
it?
you yeah.
Yeah.
Go back to the beginning.
No.
where you
That's not
see-
that's not the drop shadow, right? The drop shadow was cast. Oh, there should be like an O. I think we need more pictures. I
Because
can't
remember
quite.
when it said
More-
the
more
subscribe
evidence is
thing?
required.
See
Yeah,
the
no, I
conclusion
see.
shadow.
Yeah, but that's
It's, like,
that's what I'm saying.
down.
Well, no, the text has. You should have not because
Oh.
it's on the italic, right? You see how it's got the I can't remember what that's called when you've
It's
got
like
the,
a bloom shadow, but conclusion has
Yeah.
like a shadow that goes downwards.
You know
I
what?
think all of
think
them
we
have
were
a drop
wrong. I
shadow.
think that all of the text has both the bloom shadow
Yes,
and
I
the
think
drop
so.
shadow.
Yeah, I think
But
so.
then we would see it on the O of Nintendo
Yeah,
in the
we'd
C
see
of
it
Oh,
chapter.
Yeah.
No, it's not quite far enough to the. If the toxic barrel was a little bit more to the left, I think we could form a definitive
Damn you,
conclusion,
Grace.
but right now
Put
it's
it
a little
further
bit
to the
hard
left.
tell.
I don't know.
More
I
evidence
think,
is required.
I think she's being
Yeah.
extremely inconsistent with her shadow features.
You know, I'm
Hmm.
glad the toxic barrel's there because otherwise I wouldn't have known just how
wouldn't have-
toxic
yeah.
this movie
But
is.
also on the point that she made, it was the opposite. The film had very good word of mouth.
Yes.
Can
Yes.
we go back to the toxic barrel?
Put a little smiley face in the toxic barrel. That's the truth. That's what happened.
Mouth on this is going to be toxic or whatever toxic goo there is in Nintendo world that destroys stuff that it touches.
What are you talking about?
What is
Are
this
you referring
based
to a
on?
Game thing? What is-
Nintendo, the toxic goo
In
which, by the
Nintendo
way,
Land.
you know, that Nintendo, that it's stuff from Nintendo touches. It's like, yes, the toxic goo of making lots of money. Like,
Or creating
does she,
an IP
what
that
does she know
children
about
adore.
Nintendo?
I don't know.
Does she know anything about video games at all?
So that's a great question.
Because
She
I would
might
say,
have
like,
heard of
all
them
she needed
once.
to do was like, I don't know, just like play one Mario game to be like, oh, I get the appeal. Like, I don't know. Like, has she played Mario? Does she know anything
God,
about like
I
Nintendo,
doubt it.
what they
I don't
make,
know.
and how? I always assume that everybody's played Mario. I always assume that's
Yeah,
like
that's us for
everybody's
nerds.
played. Yeah.
Well,
But they
Mario
sell,
is
like,
one of
other-
those things that defined a generation. I mean, she must
Yeah.
not be aware of that. Otherwise, she wouldn't be saying, like,
But,
she
like-
wouldn't be drastically underestimating
Which
the
is, like-
performance of this movie.
It's like half a good thing and half a bad thing. It's half a bad thing in that she has no idea what she's talking about, like context-wise, but it's half a good thing in that you get her just raw thoughts that are unfiltered
That's
by
true.
culture around her. She just gets to get in there and tell you what she thought.
That can be worthwhile for sure. That can definitely be worthwhile. I guess we'll have
Yeah.
to see in this.
We'll
case.
have to see.
'Cause already it seems to have yielded like a big misread of the market.
Yeah?
Let me walk you through this, right? Because I know a lot
Alright,
of you aren't going to
Grace.
believe me,
Alright,
but I
walk
think
me
you're going to be
through it.
seeing a lot of bad reviews
Correct,
drop
we
right
won't
now.
believe you.
No. It was mostly...
I mean,
you could say it was
I mean,
overrated.
the reviews from critics weren't so great, but like, I mean, people pretty much dismissed those.
It's,
Like,
well, yeah, if she's
completely.
referring strictly to critics, then fair enough. If
she
she meant, like,
probably
all...
is. She's like, and I remember distinctly that it's an impression I got from the Suicide Squad video was that she is like she was talking about the Rotten Tomato score a lot, like just a ton.
Oh, I
Like, she
forgot
seems
about
to be
that.
very
Yeah,
immersed in
You're
that
right.
space. Like,
Yeah.
I remember now.
that's
That's
really
like the
important
Bible.
to-
Hmm.
well, it's because it's like it determines like your credibility to some respect, right? Like if you get to be a Rotten Tomatoes critic or whatever. I don't know if she is one, but like I can
I'm
imagine
almost
that
certain
it's
she
on
is,
her
right?
mind.
Can you review reviewers and make them rotten? Like, I want to see if movie
Is
Bob
this
would
reviewer
get
rotten or fresh?
Yeah, like review. That should be a thing. There you go. Make the system fair. You get
It's not a
thrown
bad
tomatoes
idea,
at
yeah.
you.
And yeah, it's unfortunately true. Now, as I've
What?
mentioned
What?
before when discussing this movie, I don't play Nintendo games, right?
Well, there's your
Oh,
answer.
there you go.
There it is.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I haven't
okay.
played.
Yeah,
Now,
like I know.
It's fine.
Of
Yeah, that's
course,
fine.
yeah, like it's.
I don't
it's
play them
adaptation,
either,
right? It's a
really.
different thing. I guess it's more so that it's like it explains some things already.
She's not involved in the culture. She doesn't
Mm.
know.
I know who the characters are, well, like the big ones, but I'm certainly not a
I've
Nintendo
heard of
fan.
Mario.
I know the
I know
plum is
Dry
the
Bones.
dinosaur.
No, Dry Bones and Shy Guy.
I know Blarg.
He's my favorite.
I like Bowser.
Oh,
Wow, so
But, you know, just like I say movies shouldn't require homework, this should be accessible to a non-Nintendo
You don't
fan.
think the
Wait.
Mario movies?
So-
Wait.
oh god, that pause. I'm sorry. so, I would say, like, is the film accessible? You wouldn't even need our opinion on that. You already know from the results. Like the idea that you'd have to play the games before you can enjoy the films. Like, obviously not.
I would say that the film
Yeah.
is as accessible as the Mario games are, which is that any single one of
Jump
them
in,
could be
go for it, yeah.
fun.
Yep.
And like,
Right.
I imagine that informed the philosophy of the film as well.
And if someone was to
Definitely makes
say,
sense from a money-making standpoint.
clearly it needs homework because you don't understand a lot of the references. Like, you don't need the references to enjoy
You
the
don't
film.
need the references. You don't need to know what an R-wing is, like, and to see like the R-wing on the Mario's team and go like, oh, it's a cool looking ship. But
Yeah.
of course, if you
Yeah.
know what it is, it's like, oh, R-wing, yeah.
Right.
Fucking Heartwing, dude.
Or like duck hunt like stuff around the place, or all manner of little references and nods to the games.
Especially if it wants to make $1 billion. But you know, I do love Illumination movies. I watch The Grinch every
Oh,
year. I
no.
love
I watch
Uh,
The Grinch every year.
I don't know if
Specifically, the Illumination Grinch.
I mean,
love
I saw it in
Sing.
theater. It was.
Is it
I don't
good?
know what I think of it. I guess it was
Hmm.
fine or something. I don't know.
I feel like
didn't-
that's probably the takeaway that you could have for a lot of Illumination films.
I didn't hate it. It was fine, but I just don't remember
Yeah.
anything about it. And I was like, okay, it's,
Well, I guess I love Illumination. It's like you love
you
Illumination.
love them.
Like in the same way that somebody would say, I love DreamWorks or I love Pixar.
because I'm looking at that list that she's got on screen, and I'm like, okay, so Despicable Me is a film where I believe when it's put on, I'm just like, that's totally fine and cool, thumbs up, and that's like
Mhm.
it for me. I haven't seen Sing or Sing 2. I
haven't
didn't see
seen
the
them either. I've
Lorax.
seen
I
the
didn't see
porn, though.
Horton.
People like the Lorax.
I didn't see Super.
Like
Is that
real
Super
people,
Pets
not
or
just
regular
children.
pets? I certainly haven't seen the fucking Minions films. I'm sorry, the culture around them is just piss.
Well, that's going to be one of our arcs, right? For EFAP,
Is
we're going
it?
to watch all the Minion movies.
Is that
Yeah,
something
you
that-
told me
Gonna
about
be an
this.
arc.
Did we?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
a thing?
You said this the
No,
other day.
That sounds
you made
great.
This,
This was
you made this
like-
up right now.
This was like
is-
4 days
and he's
ago, I
saying it
think.
publicly.
Yeah, is this made
he's
up?
saying it publicly to try and lock you in.
He said, "You know what, Rags? I'm not
Exactly.
up on the culture
Now it's
of
set
the
up an
Minions movies,
expectation
but
in
I
the
think I
audience.
should be as a film critic."
It's very sneaky. What's going on right now?
That
What?
was scared.
What do you mean?
Very scared.
You're just you're like, yeah, well, you did say it, and then you're saying it in front of the audience, so they're like, oh, you know what? We should do a Minions arc.
What do you want, chat? Do you want us
So
to do
now
like
there's
all the Pirates of the
expectations.
Caribbean movies and the Mummy movies, or the Minions movies?
You
Soon
know
the
that they're gonna
Minions
say
movies,
the
right?
Minions movies now to fuck with you.
Like, oh, yeah, because they're bastards.
I think you'd have more fun with the Minions.
Oh yeah, everything will be
I think
going
it'd be more
according to
fun.
plan. You know how it goes.
Well, it wouldn't be just the Minion movies, right? We'd need to watch all the Despicable Me
For
movies.
fuck's
Yeah,
sake.
of course.
Yeah, for the
Because,
lore,
that's
and
like-
you don't want to
that's
get
5
lost.
movies,
The
isn't it?
lore.
That's 5. There's
Exactly.
Like,
3.
oh,
You don't
that's
wanna
the
get
minion who likes
confused
the
watching
banana.
Minions.
I know who that is.
I will say,
There's,
even though the memes like Pirates
one's
is kind of
Kevin.
pushing in, I think people really want us to do Pirates of the Caribbean, which we
Okay,
probably will,
alright,
because
cool. I mean, I'd rather
Pirates
do that
seems
than,
to be the winner.
than
Some of them
watch
are neat.
the Minions movies. There's 5 Minions movies, I think, or like 5. I like how I think they're Minion movies because that's essentially what they seem to be.
How many are
The
there?
Minions, like,
Allegedly, they had like
there's,
orphans in
there's-
them or something. I don't
there's
know.
3 Despicable Me movies and there's 2 Minions movies, and I believe they're
Jeez.
making a 4th Despicable Me because Despicable Me is like incredibly successful. I'm pretty sure most of those films like consistently make like $1 billion. Because Illumination's, I think, average box office gross is like $700 million.
How'd the Grinch
Like
do?
the average film. The Grinch did pretty well. It like I think it made like 500, 600 million. But the thing is that it's not a very expensive. It's like all animated films. Like animated films are always going to be like expensive to some degree, but compared to like Pixar animated films, like Illumination films are pretty cheap. I think Mario was the most expensive one they made, and that was $100 million. And by comparison, Lightyear cost $200 million to make.
The Lorax movie has over 70 deals for product placement in it. The worst Dr. Seuss story to do that with.
Yeah.
Wow.
They
Are they-
advertise the forest constantly.
Are any of them as
this
cringe
big,
as the Skittles
big
one?
forest?
What?
Ooh. That
ooh.
sounds like we would have heard
Taste
of
the
it.
rainbow. Look,
Well,
not everyone
that-
has seen or even remembers seeing, if they have seen, or even remembers it existed, Shazam, so don't worry about it.
Oh, you just unlocked a core memory.
Wait, you see it? You did you watch it?
Yeah, I went to see Shazam in theaters for some reason.
The second one?
No.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, not the first one.
Ah.
How
Okay,
did
you
I
didn't
unlock a
unlock
memory
shit.
for you when it's not even from that one?
Use the wrong key.
Oh, shit. Well,
Hey,
yeah.
what the fuck is that movie in the bottom left?
That is Ugly Dolls.
Ugly
I've
Dolls.
never
What the
heard of
fuck is
that.
that?
That's not a theatrical release, right? Like, I've never heard of that one.
Well, I guess it's an Illumination
Maybe it's
film,
like
huh?
a TV show or something.
Oh.
Because, like, yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know what that
Funny
is.
how her Illumination reference picture, like all the thumbnails are not only so tiny you can't see them, but it's behind the text.
I think all of it
That's
appears
such a
behind the
choice.
text.
She has the whole screen to work with.
Can I just say, because you could really see it out, that drop shadow is hideous. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, that's really garish. Oof.
you didn't have to, Grace. You didn't have to do that. It may have been more difficult to do it that way, actually.
It was released theatrically. It's a real
Really?
movie.
Okay, I've
Yeah.
never heard of that
I've
one.
never heard of it.
Neither
Apparently
have I.
blows chunks.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
lost a shit ton of money.
Is that an Australian way of saying it's really good?
Blows
Yeah,
chunks.
that's gotta be
Yeah.
Illumination.
Oh yeah, this blows chunks, man.
I took my Sheila to the theater to see Ugly Dolls.
It
She
blows
blew me
chunks,
in
mate.
the
She
car park
blows.
after.
She blew chunks when she saw Ugly Dolls. I said, "Crikey!"
That's like racist or something. You can't do that.
I used all the correct terminology,
$1 million.
Sheila and all that. I've
Mhm.
been. That's what's on the women's bathroom at Outback Steakhouse. I assume it's accurate.
You know, I do love Illumination movies. I watch The Grinch every year. I love Illumination films. I think they're fantastic. And the trailers for this.
That's a.
Well, you know,
Okay.
that's okay.
I mean, obviously you're entitled to your opinion. It's okay.
Everyone's
I've been-
entitled to their
Grinch.
opinion. I'm
the
glad
wrong
you're
Grinch.
celebrating Christmas spirit.
yeah.
Love Illumination films. I think they're fantastic. And the trailers for this have been very bright and fun. Plus, I've been really getting into Universal Studios Super Nintendo World. Like, I haven't had a chance to go there, but I've watched all the videos. I'd like to go there. It looks like a good time. So
I'd like to go to this place.
Man, I find that kind of like a fascinating
What does that
thing.
have to do with the movie, though?
Super Nintendo World, well, because it was the thing that kicked this all off. Universal collaborating with Nintendo on the theme park was what started.
Well, that has nothing to do with the movie.
It has nothing to do with the actual film, but I guess she's
Yeah,
giving you a
she wants to go to the
background
theme
on her
park, though.
familiarity with Mario. She is familiar with the theme park, but she hasn't touched any of the games. It's
not-
interesting. It's an interesting
not
sort of arrangement, isn't it?
It's not supporting her case that supposedly whatever Nintendo touches becomes toxic. I think she made that point earlier, so I don't know why she's bringing up
Maybe that
this.
just
It's like,
flew
yeah,
out,
Super
you know?
Nintendo World is great. Like,
It just
so
flew out of her
what's the
mouth.
toxic part? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because she specifically said from the Nintendo World, but Super Nintendo World at like Universal Studios, like or Universal Theme Park is really cool.
Yeah.
I'm
It
like,
looks
Or that's
great.
what
I
I've
would like
heard.
to
I'd
go.
like to go one day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
this seems fun. You know, everybody's so excited for Super Nintendo World, for this movie, right? And who doesn't love a party? I'm like, I want to be in here too.
I
Everybody
love a party,
move over.
Grace. Grace is speaking my language.
Oh.
Hell yeah, that was relatable.
So I was very excited for my press screening. I was like, oh boy. So there were
Oh boy.
She's like Mickey Mouse sometimes.
Golly gosh.
Oh boy, let's get in there.
about 40 of us in the basement of AMC Lincoln Square, and they gave us free snacks.
40 of us in the basement. They wouldn't let us go.
Yummy.
And it was very nice.
The
They had
way
great
she-
seats.
The
Does
way she
anybody
talks.
really care like where you saw it?
No, she just wanted to let everyone know that she's special and gets to go to
Sorry,
press
I interrupted you,
screenings.
John. What were you saying?
I was just gonna say the way she talks reminds me of Joan Cusack, but like when Joan does it, it's like it seems natural for her. But with Grace here, it's like she's putting on a voice. I don't know.
My
it's
God, that
weird.
is like the closest connection because I've always thought of her voice as incredibly unique. Like there's just nothing
Yeah.
else. But now I'm like, no, wait, you're right, Joan Cusack. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the basement of AMC Lincoln Square, and they gave us free snacks. Yummy.
Wow,
It was
they
very
gave you
nice. I had-
free snacks. Whoa, it's like
Popcorn.
it's like
I
an
don't know,
actual
I-
7-year-old is describing her experience at a
I don't know,
birthday
like-
party.
I came to watch a discussion about the Mario movie. I don't care where you saw it. I don't care what stuff.
she
I
got
care about her
snacks,
grand
Ringy.
access, her access pass to seeing
That's all
Maria.
this feels like to me. This is like, yeah, this is where I went. Like I'm press. I get to go to press
Are
screenings.
you?
for
And you're
movies or
like,
something.
no. Mm.
Aw.
You know,
No,
I would
had
say
to
as
pay
well,
for this, like the peasant that I am.
this is actually really good because it lets us know that her like negative view of the film, that means like all this bias that would have been in favor of it, like the way they pampered her and stuff, and it's like, nope, gonna hate anyway. So you know she's authentic.
In a certain sense, it does feel tactical, doesn't it? It's like, like no, I mean, I wasn't going in to hate this, which I mean, she may well not have been. Like, I'm not even. I wouldn't.
I
even presume that
believe
she was.
This is how she genuinely feels. She's
Yeah.
and you know what? We need more,
why
we need
lie
more people
about
like that
this?
out there. Yeah, like, there's no benefit to making this video this way. Trust
No,
me.
that's right.
Great seat. Wasn't too crowded. I had like my space.
Like what?
There
What
were
are you
no
doing?
spider webs.
Is she trying to say like the experience of watching it was perfect, so it is the film that's wrong? Like
Sorry,
the
I'm
film
not-
is the problem.
It wasn't because
Does
the
she
guy
not say
sitting
this
next to me was.
stuff about every
like,
movie she
not
watches?
There was a chungo next to go.
Maybe she does. Maybe she does. Maybe she does say this in every film. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
specifically the film I went to.
Yeah, I just
And they
took
gave
this
us
to be
free
like a part
snacks.
of her process.
Maybe it is.
was-
Yeah.
set. I was like, oh boy. But then the movie started, and again, out of like 40 of us critics,
After
it was a
the
critics
sugar rush of the snacks wore off,
Right,
I was thinking more
why you put on
clearly.
such an absurdly ridiculous voice? Why would you do that?
I mean,
only screening. The all media is tonight. It was a critics only screening, and I would say out of 40, maybe 2 people were enjoying and laughing at the movie. They were having a good time though. Maybe you're one of those 2.
only
No,
2 of the
that's-
40.
the-
I don't
the
believe
funny
you. I
thing
think
is
you're
that-
lying.
I don't know if. Do you know what the reviews were for the film, Rags? Like the critic reviews.
Yeah,
Did they all hate it?
they weren't great.
They weren't glowing. It's it
Between
was like-
40 to 50%, right?
Yeah,
Well,
on
that's
Rotten
way more than
Tomatoes.
2 out of 40. Damn.
It
it
really
is way
puts
more
that
than
in
2
a
out
new
of 40.
perspective to know that she is one of those critics.
Well, what I was gonna say is I find that I think a lot of people would hear what she said and be like, oh yeah, that figures. Like they'd be like, yeah, and that's why nobody cares what critics thinks or something. Like that's what a lot of people would take away.
I think so.
a
Yeah.
big critic screening and nobody was laughing. Meanwhile, they went to their theater and lots of people were laughing and like kids were really enjoying it.
The thing about it is, critics can be a strange form of person. The kinds of people that get invited to these things. Like, I'm not saying they they have a bad view on life or anything, but they're strange. That's all. You read the reviews, and you do get a sense of like, wow, they don't look at film that in any way that we do at all. Like they.
Something I'd say is that if you look at the reviews, it's like you guys seem like you have a bias against this because it's a video game movie.
Yeah,
Like,
they'll
it
talk about
feels that
stuff like
way.
that. Yeah. Well, you
They
have no
talk about
idea
a
what
lot
you'll
of
get.
stuff that- yeah,
Um,
pretty much.
in terms of like an approach, and it might be that they really did just like hate the fact that it's just too noisy and they didn't understand why the plumbers and fighting the dinosaur. It could be that simple.
This movie's interrupting our nap.
The rest of us just sat there in stony silence, just waiting for the movie to end. You were like, oh, whew.
I wish
No,
you sat in stony silence.
Well, that's the thing. I just want to be honest about it. Like, because I know that not everyone feels this way, but like the movie fucking whizzed by for me. I didn't even think it was like a great movie, but
very,
went quick.
very fast. Very fast.
I mean, I also was not only not enjoying it, but I was shocked that I couldn't get into the movie. I was like, how is this bad? I haven't had this hard a time watching a movie since DC Super Pets.
Oof. Poor Super Pets. I've never seen it. Is it
Stunning
bad?
surprise recommendation of
I don't
DC
know.
Super Pets.
I know.
Let's go.
Let's go Super Pets.
Surprise watch.
I don't know. Chat, what's Super Pets like? You seen it?
I've heard it's not very good.
Oh no.
That's what I've heard.
I would describe both of these movies as torture to sit through.
Torture.
Damn.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Now with
Torture.
claims like that, you're like, I can't wait to know what did it. We've got clues over here.
So you've already. I feel like if you say that on this film, it's like you've already lost the audience. Like you've
Well,
lost
so-
them at this point.
You know, I just realized I was like, I guess this is the intro and we're about to get to yikes. And it's like, well, no, press screening. So and she just said, yeah, torture.
No, we're up to
so
torture now.
yeah, we're up to
We're at
torture.
torture
So
now,
see it in
yeah.
3D is coming next, which feels weird, but
Okay.
okay. Like
Hang on,
this
why
film is
have a
torture.
list of your
Now whether you
chapters
should,
on the side of the screen if you're not going to update it as you go through the video.
I
That's
guess you're supposed to
effort
figure it out.
anytime. Why take away when you
Oh.
can add?
And I just like the idea that you announce the movie's torture, and then it's like, so should you see it in 3D? Like what?
I feel like
I feel like
feel
you've
like
answered the
that's
question
not
already.
the most pertinent part of the discussion right now.
If you hate your kids and you want to torture them, take them to see Super Mario Bros. They'll hate
But
it.
make sure you do it in 3D.
Ooh, and I like comic books, I like mythology, I get into stuff.
Wow.
I get into
I get-
stuff.
mythology.
I get into stuff.
Comic books and
into
mythology. I'm sorry, which of those applies to Mario? I guess mythology
Why
could.
is she? Does she just see it all as like similar things? Yeah, comic books, Mario, same shit.
Can I just say, you
know,
need that. You need the
the
Steve
Odyssey.
Buscemi meme of like, "Hello,
the
fellow
Odyssey,
getter
the
into things,
Iliad.
The
people."
Icelandic sagas.
I also enjoy mythology.
Well, yeah, why would you? Mythology? Yeah, but, you know,
I'm
like
somewhat of a mythology enjoyer myself.
between reading the Odysseus, it's like after that, I just gotta follow it up with just like some Super Mario World.
That's what I mean. It's just like, oh, I love me some
mythology.
MCU Thor, so I figured I'd like this. You're just like, I don't even know where to begin with all of that.
Why do we
I'm-
begin to unpack that?
Such a statement, but yeah, I like that it's an appeal from her to be like, I'm one of you guys, okay? And I didn't like it.
Through. Whew, and I like comic books, I like mythology,
Yeah, it's like the fact that she just felt the need to put that press badge kind of like stock image on there. It's like, man, you are
Oh,
you
this-
really want us to know
Does,
that you are like a special person, aren't
Does
you?
all this get wiped, or does she just keep putting it on top?
It just keeps
Bro, you
piling
got-
on. By
you
the
got
end
rid
of
of
the
the chocolate
video,
one.
every single facet of the screen is showing
All
you
you can
something.
you can only see her eye through like it's
But the
just
thing
like
is,
I did not like it.
She got rid of the toxic barrel, so they gotta disappear at some point. You know what would have been clever if you wanted to put some effort in is if you had like one of Donkey Kong's barrels, but it was overflowing with like some sort of viscous goo.
No,
Like,
Nintendo
how-
goo that destroys things. She was very specific.
I'm really disappointed that not every single image also has the drop shadow. I think that'd make
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
quite the feast for the eyes.
We gotta be consistent, you know.
It'd be so
Keep
great
it
though if
consistent.
like some of them did. Like she just applies
Some
it
of them,
randomly.
Yeah.
The
get it.
popcorn.
And then you gotta like actually sit there and like interpret it, figure it out. It's like, it's like a piece of art at that point. It's like, why does this have the drop shadow and that one doesn't?
Why
Like,
did you do this to
there's
us,
gotta be a
The point
Grace?
of the piece is that we're talking about it. It doesn't actually want to communicate any message itself. It's to start a discussion.
That's right.
I like comic books, I like mythology, I get into stuff. I'm open to getting into new fandoms. So the fact that I was like, make it stop.
Stay away from ours. Don't
Well,
get
no,
into ours.
She said make it stop to the Mario IP. Like
Mario,
well,
make it stop.
I
Make
just-
it stop.
I just like it, the idea that she's like, oh yeah, I guess I'll check out this fandom. Oh, it's horrible based on this film. All right.
It's pretty bad. Although I wanted to walk out of DC Super Pets, as I told you, and the only reason I stayed was because again, I'm reviewing
Hot
it.
dogs, right?
I'd love to be able to say, hey, it gets really good. Narrator, it does not. And also the visual.
Oh, another
Good one.
another clever sing
She
from
likes to
Grace
have fun,
Randolph.
and I'm here for it.
Oh, you know, you
I
could.
love how she stopped to say narrator because
And then she
otherwise
laughed.
we wouldn't know.
Oh my goodness!
It's a well-constructed joke. Why are you being so mean?
What
Gosh.
incredible comedy!
Yes.
No, I think it's funny. I laughed
It's
unironically.
genuinely hilarious.
I
Also,
did
the
laugh at something she did.
visuals here were pretty good. And I really like Anya Taylor-Joy's Princess Peach and Seth
What are
Rogen's
we-
Donkey
what-
Kong.
Oh, she picked the two worst.
She picked the two worst.
We're
How did
jumping
she
all over the
manage to
place.
do it?
The two voice actors she praised was Seth Rogen and Anya Taylor-Joy. The two that everybody's
Oh
been
my
saying
God.
are like, nah.
Nah. I mean, like Seth Green was fine. I
Rogen.
think
Seth Green.
hers was
Seth Green was
hers
fine.
was-
he?
Seth Green
Seth
was
Green.
fine. Anya Taylor-Joy was fine, I guess. They're just not. She picked the two worst though.
Well,
Like, out of all the
she picked like she picked the people who were not doing as much of like the putting on a voice, which is kind of interesting.
Well, one of them
Compared
was
to,
meh,
you know,
and one of them was Seth Rogen. So it's like, why did you pick
Yeah.
those two? Of all the two you could have picked, I mean,
It's also
Yeah,
just
Fred
like
Armisen's in this movie.
yeah. That's exactly. I don't. Yeah, it's strange.
and you know, you check online, like most people are saying that Jack Black was the best
Jack
performance.
Black.
absolutely.
Which yes.
I agree.
He was.
Anya
I
Taylor-Joy.
also really liked Keegan-Michael Key's Toad. Actually, I
Yeah.
thought he
Well,
was.
the crazy
working
thing
hard.
is, this is why this is so funny. I would have praised basically everybody, and then two caveats, but they were two praises. Like, it's like, okay then.
Joy's Princess Peach and Seth Rogen's Donkey Kong. So, you know, it wasn't quite as bad as Super Pets, but it was close.
Well, because there
You
were
know,
two
If
voice
Seth
actors that
Rogen
you
voiced
liked
the
in it.
dog in Super Pets, I would have
Who's in
really
Super
liked it.
Somebody mentioned it in chat. The only one that felt like it didn't fit for me really was Cranky Kong. It didn't sound like an old guy. It just sounded like a
I guess that
a
means
much
you
younger guy.
disagree.
I liked
Because
him.
that was Fred Armstein was Cranky Kong, I think. I liked
I mean, it was fine.
I
He
liked
just
the
didn't
performance.
sound as old as the character he was voicing. That's all.
Well, the reality is that I feel like in terms of figuring out voices matching and everything, it's like it feels like it runs the gambit, and like Seth Rogen Donkey Kong to me feels like the one that doesn't fit the most to me.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's just the one that is the most strange.
I thought
More
I was
so
gonna have a
than
lot of
Chris
trouble with
Pratt's
Mario, but I didn't.
I didn't have as much trouble with.
Had even less
Chris
trouble
Pratt's
with
Mario.
Luigi.
Yeah,
No, Charlie
I liked
Charlie.
Mario and
I felt
Luigi's
like
voices.
I
Yeah.
felt they fit.
I will say though, for a character named Cranky Kong, never mind, forget it. Moving on.
No, it was bad. But speaking
Whoa.
of the amazing visuals,
fucking
Super
hell.
Mario Brothers
Reset!
is available.
Broke my
put-
neck.
He cleaned it up.
I like how she cleans it up and she's like, I'll put this image here.
Yeah, I mean, you
Beautiful
like,
over there.
you could tell that she put it on where it wasn't like hitting any of the other borders. She's like, I was a bit small.
Oh.
I guess we could bleed it into me and the words a little.
We can finally see now that it goes face cam on the bottom, then the other images, then the text.
She
Yeah.
reversed
Conclusive
it, though.
evidence.
I
that
thought
the-
it was.
that the camera's on the
thought-
bottom.
I thought the webcam was on top.
You'd think,
Did
but
she
no.
change it?
This is Grace Randolph. I'm 100% willing to believe that she just added a new layer. See?
Is she
yeah,
filming
you could
this
tap.
on the
You could
observation deck of a
you can tip
skyscraper?
tap back and forth, and you
Because
could
they're all
see how
above,
the webcam
right?
gets covered up.
So- Yeah, I mean the webcam's on the bottom.
Yeah, so
But
Yeah.
now,
yeah,
okay,
it's on the bottom.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, we figured it out.
We did it.
Good
We
job.
figured it out. She just decided that
cracked
would be
the
a good
code.
place. She couldn't have just stretched this and had this be the background. It was. She's just like, you be over here.
Yeah.
And see, look where screening is. So it doesn't have the shadows. The shadows are different for conclusion.
Mm.
Is she starting to talk
Wait,
about
yeah,
the
hang
cart
on.
section of the movie, and that's why she's using this image, or she
Press
just chose this at
screening-
random?
Press screen shadow
No.
looks normal.
Yeah, it's the bloom shadow.
That does
But
look
then
normal, you're
conclusion
right.
had the downward shadow.
Yeah, it was like the
so for
drippy,
some reason,
bleedy one.
conclusion is special and it gets its own particular shadow.
Where was it when it looked really bad?
Oh, that's
Oh,
everywhere.
conclusion was right at the
Oh,
beginning.
yeah.
Conclusion was right at the.
Pick a frame.
Wait, there was something else, wasn't there?
Yeah, I'm trying to
when it
find. Was it when the elevator picture showed up or the escalator? I guess so. Okay. Anyway, we'll carry on. Sorry, Grace. You go right ahead.
Super Mario Brothers is available in 3D. And if you like 3D and you're willing to pay a couple extra
Oh, I know what
bucks
3D
for
is
it,
because the picture.
Yeah. Look at that.
with the outdated 3D glasses, but you know, you get the idea.
Yeah.
you might want to consider it. Also, maybe as a
Okay.
safety net. If the movie's so bad, at least you'll have peak visuals.
That's the logic. It's really bad, but you'll have better
at least
visuals than
visuals.
normal. Why would you just say don't see it at all?
3D is peak visuals in her mind, I guess.
I guess so. You know, it's
Let's,
I'd say it's different. I wouldn't want to say it's definitively better because
I'd say that I generally want to avoid seeing a lot of
The thing
stuff
about
in
it-
3D.
yeah, like if a wizard said you can now see all movies in 3D forever with just your eyes, I'd be like, I'm alright. Thanks,
Yeah,
wizard.
no
I'm okay.
thanks.
I have enough 3D in my life. Thank you
I'm
very
pretty sure
much.
that
Yeah.
like the last 3D film I saw was Avatar 2, and before that it was like probably a film that came out in like 2011. Like I'm pretty sure I
I
haven't
think
watched
before
3D
that
movies
there
in
was
a long time.
Avatar.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say it was Avatar, but I might have seen Clash of the Titans in 3D.
So I
know that.
saw the last movie I saw in 3D was The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
wow.
I saw that movie in 3D.
Oh my god. That
that
movie
make
was
it
a headache
better?
in 2D.
Exactly.
I don't know
Imagine
if it made it
That's a
better.
good point.
Probably
Someone
not.
in the chat pointed out that she just Googled image searched the 3D, and this is the first thing she found.
Yes,
No.
of course. That doesn't surprise me at all. Of
Wait,
course,
I want
yeah.
to test it.
She just Google image searched the thing and just put the first thing in. Yeah,
3D.
duh.
That simple. Hey, it doesn't.
Or
Well, a
maybe
bunch of
3D
bullshit showing up for
glasses.
me, so maybe 3D glasses. Yeah. No, it's just the glasses themselves. Maybe 3D glasses audience. Oh, yeah, okay, that's what she did.
Now you're getting it. Now you know
Yep.
how to make a Grace Randolph video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I feel just like her now. That's amazing.
You didn't even do the trendy thing of getting purposefully getting like a Shutterstock image and putting it on with the watermark on it. I like how that's sort of come around to almost becoming like its own style, keeping the watermark on the image websites.
Particularly the Mario Kart sequences. When I was watching those, I was like, wow, I bet these would look pretty good in 3D. I mean, I think
Yeah,
the movie's
look
actually
shit now
made
though.
I bet these look pretty good in 3D.
Wow. One more D and this'll look pretty neat.
I just want to. She needs to be in a cartoon. She's got the perfect
She
voice.
needs to be in the Mario movie. She needs to be.
to be seen in 3D. I think they should be advertising that more. Like the rainbow road gets all swirly, and then the camera starts swirling, and you're like, oh, this is cool. And
Oh, vomit-inducing.
I like that.
That's just
The movie itself
such
is pretty bad,
commentary.
but man, when them colors were swirling, you know that was. All right, Grace, that's okay. It's good that you like swirly colors.
I was like, oh, why aren't I watching this in 3D? Now, as I said, I've been able to get into other mythologies, but I
Stop calling Mario
I'm calling it
mythology.
mythologies. It's
Mythology.
weird.
It feels so odd to be like.
Like, yeah, I get it's technically, I suppose, accurate, but no one
Technically.
says it like that. You
Yeah.
just say that.
Mythology of
You.
Mario.
It doesn't
Like, we're
feel
not a
like that's
church.
right, but okay.
It's
We don't have temples. It's like holidays.
Yes, we do.
Oh, of course. I mean,
just couldn't get into this movie despite being a ready and willing participant. I was like, come on, Nintendo World.
a really willing participant.
Did you say indoctrinate me?
Can she stop saying Nintendo World? It's kind of getting on my nerves. It's not Nintendo World, it's Nintendo.
Nintendo World.
Is-
All the Nintendos are.
She's absolutely the person who said stop playing on your Nintendos.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I can think when she says that. Nintendo World. Impress me, Nintendo World, with your Game Boy thing. Like,
Being a ready and willing participant. I was like, come on, Nintendo World, indoctrinate me.
Come on, Nintendo World, indoctrinate me.
With your mythology.
It's like something out of a like maybe in the late 90s or early 2000s, like maybe a church group would put out like a video games are bad video, and that would be a line one of the characters said, Hey, come on, Nintendo World, indoctrinate me. Like Tom Hanks could play in it, but he'd be really young.
Yes, we can de-age him.
So I thought about it, and I thought about
Oh, look at the
Oh, that's what
emoji.
thinking looks like.
I started thinking, and my head hurt, so I stopped.
There was too many colors.
I saw it last night, and I've been like, why
They were
couldn't
in
I get into
3D.
this movie? And
My
this
thoughts are all swirly.
morning, eureka, it clicked.
Eureka.
Eureka! Thanks for the light bulb. Yeah.
I love it. It's
Ding.
And I realized the problem. The Super Mario Brothers movie,
dumb.
this latest one, they did, of course, they did the live action one many years ago.
yeah, you wouldn't want to mix them up.
I had a
Yeah,
grasp
yeah.
of which one you were
Very
referring to.
difficult.
The live action Bob
Right.
Hoskins one is just I want to rule out that we're talking about that one, you know?
Go. But while this is supposed to be an origin story where Mario and Luigi do discover the Mushroom Kingdom for the very first time, I didn't even know it was called the Mushroom
Nintendo
Kingdom.
World.
I had to look it up. It's not even made
What?
clear in the movie.
It's
so,
said multiple times in the movie.
It is. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like the second thing Toad says to Mario is like, "You're in the Mushroom Kingdom." Pretty sure it's like the.
Well, that's not
second
made
thing
very
he
clear,
says.
Friggy.
Yeah,
And then,
maybe the
I'm
reason
pretty
she
sure
has
Mario
Toad's
even was like,
section.
"Oh yeah, mushrooms, of course." Like, this is what I mean. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it was very explicit.
Are you
It's about as
sure?
explicit as you can get. Yeah.
He believes otherwise. And she saw it. Did she say she saw it twice? Or was it just the once?
And also, like, I don't know, this is not like a hill to die on, I would say. I feel like a lot of people are just gonna be turned off instantly by
Well-
like, what is the Mushroom Kingdom? Because most people just be like, it's where Mario is set.
I was about to say, so like,
What-
let's pretend for a second that there's no line in the movie that says Mushroom Kingdom at all. Is that really like how bad is it that he doesn't know the name of this land? Is that like the worst
Which
thing
he
ever?
definitely does. Which he absolutely does.
I just don't know that it really changes like your ability to understand everything without knowing it's called the Mushroom Kingdom, but you do get told it's the Mushroom Kingdom, so I don't really know.
Time. I didn't even know it was called the Mushroom Kingdom. I had to look it up. It's not even made clear in the movie.
I love the
It's not
idea that
even
she
made clear in the
googled
movie.
what land
What
does
is the
Mario
Mushroom
visit?
Kingdom?
What
Yeah.
place did Mario get transported to? Like,
What is this
He's an
kingdom full of
80-year-old.
mushrooms? Oh, the Mushroom Kingdom. Okay,
I
get
got it now. I got it. Thanks,
why didn't they tell
Google.
me?
Google fixing movies.
But the movie is written for fans and fans only. Nothing
No,
is
it's not.
explained
It's,
to the
no, I
Nothing
don't know
is
what to tell you.
explained.
It's like, in fact, it's like very clear that they were writing it in a way that was expository. Like,
You know what?
You know, 'cause it was the same scene that they were like, "Oh, Luigi's in the Darklands," which is where, you know, I mean, he's gonna get Bowser's gonna find him and get him.
If
It's like that, and they even have the map that shows all of the like realms and stuff. It's really not that complicated.
if this were the only Mario content in existence and we saw it, I would probably have had a thought of like, good God, this is well realized considering it's like the beginning of this IP. Like the amount of stuff they've got in here. And I would like, I'd be the kind of person to just be like, are you sure it's not based on anything that came before? Because there's so much stuff. But then
Mythology, yeah.
it's ancient mythology.
It's a rich mythology. Yeah.
Yes, but you know, but that's not like a mark against it. It's, if anything, it's kind of a boon to the film. There's like, look at all this shit. I wasn't, and this is me speaking. I wasn't like they better explain all of why the toads got different colors, huh?
Yeah.
That mean terrible.
the audience. Not the world, not the characters, not the circumstances, and not even really the point. Now, some of you might be like, good, I'm a fan, and I just want to get to it. I mean, there's nothing to get to, but
Nothing
There's a story and
happens.
characters.
Sure what that means,
Not that they're
but-
like great or anything, but there is like story and characters and a plot.
The thing I get
Just
a
so
little
we're clear.
baffled by is like it's very straightforward.
Yeah.
The
It's-
criticism is
it's
not
like-
that you don't understand what's happening. It's that there isn't a lot to understand. It's very, you know,
Yep.
this is this,
Very
this
simple.
is this, go, and you're like, okay.
It's not complicated.
you know, a good screenwriter, screenwriting.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
all
tell us. Go on, tell us.
Tell us about good
Tell us what a
screenwriting.
good screenwriter would do.
Hollywood
Yeah,
with
go
a
on.
big frowny face on it.
Back when I was never a screenwriter.
Oh no, there it is.
No, said Hollywood. That's
Why did you
I
do that to
understand.
Hollywood?
This movie made Hollywood.
Why'd you make
sad.
Hollywood so sad? And you know
Oh.
what? I'm sure that all those executives in Hollywood are miserable right now.
Hey, we're not sad. We're just crazy.
Disrespected in Hollywood, but this is like, it's at its lowest point right now. Like a good
Damn, man.
What, Mario movie is the lowest point for scripts in Hollywood? Really?
Okay, the lowest funny script. What did she like?
Grace,
no,
it
that
gets
was-
lower than this, love, okay? This isn't even that
Oh.
bad.
Hang on, she's a Marvel fan, isn't she?
Yeah. Definitely.
Uh,
I wonder what she thought of Quantumania.
Oh god.
screenwriter can make this fun for everyone, right?
I mean, it kind of is though. It's making over $1 billion. Those kinds of movies, you're like, well, I guess this satisfied enough people, didn't it?
Mm.
Like the idea that's like, well, it should be good for everyone. It's like, is there any movie that everyone likes?
Well, there is that, you know, that old saying, right? Like, if you like try to please everybody, you end up pleasing nobody.
That's the thing. It's just like, what can you point to that has never had anyone say,
But,
yeah, I'm not a fan?
And yet, with that said, it's been a while since I watched a movie that was clearly shooting for like the broadest appeal that it possibly could.
Yeah.
Like in this case here, and that it was, if anything, it was like almost factory made to be like the most like broadly sort of like appealing film.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It feels like this is like a Bizarro video,
like divorced
because
from reality.
if anything, like it's all the opposite of what she's saying. It's like this movie's really easy to understand because it's clearly been built to be bite-sized for like all audiences, and that it's simplistic and straightforward and, you know, simple shapes. I don't know what else to say. It's just like, well, how did you get lost watching this?
This
I don't
is like
understand that.
Nintendo Easter egg the movie, the opposite of Andor.
I
This is just
seriously
like,
like it's actually so. Oh god damn! I like
There's
how
so
she
much
said
to
it's like the
unpack.
opposite of Andor in a way that is probably also implying negativity towards Andor.
Yes, she is, and I can explain that.
Because on the point of people saying that it's an Easter egg filled film, I feel like when I hear that, it's like, do you feel like you need to say that? Like, is that something that you feel like you need to say? Because most of the Easter eggs are like visual and don't really like have any bearing on slowing down the story. Like,
Yeah,
I
they're
don't
not
really
distracting at
understand it.
all.
Like, the majority of the Easter eggs are like, oh, look, there's like a game that's being played on the TV, right? Like, it's like Kid Icarus, it's like 2 seconds. Like, is that like a problem that he's playing a game that is actually like a video game?
And
or like, oh,
there are
look,
lots
there's
of
like a
Easter
sign
eggs.
over there.
There are lots of Easter eggs in the soundtrack that would completely
Yeah.
fly by anyone who doesn't
Exactly.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just there for people who realize it, and if you don't realize it, it doesn't do anything.
That's what I mean. I don't like when I hear people saying it's like so focused on Easter eggs that it forgot to like tell a story. I just find it weird because it's like, I would say that like the problems when it comes to like a thin script exist independent of the Easter eggs. Like the Easter eggs are much more just like, oh, that's something in the background that you recognize. Oh yeah, no, I recognize that over there in the background. Not like the only ones that get like really overt was like that princess is in another castle thing, but like that's a joke more so than it is like specifically an Easter egg. If you were to like break it down as a thing in the story.
Closest thing I could reference, because basically I'm struggling with the idea of like, what does it look like to have a no story and just Easter eggs? Like probably fucking Ready Player One, but even that had a story.
Yeah, and that's an example of like a film that feels like it was very much constructed around making sure that it threw in a bunch of Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Like, as in it was deliberately structured in that way. Whereas I imagine like the discussions that they were having when it came to plotting the film, for as thin as the plot is, was probably which place does it make some level of, you know, sense for us to go to, or like, and what can we make it look like? What does it look like going to like the Kong lands and everything? Or like, what do we want to throw into any given area of the world? And how do we get to those places to get some variety? I mean, the most you could say is probably like, how can we find a way to put Rainbow Road in there? Because I'm sure that was a conversation that they had. But I mean, I feel like at that point you're going beyond Easter eggs. That's just like a desire to adapt aspects of the game into the film. And I feel like there's got to be a distinction between that and Easter eggs, right? Like, or does she consider it an Easter egg that it's Rainbow Road? Like, that in and of itself makes it an Easter egg? And if so, how does she feel about, like, Marvel films when they throw in characters, like, just to get them in there? Is that, like, Easter eggs, or is that writing? Like,
I don't know. And should we not be rewarding scripts that can get Easter eggs in there that aren't intrusive? But I guess she hasn't even said whether or not.
Well, the problem is it seems like she's already decided that there must have been a lot in there. Because, like, something I would say is, if you don't know anything about Mario, how do you know what the Easter eggs are? Like, how do you know what they are?
That's true.
It feels like it's an inherent sort of contradiction in the statement. I don't know anything
Yeah.
about Mario, but it was laden with Easter eggs. Like, so when you see the R-Wing, what do you think that is? Do you know that that's from Star Fox?
Do you think maybe
Like,
take this
when you-
poster for example? When she looks at like some of those floating things, like that little float, she's just like, "Oh, that's probably a reference
that
to a
must be
level."
Easter eggs, as opposed to like that is like the Mushroom Kingdom.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Like, I would want to call more attention to that. I don't know anything about Mario, but it was laden with Easter eggs. How do you even know what they are?
You know those one of the first like sort of creatures that Toad steps on when Mario first meets him. I could imagine her looking at that and being like, "I guess I'm supposed to know what that is because I would have played the game."
As
Like,
opposed
she
to-
can't read it as just, "Well, see it for what it is. That is what it is."
Well, she can't just read it as that's a little critter in the Mushroom Kingdom, and then people who played the game are like, "Well, of course I know who that is."
Yeah.
You know, like like for instance, like I think I'm just like I'm struggling with that notion. And I think it's because it was just something I noticed. A lot of reviews were like, "Oh, it's so focused on Easter eggs." It's like that was almost the conclusion that was set, you know, almost like ahead of time for the film for people, even though they couldn't like tell you what those Easter eggs were or specifically how they obstructed the story. Because like what she needs to do now is, here's an example of like an Easter egg that was like really obtrusive and it just brought the story to a dead, like to a halt. That's what I would need.
Yeah.
But I feel it's more likely that she's gonna say, "Yeah, it's so focused on Easter eggs," you know. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, and as you said, because she's not a Nintendo person or a Nintendo player or gamer, she doesn't know they're Easter eggs. She just is going by what she's been told.
I think she's just assuming that they're Easter eggs.
Yeah, she couldn't like
Opposite
tell us what they were.
Mm-hmm.
of Andor. This is just
Oh, and by the opposite of
What
Andor,
did she
so
say about Andor? Yeah.
what she said was, if you go, we were told about this when she was reviewing it. She said that Andor doesn't have any fucking Easter eggs in it, like, you know, a link to maybe Vader in the after credits scene, or references to people like, you know, Thrawn, throwaway lines about stuff, and maybe stuff in the background you can recognize. She said, so there's nothing keeping you to like watch the show.
Oh,
Fuck it.
is that
Yeah.
the only reason to watch stuff?
Yeah, she like that's famous. But I think once she watched the whole
References to things
season,
you've already seen.
when she'd seen the whole season, she like changed it to something along the lines of like, you know, it's a good show, but there isn't anything keeping you in because they didn't put in their Easter eggs when they should have. Which is just sad,
Jesus.
and that's exactly why we get
What
stuff like
excellent commentary.
Kenobi, Boba Fett, and Mandalorian. These shows that are just churned out to be like, this is Darth Vader plus a Mandalorian plus Gus Fring from Breaking Bad plus he talks about Jedi sometimes.
Well,
That's like all of the
that's
things.
Plus Captain
almost-
Jack
that's-
Sparrow.
evoking a new point in my mind. It's her problem with like, oh, this is so laden with Easter eggs, is that she doesn't know what they are. So like they don't like appeal to her personally. Like she can't enjoy.
Yeah.
Like if it was something else that she knew more about, she'd love all the Easter eggs. But
Yeah,
because
if she was
doesn't know what
obsessed
it
with
is,
Mario,
it's
maybe she would be
oh,
like,
yeah,
this movie's
sucks.
amazing.
Yeah.
You did say
Well,
it's
that would take some level of self-awareness, though.
She liked the colors, the swirly colors.
Well, she
true,
said
she
they
did like
could
the
be more
swirly
swirly.
but they are
Was it, like,
swirly and greatly
They're
appreciated in
sufficiently
3D.
swirly enough, yeah.
3D
That's
swirlies.
right.
She
Even
would
though-
appreciate
even though
them in
you
3D.
Even though she thinks the movie is torture.
There's that.
You know what?
yeah.
I know that whenever I see a movie that I describe as torture, I think, if only I could watch this in 3D.
How I felt. But yeah, saying that Mario was like the opposite of Andor is just wow, you know? You're just like,
Someone says that, and you're like, go on.
please, be more detailed.
I need
all
to know
Easter
your
eggs.
thoughts.
You just choke on them. It's too much candy.
And that is the
after a
choking
brief
Easter egg.
opening, which
How can you be choking on it if you don't even know what they are?
So she's not going to substantiate it then. Yeah.
Every
Cool,
time she
awesome.
blows an image in from
She
the-
knows.
Here
One of
we
those, like, she
go.
knows what to say, that's it.
Yeah.
it's too much candy. After a brief opening, which is very Illumination, it seems more Illumination than Nintendo. You could be watching a scene from.
How do you
Sing
know
or
what's
Secret Life of-
Nintendo?
Because she's been to
Yeah.
Nintendo World. No, she knows about Nintendo World. She's
She
seen
knows
about
videos.
Nintendo
Nintendo
Yeah.
World she was ready for Nintendo World to indoctrinate me.
Yes.
Pets, quite frankly. But then after that, there's like no story. Well, and what little story they do
So
have?
the accurate perspective is the story's thin, not that it doesn't exist. There is one.
I mean,
Mario needs to
you
save
get
Luigi from Bowser, and in doing so, will rescue the Mushroom Kingdom.
yeah. He goes to the Mushroom Kingdom, asks their leader for help. Their leader happens to be, looking to get help to stop Bowser from trying to take over the whole place, and he's going to join her. That's the story.
It's really
And then
simple, but there is one.
the Mario brothers gain the respect of their family as
Yeah.
well.
Yep.
Right?
That'd be the heart, I suppose. I just find it bizarre that she's not the only person that's claimed there's like no story. It's like, I don't understand.
There is one. You're just wrong. There is one. There is a story. It's thin. That's the more apt observation.
Simple.
I found a couple of things. One was confusing.
Confusing.
That's what so there wasn't a story, but it confused me. Like, pick one.
It was toxic, right? And torture.
Why don't any of the other humans look like Mario and his family? And why is the
Okay,
human
that's a
world-
really
I mean, yes, they
insulting
do.
thing to say about Italians, but okay, whatever. Wow.
I mean, if she sound like the art style is inconsistent, is that like her claim?
I don't even remember. I'd have to compare all
Surely
of
that's
the...
in all Illumination movies, right?
I have no
Well,
idea.
I don't know what she's. I don't know what she's saying here. Like, I don't,
So
I don't
that
even
Mario,
understand.
Luigi, and the rest of their family don't look like the random citizens of Brooklyn, I guess.
I mean, I feel like Spike like matches their style.
I'd have to
pretty,
rewatch it. I
like,
don't remember that
closely.
being a thing,
Yeah, I
but
thought they're short.
What I thought she was getting at was the distinction between the Brooklyn world and the Mario, like the game world. And I'm like, well, that's the point. Like, they're
Or is
in
she
one
talking about
world and then they
characters,
fall
though?
into another
I don't
one.
think she means that.
Well, she said humans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, she said like that. She's
Oh, she
story
did,
they
okay.
do have, I found a couple of things. One was confusing. Like, why don't any of the other humans look like Mario and his family? And
Yeah.
there it is.
why is the human world super realistic yet full of cartoon-looking
Super- okay,
characters?
calm
I
down.
was like, that's weird.
Do you say this
It's an
about like,
Illumination film.
I don't understand that point at all. Like, does she say that about like any? What is she saying there? Like, because
The world needs
like,
to be more
Brooklyn looks like,
bouncy and cartoony, I guess. But
I don't know, man. Like, it feels pretty cartoony. Like,
It is
when
cartoony,
they're in
yeah.
Brooklyn.
Very
Yeah.
cartoony.
The animation, though, again, is stunning. And some of the backgrounds in the human world looked almost real. But again, that was so bizarre that there were cartoons running around in there. Back to the story.
What the fuck what the fuck?
dude, do you think she would have trouble watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Like,
Do you think she would have trouble watching actual television in our world?
Is she specifically saying like, oh, Brooklyn was like really high fidelity? Because like a lot of animated films have like very high fidelity like worlds and still have like more cartoonish looking characters in them.
Mhm.
Is this like
she's
is this
saying
something?
it looked real. She could turn around and look out the window of whatever building she's in at the moment, and she would confuse that for
What she's
the
talking
background
about.
of this movie.
except there wouldn't be cartoon people jumping up and down, and that's what ruined it.
Story, I would also say it's a little disturbing. Because apparently in the games, Bowser, I had to look it up, Bowser is
Why?
I had to look it up because I don't know
I did the
anything about what the fuck
research.
I'm talking.
I needed to know.
obsessed with Princess Peach and has been for a very long time. But in today's marketplace, post Me Too,
I
Any affection shown towards a
Where is
female.
this going?
He's the bad guy. He's literally the villain. What do you mean? In Post
I'm
Me
just saying,
Too.
Bowser didn't get the memo.
I mean, the plot of Mario Odyssey involved a big wedding at the end. Wasn't that post
Yeah,
Me Too
that's
as
that's
well?
pretty unacceptable, John. In a
And also,
Post
the
Me Too
Japanese don't
world,
give a fuck.
they wouldn't even understand. They'd be like, "What do you mean?" It's like you can't have a guy trying to kidnap a girl and marry her. That's
What do you
fucked
mean?
up.
This does not make sense.
He's romantic.
I don't know, man.
I don't understand. I like the little cringe fucking grimace she's got on.
It's
Wow,
good to me.
Bowser, pretty cringe of you to kidnap Peach.
They are all beautiful.
You know, I don't think
Would she also think that Beauty and the Beast is cringe?
Yes.
That's like a monster, and
especially in
woman
a
relationship.
post Me Too era, dude.
Well,
You can't be
then she'd be like-
portraying people going after ladies, okay? That's fucked up.
Representing men as beasts is a nice, realistic touch that I appreciate it.
She just wants a Bowser for her. Where's her Bowser?
I
Where
want
is
a
she going
Bowser.
with this? What point is she about to make?
I think
She
it's
might not be
clear, but
making
we
a
can
point,
let
just
it play.
making a random observations.
Speech, and has been
So was it post Me Too mythology?
for a very long time.
Did
But
Me Too
today's
happen in
Mar-
the Mario?
Yes, yes, it did. And Bowser don't give a fuck.
I want to know
Apparently,
if did 9/11 happen in the Mushroom Kingdom?
yes.
I don't know.
Marketplace post Me Too? To hear Bowser declare that he's going to ask Princess Peach to marry him, which apparently isn't a spoiler because I looked it up and it happens in the games all the time.
It doesn't happen in the games all the time. It
Looked it up. They get married often.
I just love it. It's just like I'm not spoiling it for you. Don't worry. When the dinosaurs said the marriage thing, I haven't spoiled the story. Don't worry.
So that's a
Mario
plot of
Games message
Sunshine,
on
like,
spousal
that's it, right?
fidelity is a little confusing.
Especially in the post to Me Too era.
Where is she going with this?
That it's fucked up that he wants to steal the lady.
Someone please marry me.
She wants a Bowser for
She
herself.
does understand that like Bowser is the villain, right?
I don't know if she knows that yet. Let's see.
Apparently isn't a spoiler because I looked it up and it happens in the
Looked it up.
games all the
Bowser
time.
is the
But
villain.
he's like, I'm gonna ask Princess Peach to marry me, and like his little sycophant sorcerer is like, what if she doesn't want to? And he's like, then I'll destroy her kingdom and kill everyone she knows. And you're like, wow, that's stalker behavior. And
He's a bad man.
Hey, that's not nice.
I'm gonna
Hey,
destroy the
villain's
world.
not
That's
being very
stalker
considerate
behavior.
of other people's feelings.
Does she? He's the villain.
I don't even.
Yeah.
What is a stalker behavior? It's psychopath behavior. What do you mean stalker? Like,
Hang on,
oh,
is she
she's
saying it's not a spoiler because it happened in other media?
yes.
Yeah, it's not a good point, especially when she's saying that it needs to stand on its own.
Especially when she learned about it yesterday herself.
He's gonna destroy
She had to
the whole
Google all
world.
this
What
stuff.
a
It's not a
stalker!
spoiler. I had to Google the answer.
That's just not how I would categorize world domination. Stalker behavior. You know what, Grace? That's great.
he's like, then I'll destroy her kingdom and kill everyone she knows. And you're like, wow, that's stalker behavior. And I would say, kind of makes this not appropriate for children, quite frankly.
I mean,
This
if you wanna
movie is
take-
not
if you wanna
appropriate for
take-
children.
If you want to take the stance that Mario is not appropriate for children, like, I mean, you can do that if you want, I guess.
It's a bold statement, Grace.
And it was the stalker behavior that makes this inappropriate for children, not like the destruction of an entire kingdom and all of its inhabitants.
No, it's the stalker behavior. God.
I thought that the suicide-obsessed Lumo was like a really
Yeah.
edgy element for such a
Yeah.
child-focused
that
movie.
is
That would be my
That's a
first thing on the
spicy
list
one.
for most inappropriate thing for children. But at the same
I
time,
really enjoyed that element of the movie.
yeah, I thought it was
but
funny.
I was really confused that it made it in.
You wouldn't expect it to make it in, but the idea that it's like you can't expose a child to the notion that an evil dragon would destroy the world for a girl or whatever. You're like, oh, why?
Are you saying women aren't worth destroying the
like-
world for, Grace?
How does she feel about like villains in any like family like oriented animated film?
Well,
Wait till
think of
she
all the
figures
Disney
out that
classics,
some
right?
Kids' movies have like
Yeah, I mean,
horrific
I mean-
villains.
I mean, think about Scar. Think about everything that Scar did. Like, holy shit, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
Gaston.
You
he
see
was an
Scar
asshole.
toss Mufasa off the cliff, and you're thinking that's stalker behavior.
Like Clayton,
This kind of lust for power isn't the message we want to be sending to children.
Jafar. Like, I don't know. Like, what does she make of all that?
That's not the golden rule.
Like, I don't know, man. Like, the Mario movie is like pretty tame compared to like some of the stuff that happens in like older Disney films.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. If you look
Like,
at the
there's
Black
blood in Sleeping
Cauldron
Beauty.
and things like
There's
that, like
blood
there's
in
some
that
like
film.
yeah.
I mean, fucking
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Black Cauldron.
the
that
Empire
I mean,
blew up
uh,
Alderaan. Is
Hunchback
that
of
stalker
Notre
behavior?
Dame.
Hunchback of Notre Dame is like
Frollo was a prick.
yeah.
Like,
He's a
damn, he was
he's
a real
scary,
asshole.
scary character. Yeah.
Great songs though.
The big
Stalker
problem,
behavior.
yeah, the big problem with blowing up Alderaan was that they did it in a post-Me Too era, and that is
Yeah, like how does she
Fucked
feel
up.
about kids watching Star Wars? when it
Alderaan
has a whole
exploded by
planet
Death
on
Star.
fire?
Women most affected.
what. This is a take I never ever would have expected anyone to ever have. That's why it's kind of
No.
wonderful. I've seen some people say she's a grifter. It's like, would a grifter ever say this?
I don't think a grifter would say this. This is like wild that you would say this. You're not going to get anybody on your side. by
Yeah,
being- by saying
who are you
strange
trying to
things
She's
like
fool?
grifting for the like people in the sanitarium.
They're all like, "Yeah, Grace."
Grace is our favorite content creator. I don't know what the crazy people sound like. I'm out of the loop, but they'd probably sound something like that.
Thank God she had the emoji on there. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have grasped the whole stalker behavior thing.
She used the correct yikes emoji.
She did. Well,
She
maybe
did. That's
she
right.
had.
That's yikes.
Maybe she had grimace yikes before, and then she's like, "Oh, that's gonna really dampen when the big yikes happens, so I should put a different
Yeah,
emoji
true.
up." There's a lot more thought
Yikes.
behind this than you think.
Her behavior, and I would say kind of makes us not appropriate for children, quite frankly.
I'd love for her to develop that. I just don't understand at all what she means.
And I would, in fact, I would argue that most of the movie is about who's going to date Princess Peach, and that's it.
There's some other stuff in there, I think.
No, only
No.
Bowser is concerned about someone else dating Peach. He's the only character who cares about
Bowser
it.
is obsessed with it. Mario, like
Mario
Mario's
is
They
main
make it-
interested
concern.
in saving Luigi.
There's one part in the
Yeah,
movie where
that's
they
his
make a
main
joke
concern.
about it, that Mario and her
Yeah.
are, maybe gonna date or
I
something,
was
but
just
that's
trying
it.
to be nice.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the movie stays strong on, like, Mario's concern is Luigi. It's,
As
that's
Luigi.
it.
Yeah,
Number
he
one.
likes Peach,
Yeah.
but he wants to save his bro.
My jaw was on the floor. I'm like, is that really what this movie is about? That is a
It's
really
not about
It's
that.
not.
No,
It's not.
It's
It's
about
not
Mario.
about
It's about
No.
Even if it was, two people vying for the attention of a woman is a fine premise for a film.
Not for children, Rags, in a post-Me Too era.
like I'm
That sounds
I'm
like two
actually-
different
No,
arguments,
one of
doesn't
them
it?
is bad.
I don't get it. Like the main core like element of the plot, or like and especially if you want to derive any thematic element, is about the relationship between Mario and Luigi. That's like the most, like that's the part. That's like the core.
Well, fuck you.
outdated story. I think fans and
It's an outdated story, and yet it's made over $1 billion. What does she have to say about that? That we're all dinosaurs.
That
we
is
need
a little
to grow
awkward. Yeah.
Up.
People don't want this. Makes $1 billion.
Well, and someone that was kind of like not working out in my brain. She's like, in a post-Me Too era, you can't do this. It's inappropriate for children. It's like, are those two things different arguments? Like, you can't do this in post-Me Too, also it's inappropriate for children, or that because it's post-Me Too, it's inappropriate for children? Which one did she mean?
Someone,
I don't
Someone-
even want to begin to try and figure that out.
I don't know.
floor. I'm like, is that really what this movie is about? That is a really outdated story. I think fans and just moviegoers in general and everybody
You said you Googled it and found out that is what the story is, so why would fans not like it? She's
As a
lying. I'm
Mario
not
fan,
men
I
should
only
not
want the
compete for the
story.
attention of women.
I want the Bowser simping story. That's as a fan. You know.
associated with this film deserve more. And it's a shame because Jack Black does a fantastic job as Bowser.
They're a normal
Not
part
as
of the
good
video.
as Donkey, not as good as Seth Rogen or
Yeah,
what's
not
her
my
face,
favorite.
Peach.
Remember? Yeah, that's not
Hey,
a favorite.
take the normal part of the video while we can, okay? That was
Okay, yeah.
come back to real.
Yeah,
Oh
the
god,
normal
look at the
thing.
fucking drop shadow.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh
terrible.
my god, what the
Disgusting.
fuck? How do you do that? Look at the
Yeah,
way
you have
look
to
at
like
Chris,
really fuck with it to
Well,
get that kind of
Why would you
result.
want it that way?
look at the soundtrack and Anna Taylor-Joy. Like the shadows are like bumping into each other but they can't touch.
Oh yeah, they're like resisting each
Yeah,
other.
same thing on Chris Pratt and action sequences. They are like they're repelling. They're like magnets.
that's
they're repelling.
gross.
But how do you do that?
Why do you do that?
Why?
Why,
Why?
Grace? Why?
Why?
Having
can't
no
even
visual would
recognize
have been a
it,
better
it's Jack
decision.
Black's voice.
Yes.
Then Bowser sings and you're like,
I mean,
oh yeah.
you can. I mean,
you
you
could
can tell
definitely
it's Jack
tell.
Black. He's
You
definitely
can
like
definitely
he
tell
is
it's him.
he is voice acting in the sense of trying to change like the sound of his voice to fit the character more. Like it's definitely still Jack Black.
Yeah.
But
Recognize
it's a
it,
pretty good
it's
fit.
Jack Black's voice. Then Bowser sings, and you're like, "Oh yeah, he's voiced by Jack Black." And you still can't tell that it's Jack Black. And the
What?
I think that
you can't
The
say
sentences
those two
next to each
statements.
other.
Those two sentences don't work.
Grace, redraft your thoughts.
Consecutive sentences consecutively.
How can you say? Yeah, how can you say that back to back?
the
You can
talent
tell
is
it's Jack Black, but it doesn't sound like him.
and
You can
you're
tell
like,
by the
"Oh,
voice,
yeah,
I'll know it
he's
sounds
voiced by
like him."
Jack Black." And you still can't tell that it's Jack Black. And the
Oh no,
That's-
it's worse than that. You can't tell it's
It's
Jack
worse.
Black.
You can tell,
Yeah.
but you can't tell.
Listen, it makes
How does
sense
your
if you
brain
don't
work?
think about it. It's like a Marvel movie. It's all following.
I think that
Schrodinger's
The
Jack Black.
Yes.
talent is definitely
The
here.
mark of a
It's-
truly great performance. You can tell, but you also can't tell. It's him.
Jack knew what he was doing. That's what he was going
I
for.
could tell it was Patrick Stewart, but I couldn't tell it was Patrick
I
Stewart.
could tell it was Daniel Day-Lewis.
Not really.
As Jack Black.
Just it's really
That's
just
the
the
poop
script.
emoji.
So Jack Black was fantastic. Also, in an effort to move away from doing, speaking of disturbing, I would also classify this movie as a little offensive because instead of doing the Italian accents,
Is the flag just in case?
Oh no.
Instead of doing Italian accents.
ironically, because they
Ooh.
were worried about being offensive, instead they decided to give everyone a variation of a New York accent, which again, I
Wow,
found,
they gave these
I
New
found-
Yorkers New York accents?
Is she about
What
to
the
argue that
fuck?
it's a stereotype rather than just an accent? Is that what we're doing?
Wait.
kind of offensive. It's like everyone's either in Goodfellas or a Woody Allen movie.
These caricatures are caricatures.
The people from this region generally have the same kind of dialect.
They live in Brooklyn. And also, do you think she'd be able to watch The Simpsons? Would she be able to do it? I don't think so.
What, like it would make her brain explode?
Yeah, but then again, that is happening these days anyway for a lot of people. So gotta switch them out.
Because, and not just in the New York scenes, by the way. Mario and Luigi live in New York City, but you're like when you get to the Mushroom Kingdom, Donkey Kong Land is
Donkey Kong Land.
I like
Alright,
it.
where is this going?
the same way.
At
And
least
so
you
you're
didn't call it
just kinda
Africa, so yeah, that's good.
Like,
Fucking
why
hell.
would you make that choice? Like, why do you think that's somehow not offensive and the Italian thing would be? It's just crazy.
Wait, what?
Crazy.
What is her point?
Oh
I have
god.
no idea what she's talking about.
Now you can
He
see
has
the
the
drop.
mind,
Wait,
she's
why did
so-
that happen to the drop shadow? What's going on now? You guys got the same image that
Whoa,
I have?
why? How come press screening is so much darker than everything else?
That's what I'm seeing now. Which fucking everything up. Like blurring it all.
it's
What did we
like-
do, Grace? Are we zooming into
And
a
now the
photo
whole
right now?
screen is-
Whoa.
Purple? Oh.
Okay. Was it? It was a portion of someone's poster. Sorry, it's hard to keep track of this narrative.
Choice. Like, why do you think that's somehow not offensive and the
What is
Italian
her point here? We need to rewind. What is she saying?
We'll go back way far.
Because and not just in the New York scenes, by the way. Mario and Luigi live in New York City, but you're like when you get to the Mushroom Kingdom, Donkey Kong Land is the same way, and so you're just kind of like,
The same way.
why
What do
would
you
you
mean the
make
same
that
way?
choice? Like, why do
What
you think
accent
that's
she
somehow
does?
Like
not
gorillas or
offensive and
something,
the
I don't
Italian
know.
thing would be. It's just crazy.
I
the movie
am lost. I'm totally lost. What is she saying?
I'm not actually sure.
also leans really heavily on classic hit songs, a little bit the way.
Oh, we're done with it. We're just moving on.
All right.
Okay,
Well, that
yeah.
point's finished.
Point
I love
made.
the idea of her being offended by like the way Donkey Kong talks. Like that's very offensive. Like that's just the way. That's just Seth Rogen's voice.
But also, Seth Rogen was her favorite. Like that was.
How many
She
even?
really likes Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong.
How many characters do we even hear in Donkey Kong Land, as she puts it?
We got Cranky Kong,
Like
we got
3,
Donkey
4?
Kong, and then was that meant to be Funky
The
Kong? Who was,
greeter?
like taking them to was that Funky Kong?
The
I
body.
can't remember the voice Funky
I don't
Kong
think
had.
it
If that
was.
Funky Kong.
I don't think it
He,
was.
he didn't really. Yeah, he didn't quite.
Doesn't Diddy Kong speak?
I think he might have said like one line.
couple words,
I think-
Maybe, yeah. So,
offensive and the Italian thing would be. It's just
Consider me
crazy.
unconvinced.
The movie also leans really heavily on classic hit songs, a little bit the way Guardians of the Galaxy has done. And it sometimes it gets your blood pumping.
Guardians of
Not
the
a bad-
Galaxy also did it.
yeah, I mean, it's something in terms of like if you watch that movie, that's how it's songs that you know in a film.
strategy, but here it's very poorly executed. Like everything, just when you're like, okay, now we're cooking, it peters out, and they're like, okay, we're done, and you're
Oh,
don't-
that's
what's
their
she
issue. Is they
doing?
cut out too
Wow.
fast.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I didn't want them in there at all.
Wow.
But
Yeah,
alright.
Yeah, I
I
thought it
didn't
was
know.
probably the worst element of the movie. It was so distracting
Yeah.
in the 80s.
Didn't like it.
And like I get it, but
Didn't like it at all.
You're like,
should've just
"Oh,
had
we
the
didn't-
Mario music.
Yeah.
you promised me a fun jam. Like when they start to make the Mario Karts, and you know, and one of the Kongs is like puts on his shades and he's like, "What do you want me to do for you?" But he just says it with a nod, and you're like, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
Do you think that this scene was harmed by the?
What are we doing? What's happening? What the fuck
don't-
is
Dude,
happening?
we're 2/3 in, and if you're trying to gather what it is you need to do to change the movie to make her like it, and like the main thing she highlighted was like, loved it when the character puts on the shades and nods his head. You're like,
Or Italian accents
Okay.
and shades.
I don't even like. That's so weird.
And one of the Kongs is like puts on his shades and he's like, "What do you want me to do for you?" But he just says it with a nod, and you're like, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
She got aroused.
You would have fucked the Donkey
She
Kong?
got
What's
aroused.
going on? It's
And it
fine
seems-
if you
Oh,
do.
no.
Just tell me.
The next topic is Anya Taylor-Joy girl power. Oh,
Like it's gonna be awesome. The music starts, they turn up the volume, and then they're done. And I was like, I guess if you've ever
To
built
me,
your own
this
Mario
is
Kart, you
particularly. This is so awkward because, like, that was the scene where they had the Mario Kart 8 music. I thought she was going to make a point about that and how it was like an Easter egg.
He
that-
doesn't know.
Well, I guess that would be an example of it's like, I mean, is that an Easter egg? Like, at what point is it an Easter egg versus, you know,
It's
like
just a thing, you
Yeah,
I
know?
thought that was a great Easter egg.
I liked it a lot. I mean, I liked all of the music when they integrated like the music from the games in there.
Yeah.
But then again, she has no idea. She hadn't played any Nintendo games. She didn't notice, and just like, no, I was talking about the other music in that scene.
they turn up the volume, and then they're done. And I was like, I guess if you've ever built your own Mario Kart, you'd be like, oh, cool, it's just like the game.
your
But
own
as someone
Mario
who's
Kart.
never built a Mario Kart, I
Built
still
a
have
Mario
What do you-
Kart.
Built a
She
Mario
thinks
Kart.
that they're called Mario Karts. They drive on Mario Karts.
Yeah, they're called carts.
no,
Mario
Mario
Karts.
Karts.
They're called
And
Mario
Mario
Karts.
From
They all
Nintendo
drive on
Land.
Mario Karts. He invented them so
Nintendo
that they could go
Land,
go
yes.
karting. He made one for Bowser and all the dry bones and everyone.
pleasure of the experience. But I did really like Anya Taylor-Joy. She is always
What
a
is
delight
what?
as a
We are just jumping all over
Yeah,
the place.
we're back to this now.
There's
We-
not even like a character section or something.
There's no semblance of order. It's like, yeah, man, you know, like it was really cool when they were playing. It was, what was it? Thunderstruck, was it?
I think
what was
so.
the song that they
Um,
play? Yeah. And it's
I
like,
thought
yeah,
that was
man.
a terrible choice.
I would have wanted just more Mario music.
I'll
I
always
don't
want
need
the
these
original
pop-
soundtrack. Yeah.
pop songs, yeah. I
Like
don't.
Dolphin
It's
Shoals.
like, yeah, man. It was. They had a lot of choices. Oh damn, there's so many choices they could have. They could have.
Mario Kart
yeah.
8 has one of the greatest soundtracks of any video game,
Uh,
and they
it's
used
really
one
good.
track.
It's really good. It's a really good soundtrack. I mean, they could have used the like Mario Kart 8 theme itself. That one's. They could have used any of the themes actually. I'm kind of surprised they didn't use any of them. They used the menu music, but they didn't use like the just core Mario Kart motif.
actress
Oh, but
on screen.
that's Double Dash.
Yeah.
But like all of the Mario Kart games incorporate the SNES theme, except for Super Circuit, I think. But all of them like will incorporate the original theme into the song.
Did they use the Rainbow Road music when they got to
They
Rainbow Road?
they use the SNES Rainbow Road music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which they got a lot of choices that they could have, because like N64 Rainbow Road's pretty that's pretty iconic.
Yeah.
I really like I like Mario Kart Wii's Rainbow Road music as well. I like all of the Rainbow Road music, really. I like all the music more or less from all the Mario Kart games. You have a lot of
It's so
options.
good.
You know how
That's why it's annoying when they choose pop culture, like pop songs.
mention how that she doesn't have like a
Thunderstruck,
character
fuck.
section, but she does have Bowser, Anya Taylor-Joy,
Mm.
Toad, Chris Pratt. Like,
I know, we're just jumping
What?
back and forth between characters
It's
and
like
actors.
Sometimes
She
it's
spilled all her thoughts on the floor, and now we're just haphazardly picking them up.
I think, well, because she clearly makes these chapters after, right? They're based on her random thoughts, and then she tries to create a semblance of topics. I
Right,
guess she has like
yeah.
a notepad she's working from.
Always a delight as an actress on screen, but it turns out she has a great voice for animation as well. And she
It's fine.
It's fine. Like it's fine. The way what she did was fine. I guess that's what they wanted.
I guess
So
some that says it's like, I don't know that I would say that the role let her do anything that was super
Yeah.
interesting, really.
Yeah, I'm sure she.
It's like she is the most normal like character and performance out of the lot, I would say.
she's
Because
a
like
great
even Mario has moments where it's, you know, like, whoa, like getting hurt and, you know, falling into an abyss and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it's a weird choice to yeah.
sport. Look what she wore to the premiere for the movie, a variation on Princess
Why are we
Peach's,
talking about this?
I
Like,
don't
I guess
know.
it's kind of neat, but like, I don't know.
Because it popped into her head. That's why we're talking about it, because it
Mario
occurred to
Kart
her.
outfit. I thought that was great.
Okay.
I am a little tired, though, of girl power for the sake of girl power characters. Like, if you're not going to fully develop them, I just get frustrated because I know certain groups are going to complain.
Wait, so she does. This is amazing how we've come around this far, right? So you have like, let's just take the most clownish thing of like someone being like, I hate it when women are in movies. And then she sees that, and then she sees someone puts a woman in a movie, and then she's like, oh, great. Now you're gonna set the people off who hate women. Like, how did we get here, Grace?
Rags going now.
Yeah, it's what a cowardly way to do that criticism, where you're like, I hate the girl power stuff because other people will highlight it as a bad thing.
Not me though.
Yeah, it's like, what are you saying,
like,
Grace?
I don't really understand the point that she's making. Peach isn't like a super fleshed out character, so her being competent is annoying. I don't get that. I don't understand.
That's the thing. I'm waiting for her details, but so far, I think, in mid-thought, she aborted. She was like, oh, fuck. I shouldn't say that the woman being strong is bad. So I'll say it's bad that you put a strong woman in there because other people will say that's bad. Or something. Listen to what she says.
Outfit. I thought that was great. I am a little tired, though, of girl power for the sake of girl power characters. Like, if you're not going to fully develop them, I just get frustrated because I know certain groups are going to complain.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what?
I think I get
What
what you
is
mean
your
in terms of, like, almost she was going somewhere else and then she kind of stopped herself.
Yeah, because if your complaint is that Peach is not characterized well enough, she's sort of just there to be strong and competent, and that's annoying. You want to see more from the character, which comes into the realm of what we were saying about it. We wanted more from Peach. We thought she was she's like the weakest character in the whole film because she's kind of just there doing her thing all the time. Like, everyone else has an element to them.
More often there to facilitate what Mario's doing, more so than doing much, like, in terms of, like, developing her character. The most that we got was, like, elements of her backstory, but I don't know, I guess that's, like, potential for future sequels, maybe?
Yeah, because she's so vague. It's like, say more.
And, you know, you should have justification for things. It's
Well,
like, if
there
you're
is
not
a
going to do it right,
justification.
don't do it. And again,
I mean-
she's all girl power, but yet the movie is just about who she's going to date. She's a princess in name only. I didn't see...
What?
Man, that's like a lot of wrong statements all at once.
Wait, hang on. I want to roll all of that back.
We
And
need
I'll
to
go,
take that-
this time
we
I'm
need to
going to
take that
pause
slower.
once she hits the end of the whatever this is.
for things. It's like, if you're not going to do it right, don't do it. And again, she's all girl power, but yet the movie is just about who she's going to date. She's a princess in name only. I didn't see her make any rules or control the kingdom or anything.
What do you mean? She's like,
The political presence of
actually,
Princess
we
Peach
can,
wasn't realized well enough for
There
me to
wasn't a
believe
single-
the system of governance.
what
Man,
the fuck?
That's just so many wrong statements, like totally wrong statements. If she's saying like a justification for her being competent, it's like, I mean, there's a pretty normal one. She lived there and it's useful.
But
and
we don't even know what part of it she's referring to. Now we're talking about how we didn't even get to see her doing princess
like,
things like
Yeah, as
leading the
far as I
kingdom,
know,
which is precisely
Her
why
complaint
the
is we
plot
didn't see her
happens.
enact any
What
legislation.
is
like,
Princess
she is-
Peach's tax code?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't see a single scene talking
Like,
about any of that.
She is the leader of the Mushroom Kingdom. She makes all of the important decisions about the future of
What a
that
bizarre
kingdom.
request.
She facilitates the
Right.
quest.
She would obviously be shaped into like a very like strong, competent person by the fact that all her life she's ruling over an entire society.
I just can't get over that she's saying like,
Phantom Menace, then, right?
as part of fixing this movie, we need to see Princess Peach doing politics.
Enacting legislation, yeah.
Which,
and
technically
with
speaking,
Parliament, yeah.
Her like
She
trying to
does.
meet with the Donkey
Yeah,
Kong people to, you know,
exactly.
like that's like the
That's
children's
diplomacy.
politics angle.
Diplomacy.
Yeah, like why? What a weird. Like, I didn't see her make any rules, is what she said, by the way, which is hilarious.
Mm.
She basically has the final vote for all the toads. She rules the land. I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, what? How do we get here? Peach rules the Mushroom Kingdom, woman. What are you
She's a
saying?
princess in name
Yeah.
only. I didn't see her make any rules or...
I didn't see her execute dissidents in the public square.
You ain't a true leader until you made some rules.
Lop off
control
some
the kingdom
heads.
or anything. You know, she just kind of went on a date with Mario, and Bowser was really jealous about it.
What?
That's the worst.
Princess would never marry a foreigner. That would never happen.
I'm trying to figure out if like that's actually just bad faith or if this is like her quest is she wants Mario like she's gonna take Mario with her to go to the Kong Kingdom to like request aid to defend the Mushroom Kingdom against Bowser. She's not going on a date.
I can't believe we're saying this. This is so weird. Like,
This is the Mario movie.
I
yeah.
can't believe that why is
What
she
are we
having such a
doing?
reductive
Why
she's
are we
having
here?
a reductive perspective on a character who like in a lot of ways probably could use a little bit more like story and more material, but like even with it, she's come away with this incredibly reductive.
I think it's just
stupid
rotted her brain.
saying.
That aspect of the film is taken over everything else. Like, she hates the
Well,
facts.
because like there's a meta conversation about like what like Princess Peach.
Bowser wants
like,
to
that's-
marry Peach. That's like, it's just too much for her. She's like, that's disgusting. Like, okay. I don't know what do we do? Like, she's like, why wasn't there any politics?
Yeah.
Fucked up the
We needed
movie.
more scenes of Peach doing boring political stuff like signing legislation.
She's just in that Senate room in the Star Wars. Like,
That's what I'm saying. She must have loved the Phantom Menace or something.
You're like, is this really what this movie is about?
No, it's
Keegan-Michael-
not about
No,
that.
you
No,
made that
it-
up,
it
Grace.
really
You
isn't.
made it up and then
Not at
said you
all.
didn't like it.
You're hallucinating again, Grace.
Key's voice is also unrecognizable.
You
as
need to
Toad, which
wake
is a
up,
shame. I love
Grace.
Keegan-Michael Key.
Why is it a shame?
It's
This
a
is
shame that he was putting on a voice.
the voice actor.
Do you know what acting is?
I don't know.
Like as a concept?
But Toad is adorable, and he serves as a good ad for his new restaurant at Universal Studios.
He serves as a good,
What? Why is this your review?
I've never been, but I'd like to go.
a good ad for a restaurant at Universal Studios. It's not like
That's all he was
Toad
there
is
for.
Major, is like a major character in Mario.
It was not seconds ago we were talking about how bad it was that
Hang on.
Princess Peach isn't making rules, and now we're into the ad for Toadstool Cafe.
But you know that there's so
Any
many
of you
Easter
heard
eggs,
of
man, and
this
they're really
restaurant?
bad. The Easter eggs are really bad, but damn, man, Toad was a great advertisement for a restaurant at a theme park.
What the fuck is the video? Why do you make them these ways?
I hope the Toadstool Cafe has a good chickpea grumbo. That's all I want.
I
Toadstool
too.
Cafe, that is kind of like that's kind of neat.
I'd go there.
Kind of like
In
that.
fact, I wish he'd done more cooking. I was like, oh, that's why he has a restaurant. That's great. That's
He has
Oh
a
my
restaurant
God.
because his character cooks in the movie.
I just like that's what she got out of the film. It's like how it relates to Nintendo Land. Like,
He should have done more cooking in the movie because of the restaurant.
I don't even
Well, I
know
guess
what's
this
the
is
substance
this is
there at
her-
all.
Well, I guess this is revealing, right? This is her major point of reference for Mario. Is not like the games. It's
The
specifically
theme park
Super
in
Nintendo
Universal
World.
Studios.
Yeah,
she said
that's
she hasn't
what
even
she-
been, so she's just talking about
No,
seeing pictures
she's
of
watched
Toadstool
videos,
Cafe.
That's right. Yeah.
What the hell?
awesome. What are you making? There was one quick moment where I can't
You don't need to edit this out. It's fine.
do a spoiler review for this movie because I still can't really tell you what happened in it. But there
yet
was
you
like
feel
one
confident enough to just barrel forward with
Yeah,
your
why
review
not?
anyway.
Yep, she's doing a oneer.
We're getting.
One
Oh,
take.
Chris Pratt is next, apparently.
distraction, and I felt
Never
like
let
they didn't
facts
do
get
that
in the way
right.
of a good review.
But there was like one distraction, and I felt like they didn't even do that right. I was like, tell them that there's good food back there, Mario. Why do you know?
What is going on? I rewound it,
This
but
is
let's go further.
very oddly
Is
hung
she
up on
talking
this
about,
thing with the
Because
restaurant.
I still can't really tell you what happened in it. But there was like one
This is the
distraction, and
strangest
I felt
complaint
like they
about a
didn't even
movie
do
I've
that
ever
right. I
heard.
was
That the
like,
ad for
tell
the
them-
restaurant
Yeah, I
wasn't
bet.
good enough.
Is she talking about the part where Toad like sat down and cooked like he got his like saucepan started cooking while talking to the Toad so the Mario could
I
sneak
don't know if
in?
that would
That's the
make
only-
sense though, because where would he be saying to go? Like the
I'm guessing it's but like she was just talking about him and the cafe. That's like the only connection I can think of.
It just
Oh,
sounds
yeah,
like the fix she's suggesting is that Toad then says like, "Come and check out our awesome food at Toadstool Cafe," and looks at the screen or
what he
something.
establishes like a cafe.
There is
in,
one
Yeah.
like-
location worldwide. Come and see.
I don't feel that Toad's entrepreneurial restauranting career was accurately portrayed in the movie and should be explored more
I
thoroughly.
feel like your impression is improving like gradually the more
it's
that
strong.
you just keep working on it.
And I would say as well, if you were a Nintendo rep, like being like, we're gonna change up the new movie according to what
Saw
Grace
this video.
wants, what the fuck monster
do you
do you
even
end up with
say?
of a movie?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
Can't do
You
a
end up with
spoiler
some-
review for this movie
I-
because I still can't really tell you what happened in it. But there was
Okay,
like
then.
one distraction,
What?
and I felt
Just
like they
review
didn't
it
do that
anyway.
right.
Fuck
I was
it.
like, tell them that there's good food back there, Mario. Why do you be like, hey, he's cooking up something back there. I was like,
she
yeah,
is talking.
clearly-
About, yeah, she's definitely talking. That doesn't even
It
make
was
any
like
sense. Mario calls
Something
more attention
relating to
himself.
on a
cooking and a
bridge.
distraction, I guess. Whatever.
so
I
she's
think
saying that
people
Mario
say
would run
stuff
up to
when
them and
he's-
say, "Hey, go over there into
I
Toadstool's
think she's
cafe."
saying when he gets in the castle that like he goes up to the Toads and says, "Oh, they're cooking." Like they're cooking over there.
Why does
which
that
just calls
benefit
way more
anything?
attention to himself. It just calls more attention to himself. How is that a better idea than trying to
It
just
sounds like the only thing you get is more reference for some reason that satisfies
Yeah.
the hell out of her
But
to
I thought,
Toadstool
why do these
Cafe.
references? So
I
these
thought she
references
didn't like
were
the
okay.
Easter eggs.
Yeah, exactly.
She likes the ones she knows.
Really the move. All right, so speaking of Mario,
Okay,
how's Chris
here we
Pratt?
go.
Everybody wants
Speaking
to
of
know,
the
how's
topic
Chris
of the
Pratt?
video.
Well, he's doing a thick New York accent, so he doesn't sound too much like Chris Pratt. I mean, occasionally
Where's
realize,
Chris
oh,
Pratt
there he
from?
is.
Nah, come on.
I don't understand. Is voice acting new to her as a concept, or acting in general?
Because I
Yeah.
think he did a
Also-
pretty good job.
But also, like,
Yeah.
come on. He doesn't sound like Chris Pratt at all. It's like, really?
I could
You
hear
can
it,
tell
but
it's
maybe
Chris
some
Pratt.
people can't. You know.
And Chris Pratt, by the way, outside of the controversy that surrounds him, he's
I
a
didn't
very
know
good
there was
actor,
one.
a very likable actor, and he does a good job in that regard with the emotion and all that stuff. He's certainly
The emotion and all
Yeah,
that
emotion
stuff.
and all that stuff.
Emotion and all that stuff.
Whatever. Whatever it is.
is able to deliver in that capacity. But again, the script is so awful.
Oh my
Mario
God,
and
it really
Luigi's
is.
relationship
okay,
just
so
seems
that's it.
All right.
Oh,
Wait,
here we
finally.
go.
Okay,
Here
this
we
is probably
go.
the closest we'll get to
Here we
like
go.
a criticism
Here
that
we
could
go.
be something we could talk about.
awful.
To do with the movie.
Mario and Luigi's relationship just seems really forced. It's like screenwriter Matthew Fogel, who should
It's like the main thing I have to
It-
compliment about the movie.
Yeah, it's the best part of the film.
It kind of is, isn't it?
And, like,
it
they're-
really just sort of is.
People have
They're
been
brothers.
saying, like,
What does she
the-
mean it's forced?
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess she's
Forced genetically.
because I would even say like the chemistry between them is pretty strong. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
I think
work
so.
well together.
I don't know. What say more?
never work again. He's done a couple of stuff for Illumination. That's about it. It's like
Well, whoever if you're saying
stuff.
if you're saying this guy wrote it, they're gonna be bringing him back probably because it's making a lot of money. That's how that works. Okay, Michael Waldron got Avengers. We mentioned this earlier. It was foreshadowing.
he saw Frozen and decided to do the male version of Elsa and Anna. But none
What is the
What?
the
so-
story? I've seen
so,
Frozen.
like-
There's no similarity
What
between the
the
relationship of
fuck?
those two and those
Exactly.
two.
They're not the same. They're not the same. They're totally
Well,
different stories.
They're two people, and then
They have
those are two people
noses?
as well. I don't
What
know.
the
Yeah, sure, why not?
of the work to make it work. And since they insisted on putting Mario in the real world, so to speak, why do he
What do you mean, so to speak, though? Like it's the real. It's
Well,
not
'cause
our
it's in
world.
a movie, you see. It's not actually the real world.
But she says it as though it's more significant than the world for them.
No, like, that's because it's important for her to understand that.
and Luigi wear those funny outfits and gloves? I was like,
Wait, can we rewind that?
Yes, we can.
work. And since they insisted on putting Mario in the real world, so to speak, why do he and Luigi wear those funny outfits and gloves? I was like, you guys,
explicit. Did you
I
watch
thought that
the
was pretty
film?
clever, the way they did that.
Did you watch the film?
No, why? Explain. Why would they wear such goofalizer outfits?
Even though it is explicit why they wore the goofy outfits.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
they
it's-
insist
All
on
these
putting them in the
plumbers
real
wearing
world, so they
overalls.
They don't do that.
they
And
insist on
shirts
putting
that
them.
have color?
Yeah, I mean they insist on putting them in the real world so they can do a fish out of water story where they're in the game world and Mario has to learn the ropes and all that. You don't want to start off Mario in that world unless you're doing like a sequel, I guess.
Oh, there's
Um,
plenty of options for that, but she's saying she has no idea why they were wearing these
When
outfits.
the reason why they
Yeah,
wore it
regarding
was
the outfits,
specifically because like Mario thought that it would be like a unique thing, a unique selling point. They wanted to create a look that was distinct.
It's like
And they got a lot of
uniforms for their
flack for it.
company.
Because
Yeah,
that's the
which
thing,
is-
is like
that's a thing that
like
happens in
everybody
real world.
everybody in the world was calling attention to the fact that it was like a unique look. Like it wasn't it was surprising everybody. Like why would she make this point?
Well,
like-
the other, of course, context is like, why are they wearing these funny outfits? I think because we can answer the question differently, but I imagine most audiences listening to this would be like, "That's Mario and
Would be like,
Luigi."
that's what
Their
Mario-
outfits.
Yeah, that's their outfit. That's what they wear.
And if she's actually saying like, "I need justifications for all of this," and like, she's gonna be shat on by everybody at that point.
Of course. Yeah. Asking like for an explanation for why Mario and Luigi look like Mario and Luigi is not-
Yeah. Explain yourselves, Nintendo.
Why do
Why do
they?
these characters have designs?
Why do they do their mustaches like that? We explain that, please.
Look ridiculous. I mean, none of it
I
made
mean-
sense.
They look
It's not classical
ridiculous.
Italian
by
garb.
the way, I don't like that she said that. They look ridiculous.
They look awesome.
This shit
It's
is iconic.
overalls and a shirt. Like,
Well,
what do you
I'd
want?
say it's just like good character design. I don't know what to say. Like Mario is just really good character design. Like this is like a really good like universal.
He's one of the most
Easy
recognizable
work.
characters in
Don't say
history
that
at
word.
this point.
just ever. Yeah.
Yeah. Not just because he's popular, but because that boy stands out. Look at that.
I mean, Miyamoto could like explain to you the reason why Mario looks like Mario. It wasn't like some arbitrary decision.
No,
It
they
was
look
kind of born out of
ridiculous.
the it was partially born out of the limitations of you know, the technology at the time and like the need to create like Mario has a very distinctive silhouette, which is obviously super useful for like video game, you know, reasons, but it also translates super well into all sorts of formats. It's a I don't know, that annoys me. Oh yeah, it looks ridiculous. Like
Big. Why do he and Luigi wear those funny outfits and gloves? I was like, you guys look ridiculous. I mean, none of it made sense. Nothing.
none of it made sense that they wore like
These
like,
clothes.
almost-
Of all the things to pick on for the movie for not making sense,
Which
it's that they
the
chose
film-
these clothes.
which the film even like calls attention
Yeah.
to.
Yeah,
Mario's
and
like, what? You know, you gotta have like unique like aesthetic. You gotta have a look.
The movie made sense, so it was hard for me to get into any of it. Speaking of Mario and Luigi, though, Charles Martinet, he had a
Brilliant
nice
segue.
cameo. He is the
Great
OG
grace.
and current voice of Mario and Luigi in the games, and a lot of fans were disappointed he's not voicing them here.
Yeah.
But even I was like, oh, that's Charles Martinet. That's awesome. And I think it
didn't
was a
know.
very nice
You
thing
didn't
to
know.
do.
I
for him.
think
He
you're
showed
lying.
Up, I think twice. He showed up like
you
twice.
would have looked this up, right?
maybe she did, yeah.
Very, very briefly, but it was cute. Even the action sequences aren't that exciting. There's like no suspense. It's just like, oh, hey, look, it's like the game. But
How do you know?
How do you know that? And also, how do you know that?
Yeah, the whole fucking thing was that she has no idea what happens in the games.
you never really feel like you're running any of the gauntlets yourself. You
What?
I mean,
What?
I'm
You?
not-
How
I mean,
dare you say that? You, of all people.
I'm confused.
still look like you're watching the game screen instead of being put into the action. That's the
I
whole benefit
mean-
of making it a movie.
What?
I
I don't even
benefit
know.
of making
I
a
am
movie.
so lost.
I'm
let's
lost
be
as well.
careful with not making these bizarre, like sweeping statements to impute video games. All right.
Why would you say, like, compared to a video game that the movie's supposed to drag you in? You know what I mean? Like, when
Like,
you
yeah,
say the
the
game
video
does
game
that
is
because
the
you're
opposite
playing
If
it.
control.
anything, it would be
Something.
the opposite
Yeah.
way around. Yeah. If
Yeah, the
anything.
movie's like you're viewing a spectacle of Mario, like,
Yep.
you know, struggling and then nailing it or whatever. Like, why have we flipped
But
them
also,
so that
like, weird to criticize, like the action set pieces of like, that's a weird one to complain about.
well, because yeah, when I saw them, I was just
They're,
like, yep,
very
this is
anesthetic.
they did everything they
fun.
needed to do. Here it is.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, hey, look, it's like the game. But you never really feel like you're running any of the gauntlets yourself. You
I'm sorry, I never when thinking about watching the Mario Bros movie, I never thought like I better feel like I'm running those gauntlets, otherwise I'm gonna be
Despite the
upset.
fact that I feel like the animators put a lot of effort into
Absolutely.
trying to make it emulate the game experience as best they could, considering it's not an interactive.
Dude, I feel so weird that that's like the comparison between games and films. That films are the ones that are supposed to make you feel like you're doing it.
It's because she don't know anything about video games. Like,
I suppose.
What does
you
she think
could-
video
you
games
could-
are?
You
I-
could bring a controller in with you to the theater and press the
Pretend
buttons
you're
on it
playing.
while
Well,
the,
because
the
I
scenes
want
are
to offer
happening.
some level of sympathy that there are definitely films that can be made to the point where you can immerse you as though you're like I don't want to say in the movie, like that you're
well, you
feeling
know, like
connected.
there's
But-
you know, like when you have certain you know, like shots of like cameras as though they're mounted on like vehicles, you know, like on jets or something.
Yeah,
or,
like
like
I would-
Iron Man flying around, you know, like perspective shots, things like that.
yeah, I almost want to say like just really strong immersive moments, but the idea that like the criticism of the action scenes in this movie that they don't feel like you're in them, I really just don't know what to say.
Well,
Yeah, I'm not sure
what
to say about
more
that.
can a movie like this do besides like pulling the camera out so it's like a side scroller perspective, and then you have Mario running from left to
Or
right?
you have it
I mean,
first
that's-
person.
Well, the thing
Right.
is that like I think that the film makes very deliberate choices to like pull out like because there'll be shots like that when it is emulating like a 2D perspective, but then there are plenty of shots that are like drawn in much closer that aren't trying to do that perspective either. Like I
Yeah.
don't even like it has a good amount of variety when it comes to like the way that the action is framed.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, hey, look, it's like the game. But you never really feel like you're running any of the gauntlets yourself. You still look like you're watching the game screen instead
It's
of being
true, I
put
feel
into
like
the
I'm
action.
watching a
That's the whole
movie.
benefit of making it a movie.
I'm so confused, but
And then-
I'm assuming that's it for that topic.
When could Mario turn into a
God.
cat? I guess, like, if you're into
Wait, what is? Oh no, what's she about to say?
I'll roll it back, but it's already funny, so...
And then, when could Mario turn into a cat? I guess, like, if you're into furries?
What? Grace, what's happened?
That works.
By
and
the,
I
by
maybe-
the way, if she's like surprised that it's a new thing, Super Mario 3D World came out in 2013, so like the cat suit is 10 years old at this point. It's not that new as like an introduction to
Just
Mario.
like, why can you turn into a cat, Mario? What's the
why
deal,
can he do
bro?
A lot of things? Why, I don't know.
Explain,
Like, it's,
man.
Explain it to me. How is he a cat?
If you're furries, that works. And maybe that'll play really well in Asian markets. I know they...
Yeah, the
What?
Asians are
Asian furries will love it, I guess. What is this video? How did we get
furry,
here
you're
suddenly?
probably Asian.
They are such disparate thoughts that she just clangs together. We were talking about the action scenes and immersion in the movie. Now we're talking about furries. It's like, I don't know how we got here. What's happening? Why, Grace? Like, what did we do to you?
cat. I guess, like, if you're into furries,
She nearly said furies. I think that's a different thing.
that works. And maybe that'll play really well in Asian markets. I know they love cats over there, like, love cats.
Unlike those filthy Westerners who hate them.
I don't understand.
But I just felt it robbed Mario of a lot of his personal dignity.
A lot of his personal. You were making fun of his outfits and his accent.
Yeah.
Like, what
is
what
it? What is
about?
it?
She sees
is
him
your
as literally
problem?
becoming a fairy and that's embarrassing. Like, why would you do
cat-
it, Mario?
The cat suit's gonna play fine to anybody who's played the fucking game, and tons of people have played
Have
the
you
game.
have you considered this as a post Me Too era that he looks like a fairy?
This is a post Meow 2 society. You can't
Speaking of which,
do
why
that.
could he turn into a Tanuki? Like, I don't.
That's fine. The cat was too
You
much.
mean a raccoon?
He's a Tanuki. That's
a different
well, it
thing.
depends on
Raccoon.
the region. You know, Tanukis are really neat little critters. They're pretty neat. Like I didn't actually know what Tanukis were for a long time. I always assumed it was just raccoon. But no,
Well, some-
there are raccoons with their little dexterous paws, and then there are Tanukis.
Now,
Japanese
like Tom
with
Nook
raccoon
is a
dog.
Tanuki in the Japanese versions of Animal Crossing,
Yes.
but in the West he's a raccoon because it's
That's
you know,
right.
You know, raccoons
right.
over here.
I
Either way, he's a
that's,
great guy.
That's right.
Either way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does he have his
in case
dignity?
you weren't aware, Tom Nook is Tom Nook gets a bad rap. Interest-free loans that you can pay back at any time. You don't even have to pay them back.
I'm simping
My
for
God.
Tom Nook unprompted. You have to wait until someone says he's bad.
That's
The-
I
yeah,
don't
this
have to wait until
procast
any instance to talk about.
How much does he
good
pay
old
you,
Tom Nook.
Fringy?
He hasn't paid me anything. He's a pillar of the community.
It's the opposite. I
Yeah.
basically take money from him and have all the time in the world to
Exactly.
pay it back, and he doesn't
Exactly, yeah.
hassle me or bother me about it, and he builds up his community. Look, this,
Simping for
this
loan sharks.
podcast
Loan
is
sharks
extremely.
Loan shark.
loans that you don't have to pay back. You literally don't have to pay them back.
I want
You
to
could
get
just
back to
hold on
cat.
to that
Okay.
loan. You could just hold on to that loan and make money through like inflation, like through interest. Like just the
And how much
Tom Nook.
dignity does he have?
Oh,
Does he
well,
have
Tom
a
Nook.
furry suit that he wears?
Well, Tom Nook reinvests the money that he makes from his business into facilities for the community, better stores
I
with
thought
more.
you were going
more
to say
shops.
fursuits.
He invests in fursuits.
You don't need a fursuit. He's a tanuki.
Well, then
or
he could get a
raccoon,
human
depending on which
suit.
region. He can wear a human suit. Can you imagine Tom Nook wearing a human suit? Like
Oh
Tom
my
Nook wearing a
God.
Mario suit?
It'd be called like Ape Face or something.
Oh, I guess so. Great ape face.
If you're
We are pretty
furries,
great.
that works, and maybe that'll play really well in Asian markets. I know they love cats over there.
I
Like, love
I-
cats.
What a
I don't-
bizarre thing to say.
I think she
One of
just
the
keeps
worst
this whole
things I've ever
section.
heard.
It's like retarded, then super retarded, then ultra retarded, and then like whatever the last
I
thing
just
is.
felt it robbed Mario of a lot of his personal dignity.
Like that line is priceless. Seriously.
because he's dressed as a cat. He's dressed
Like
as a
she's
cat.
personally concerned for Mario's
His
dignity.
dignity. So fucking funny.
Like, don't do that to Mario.
Why
Where's
why
mine?
would she be if he defeats Donkey Kong in that scene?
Because he
I don't
did it
understand.
embarrassingly.
The funniest part is she doesn't know that like the cat suit is like super powerful as a power up. It's like a strict upgrade
It doesn't matter
Um,
because it takes
in
away
a way
how
that has
cool you
massive
are.
utility because the cat suit allows Mario to like run up walls to get to like inaccessible places. It gives him like several different attacks, several. I think
At
it's
the
like 2 or
cost
3
of his
different attacks.
dignity.
Oh, that's true.
At what
yeah,
cost,
that is
Friggy?
true.
At what
His
cost?
dignity. At
He
what
wins
cost
the
his
respect of the
dignity?
crowd. That makes
Your
no
dignity
fucking
meter
I
goes
know.
down every time you spin
He
around.
didn't win the
You're right,
respect
John.
of Grace
You're right.
Randolph.
You won.
You could just totally see he's like waving to the crowd. She's the only one there that's just shaking her head like, can't believe it, dude. Can't believe it.
Arms folded, yeah.
I finally meet another human, and this is what he does.
But I just
No,
felt
I
it
don't
robbed
like this at all. Sorry, go ahead.
Mario of a lot of his personal dignity. I was like, don't do that to Mario.
Don't do that.
Yeah, yeah. Pretend like you
What
give
did
a
Mario
shit.
do to deserve this?
You really
Like,
like.
so wrong about the interest. Tom Nook charged 0.5%. Oh no, 0.5% interest.
Holy shit! Wow,
on a
that's an
homewood?
odd self-own.
Loan shark. Fucking
Loan
loan
shark with a 0.5% interest.
On a
Greedy
loan that
bastard.
he will never call in. He will never repossess the house. He will never pursue repayment. There's no repayment plan. It's just whenever you feel like it.
Even the argument we just swapped to, he uses the tiny, minuscule profit he makes from that incredible loan to the stranger to town to improve
Yeah.
the community.
Exactly.
Also, she's trolling and you're eating the bait. No, sir. We're trolling and she's eating the
Yeah,
bait.
we're
We're
trolling.
trolling.
We're falling for our
Checkmate.
troll.
Checkmate.
get
We
fucked.
got you.
Get fucked.
In a way, everyone's trolling. And that's just beautiful.
Jokes on them. I was just pretending to.
I was pretending to worry about Mario's dignity in a post-Me Too era.
Where's Mario's agent? There are also 2 end credit scenes, but they're not really noteworthy. One's comedic.
You
the second
just
one tries
mentioned
to set
them.
up a potential
They are
sequel.
noteworthy
Yeah,
by
you-
definition.
made
You
notes.
made the
Yeah,
notes.
You just mentioned them.
exactly.
They're like,
That
oh,
Why would
if
you
you
make note?
make another one of these,
You
this
say they're
character's
barely
gonna
worth
show
noting.
Up, get excited.
Shut the fuck up. You said what you said about Andor. You can't get away with that. Like, oh, get
Mhm.
excited for Easter eggs. You fucking love them.
And I'm sure that plenty of people, when they saw, well, I mean, I guess, yeah, do we?
But that
Yeah,
character kind of
alright,
showed
we'll
up
just
earlier
let it.
in the film, in the background, in a way, like at least a very.
She's alright.
Well,
Yoshi,
yeah, there you go.
He-
Yeah, you figured
Here's
it
my
out.
notes on the non-noteworthy scenes.
Yes.
Of them. I spotted them.
I mean, they
this
were
end
like
credit
in
scene is
center
so
frame.
Quick.
They weren't hard to spot. They were like
Mhm.
in the middle of the screen.
It's hard to get
Okay.
super excited unless you're just so excited about that character. Just like the mere tease or
I mean, a
mention.
lot of people are.
I don't even know what to
Yoshi is,
say. Like, she has no idea what
Yoshi is the
anything to do
best
with Mario,
boy.
so why would she even comment? Like, I guess people might be excited for that. I don't know.
I guess you might be excited about Yoshi. Yeah, you know what? A lot of people would be because everybody likes Yoshi. Well, I think so anyway. Is there any
Like-
crazy madman out there who doesn't like Yoshi?
There's gotta
Really?
be a
I've
few.
never met him.
No, I think Yoshi's universally liked. Yeah, everybody's familiar.
And the thing is, he has been since 1990.
90. Yeah.
Yeah.
pretty young.
Blip of him is enough. So yeah, this is a mess. There's no story.
You've not justified that, but fine.
Yeah, you haven't.
Nothing's
there is a
explained to
story.
newbies like myself.
Yeah, it is. Yes,
The cat
it
suit
is.
was not explained, Fringy.
Oh, if that's true, the cat suit. I mean, it was explained by virtue of it being there and being a power up, and Peach explaining that there are power ups that are like a plot element.
He
but,
needs
you know.
more.
It's kind of offensive,
Stop it.
and none of the animation styles fit together because I guess maybe they're different games. I mean, I guess it looks this
What?
way in Mario Kart,
What?
right? But from a story
What the?
perspective,
What are you,
When did she
what are you
talk
talking
about that? When did that happen?
Well,
She
remember
didn't
she talked
mention
about
this.
how in Brooklyn, right? Like,
Well, but-
Brooklyn was like high fidelity, but you know, like the humans, they don't all look the same.
But she said like different. So she doesn't. She just doesn't know anything about the
Brooklyn
Mario
isn't a
games.
video game. Brooklyn's a real
Brooklyn
place.
came from real life.
Well,
That
and
is a
also, like,
survival game.
there's a difference between like different. I don't know if she's like talking about locations, but like there's a difference between different locations and a different art style. Like,
Yeah.
but I want to give her enough credit that like she can't be talking about that, right? Like that different areas of the the world look different, right? That like the Donkey Kong's like home looks different from the Mushroom Kingdom. Surely not, but I don't know.
it just did not work for me. I have never seen an Illumination misfire this bad. In fact,
It's so funny knowing how well it did.
That's great.
A
That's
$1 billion
Uh,
misfire.
Yeah.
$1 billion flop.
they've ever misfired.
Man, I
This
didn't
is not-
expect this level of indignity from the studio that made Hop.
How could you do this to Mario?
not only the worst movie they've ever made, but in my opinion, the only bad movie they've ever made.
Damn.
Jeez.
Fucking hell. Illumination,
Illumination.
they'll probably like
Are they
tear it
just
up
paying
watching
you a
this
lot of
video.
money or
Just like,
what?
no.
Is she 12?
I don't know.
Maybe. What's different here? It's because Nintendo was so involved.
Yeah, that's what. If
creatively.
anything,
So she sees that as a
yeah.
bad thing.
Man, damn. Okay, woof. That's like the worst take.
See from the
That
credits.
it's
when we
bad
watched
that
the
Nintendo
movie.
were involved.
I guess it doesn't always work out, like with The Last of Us.
I
This was-
mean-
oh,
I
so
mean-
that's my review of
You see, Nintendo didn't ruin The Last of Us. That
That's
totally
okay.
was on the table, though.
Shigeru Miyamoto comes in and just tears up the set of The Last of Us.
Fuck this. We need a cat
They
suit.
have they have different interpretations of mushroom people. Let's just say that.
Mhm.
Super Mario Brothers. If you aren't a fan of the games, you've been warned. But maybe you need to go with somebody who is a Nintendo fan. It's gonna be rough for you. I pity you. But just remember what a good friend you're being. And maybe before the movie starts, ask your Nintendo fan friend.
Your
Nintendo, fan
friend.
She sounds so ridiculously out of touch. When you go to the cinema with your Nintendo fan friend.
Who
It's like when you
explains some
come
of the
home from school with your best friend and your mom's like, "Oh, is this your Nintendo friend?"
Yes.
stuff
Yes,
to you,
Mom.
which might make it a little less painful. But I'll be honest with you, I don't even really think your Nintendo fan friend is gonna like this.
Well,
Right.
Well.
yeah.
So share
Well,
your thoughts down below. Subscribe. I know a lot of you are
I'm
gonna
sure
have
they
to like,
have,
see
Grace.
this to
I'm
believe
sure
it.
They have.
But I think most people are not gonna. I think it's gonna be like my screening. 2 out of the 40 really had a good time, and I don't know if they loved
Roll back the emojis. Them. Great.
it even, but at least they were laughing.
She's
and
tying
reacting.
all of the elements
Alright,
of the
so
video
share-
back together.
It feels
Remember
like
when
we've
she
come
talked
home.
about how she's special and she has a thing.
Share your thoughts down below. Subscribe. I don't even know if kids. Again, I don't even know if it's appropriate for kids. Quite.
Shut the fuck up.
Jesus Christ,
All right,
woman.
share your thoughts down below. Subscribe
Does she know
today, and of
children?
course, as always, you can check out some more videos
No.
She,
right now.
No. But bye,
Holy
Grace.
shit.
Bye for now. So,
Wow,
see.
what a fascinating video, isn't it?
So
What a
she's
terrible
pinned a comment
video.
on the video that says the movie is currently rotten on Rotten Tomatoes with 51. So yeah, it's not just me.
She puts a lot of stock because I remember it was a thing in the Suicide Squad. She kept talking about it and kept going back to like Rotten Tomatoes, and she puts a lot of stock in that aggregate.
Oh yeah, well the top response to her is just yikes because it's like the top comment as for now anyway is this review perfectly exemplifies the disconnect between critics and fans. I almost want to
Yeah.
go to bat a little bit for critics because this was something else. I don't know what the fuck this was. Like
This
This
isn't a
isn't-
critique.
This doesn't feel normal. Felt just
I
insane.
mean, something that's worth pointing out, right? Because I mean, when we did our coverage of it, right? Like this film ain't like incredible.
No.
Like not even close. There's like a lot to be desired, really, in a lot of ways. She didn't like make that case well at all. She barely made any arguments, or no, she made arguments, but rather like she had either no references or like her references were like completely incorrect. Like if she wanted to make the case that this film was like deeply flawed, she did not do a very good job of that. I say not a very good job. That's kind of putting it mildly. Like that was like a really poor critique.
I guess thank you for sharing it though, Grace. I don't know.
I mean, it's a unique take, that's for sure.
I don't think it would be difficult to grab even one person who has the same take as that.
Probably, yeah.
She's a unique thinker, Grace, and you know that can be enough
She's
sometimes.
a trailblazer.
Yes. But basically all the comments are just like she's just beyond out of touch. She has no idea what's happening in the world. It's like, yeah, a little bit.
I would say that in this case, I mean, not only was she like, because obviously she didn't know anything about like Mario, and it seems like she didn't really know anything about video games either. The big
Or
problem for
movies.
her is that she completely misread like her own industry, because this film, like,
Yeah.
before it even came out, like it probably was always like certain that it was going to make like a shit ton of money just by virtue of it being a Mario film. But like after watching that film, it's so obvious it was going to make a lot of money because it was so clearly designed to be like a broad, crowd-pleasing film.
Yes.
The fact that she didn't think it would make $1 billion is just like, I don't know, man. Like that's a huge miscalculation.
That's like where we started to guess. We were like, all right, so is it going to make $1 billion?
Yeah, that was like the starting estimate. Is like $1 billion is like guaranteed. The question is how much money does it make? And I mean, I'm pretty sure, yeah, this weekend is like crossing $1 billion. So,
And so kind of ends that half of the EFAP, the Mario half.
okay.
And you know, I saw a lot of people saying it makes a lot of sense to pair up Mario with House of the Dragon. There's like there's a couple of connections you can make, and of course Ben Shapiro and Grace Randolph, similar, I'd say. There's a couple of things. They both review media, which is kind of neat. You know, we do that too. And yeah, so this is one that's been that was heavily requested. And it's not a surprise at all because that video is incredible. The Grace Randolph one. That's one for the history books in terms
The video
of
was incredible.
you have to remember that like credibility is complicated. I would say, as was mentioned, it should be a mark against her record that she couldn't predict even slightly what this movie was. But I suppose you
think
can
with
get
all
one
of
wrong
her
every once in a while.
experience or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Feels like a weird one to get wrong, but you know.
wrong.
She really liked the snacks at the press screening, though.
She did.
That's true.
That's why she's
She liked
in
the
this
movie.
business.
Did
She
not
likes
go
them
unmentioned.
snacks.
Snack review.
Now, this was another one that was requested heavily by many, and we just hadn't gotten around to it. But like I said, we've got our House of the Dragon team assembled. We thought it was a neat show. From what I gather, I think most people thought it was a real neat show. And
I really liked it a lot.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro felt
It's okay.
that he should give it a bit of his take. And we will definitely be reading some of the comments from this video after we're done with this as well, because it's an adventure.
Oh, they're
But,
great comments. Yeah.
Take it away, Ben.
Alrighty, folks, we're here to recap Season 1 of Game of Thrones House of the Dragon. This video is sponsored by Established Titles.
Uh-oh.
Not a great start.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Listen,
Bit
okay?
of a false start there, Benny.
This does not indicate the quality of the video. This is just unfortunate. Like, that's all.
Because
And he's
you have to
human,
establish
just
your
like we all are.
Yes.
We all get scammed. You know, it happens.
Okay, so let's talk about Game of Thrones House of the Dragon.
Is that what people
Stop
call
calling
it?
that.
Game of Thrones
House
House of the Dragon. Hey, look, a dragon. I don't even know if there's
Game
any
of
copyright
House
rules
Dragon.
about this.
Dragons.
Oh, okay. Did I have Game of Thrones over the title? I thought it just said House of the Dragon.
It's crazy. That's why I asked, because I've only
Yeah,
ever
no, he is
referred.
accurate. It's just really stilted and weird.
Yeah, nobody. House of the Dragon's long enough as it is. Like Game of
House
Thrones.
of the Dragon is long enough
It's like
to
calling
do
it Lord
yeah.
of the Rings, the Rings of Power. You're like,
Well, did you see
Oh,
the new show they
yeah,
announced, which is called Game of Thrones: A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, The Hedge Knight?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Why is the is off center?
because
Is it?
it keeps you on your toes.
Something doesn't look right here. There's something here doesn't look right.
I think it's the. Oh, it's a bit. Yeah.
Is it the or
I
is it
think
the
so.
review?
Yeah, the E is like way too narrow compared to the other letters.
I'm also not a huge fan of. I think there should be more space between Ben and Shapiro. Just I don't know if there's enough.
The
Um,
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
and
Ben
the
Shapiro.
W is so wide, and V.
There might be a space character
Yeah,
before
W
the
for
T
wide.
that's throwing off this.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
We're
Make it
saying if
kind
you
of-
haven't seen the show, go watch it and then come back for this because
Yep.
It's
yeah.
pretty good.
I think we're
Pretty good.
talking about
also
spoilers.
do your best, everyone, to remain as spoiler free for the events going forward because the books roll out. Okay, do your very very best. If I don't think this video addresses them at all, but even if you get
The
a chance
book?
to, avoid it.
He mentions them, but it's not that.
He's pretty
important.
vague, right? Like he doesn't say anything that's actually
Yeah.
Enjoyable. First of all, let's get to the obvious. Yes, it's filled with pornography. It's Game of Thrones.
This is such a weird point to start off with.
guess
Because
It is.
compared
It
to
makes
Game of Thrones,
100%
it's way
sense.
tamer.
He is Ben Shapiro.
let's start from the beginning. This porn. You're like, okay.
All
Let's
right.
start
Well,
with the obvious. People fuck.
a good recommendation to start things off with, I suppose.
I mean, it's on HBO. HBO has a moral obligation, apparently, they believe, to show tits and ass, and so they just do that a lot. It
Hell yeah.
I ain't complaining, nor do I think anyone should. Okay, it's fine.
actually is almost wholly relegated to like 2 episodes. There's a lot of bloody childbirth. I don't know why the writers were super into bloody childbirth, but there's like 5 of them.
It's
The
fucking
whole
hot.
show
What are you
is
talking
about Succession. So I feel like
This is hilarious because it's like he identifies that it like is a theme of the show, and then he's like, "What the hell? What's a theme?"
does he actually say that at one point?
No, but like what he's saying here is, childbirth is all over the show, and he's like, "What's that all about?"
Oh, right. Because it's like the most important aspect of how everything gets
He,
changed,
like,
fucked around with.
refuses to engage with that part of the show
Maybe
beyond
he's just-
it being there and him being weirded out by it.
You could obviously.
I think he probably is talking about its depictions
Yeah,
in the scenes, not the fact that childbirth is a thing that happens in this world.
Because as much as I would say there is good reason for the scenes to exist, even beyond just saying that it's about like the births of children that are going to become incredibly important and stuff, you can argue you don't have to portray the scenes the way that they do. And a lot of people were weirded out by it. I know that, but no, it's they did some raw
Not a
depictions of it.
pleasant- Yeah, things. Yeah.
During the season. So that was weird. The upside of the show is that it's all political manipulation. So that's stuff that's fun to watch, right? You're watching all of these characters vie over power. That was always the best part of the original Game of Thrones. The touch of magic in the original Game of Thrones was, I thought, the weakest part of the show.
Do I agree? Do you agree with that, Glidus?
I didn't disagree with this point
I think I agree with him as
Very
well.
much.
That's the crazy thing. I think
because I think the reason that the magic in Game of Thrones is so weak is it's like so heavily downplayed compared to the books it's adapting.
I also just don't think it was very well done in totality. They didn't do a very great
I
job
think the
of
showrunners
building it up.
did not care about the magic elements of the story.
I think you're right. They did say something like that, right? They were like fucking magic lame or something. I don't know, but they didn't seem to
Yeah.
be as passionate about it compared to the politics.
Everything that was going on with the White Walkers in the North was the least interesting part of the show.
Okay, I would disagree there. I was rather invested in the White Walkers. I wanted that to.
So it's the ending,
I would say
right?
that
That-
Dawn in season 5 was less interesting than the White
Fucking-
Walkers.
God sucked.
The dragons were there, but they weren't really a major topic except for Daenerys having one. Melisandre was
I don't even know what the drag. That's. Did you see the 5th episode of season 8? The dragons are kind of relevant, with the lawn mowing of King's Landing. But
Well,
okay.
wasn't that like the meme, the dragon? Oh wait, no, wait, yeah, that was the meme. Right? I don't know much about Game of Thrones. All right,
It's all right. He's gonna move right into House of the Dragon anyway.
was there, but
where are the dragons? Like when are the dragons gonna show up?
Dragons? Well, I guess that's what he's saying is that it only ever really mattered to Daenerys' storyline. But I mean, that was a huge chunk of Game of Thrones as a whole.
It only mattered to the second most important character's story.
Yeah, in a TV show that she was in 8 seasons of. That's not small.
she actually had very little impact on the show itself. The part that was always really interesting was the battle between the houses because it was essentially the War of the Roses. So here in this show, they really dispense with a lot of the magic. and it's just internecine warfare in the house. Well, I'm really into that. I like political dramas in which it's essentially a closed box. A lot of people are complaining the show's claustrophobic. It doesn't have the same sort of scope as the original Game of Thrones. And all of that's true, but it doesn't bother me too much. The biggest problem
I'm with him right now.
I'm
You know
with
what?
him on
That's
that.
fine. Yeah.
that I have with the show
Yeah, I
is
didn't
the
mind
wild
the-
character
It didn't seem like it was
Like-
small scale. I mean, it felt like basically all of it took place in the castle, but they go to places.
It's I remember it coming up as just like I don't feel the world is as big as it was in Game of Thrones. It's like they didn't go to anywhere beyond what they needed to go to for the story. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know,
And when you think about the first season of Game of Thrones, it's mostly set in King's Landing, Winterfell, and Castle Black, and that's basically it. There's some scenes elsewhere, but it's also like necessarily scoped. It's not extravagantly bloated for no reason.
yeah, I think.
consistencies. So to me, a lot of this is rooted in the decision to essentially split the season in half and then recast the season. So they start the story too early. Okay, the reality is that they really should start this story when everybody is an adult, because the gap between the
Completely
characters.
disagree.
Oh no, I
Yeah,
don't
not-
like that at all.
We're not off to a good start here. So like, if you needed a quick reason for why, dude, they literally go all the way to is Jaehaerys is the first guy, right, who takes over from
Yeah.
Aegon,
Joe.
and then knowing his story that leads to Viserys, and then knowing how all of the kids that are going to be incredibly important later came in and were given particular powers, and it's like, oh, so like cutting out those 5. Like, damn, you miss so much of how every dynamic works across all families.
And how they are from the beginning of the season to the end of the season is pretty wild. Like Rhaenyra at the beginning of the season is not who Rhaenyra is at the end of the season.
A lot of time has passed, and a lot of events have
Well,
taken place.
Yeah,
he's
that's like the
he's
idea,
kind of
isn't it?
correct. I just don't know why it's being framed as a
Yeah, but
criticism.
he goes on to argue that the ways in which these characters have changed is unreasonable, and they basically just flick on a switch, and
Well, they're
it's just wrong.
they're not kids anymore. Of course they've changed. Like
And
what?
you see the events that occur that cause them to change into the people they become. Like it's obvious. It's just
guess
how
we need
people
to see what his,
change.
Gonna have to see the
let's see what
reasoning.
his references
Alicent is not
yeah.
who Rhaenyra is at the end of the season. Alicent at the beginning of the season is not who Alicent is at the end of the season. Daemon at the beginning of the season is not
Who
who
I
Daemon is
am
at the
as
end
a
of the
child
season.
is not
and
who I
if you're
am
going
now.
to put these chess pieces on the board and then move them around in conflict with one another and develop some sort of interest in the characters over the long term, they have to have a consistent character. And I suppose you can make the argument that because the show takes place over a long period of time, and
No,
people
but they're
change and all.
kids.
Well, I guess he's about to address the point, right?
Yeah,
Where
like-
it sounds like he's ramping up to address the pretty obvious thought, right, that everybody would have is, well, I mean, a lot of
A lot of
has
stuff
passed.
happened.
Yeah.
all this that that's not inaccurate about human nature, but that is a problem in the show. When you watch the original Game of Thrones, Joffrey is Joffrey. There's no point at which
Oh my
Joffrey
God.
was a generous young man.
I don't know. Like, yeah, Joffrey doesn't really have much of an arc at all. That's because not everyone does.
It's
Don't know.
because
I
he
don't-
starts out as like a pampered, entitled 14-year-old or whatever, and then nothing causes that to change, because why would it? He just becomes the king.
He gets more
His
power.
entitlement is fulfilled. He's allowed to execute his narcissistic degeneracies, and like, why would he change? So he doesn't.
Yeah,
The idea of
It's fucking stupid. Why would he bring this
Yeah.
up?
I don't know.
Who
the
turned
idea
into
of listing changing characters as a critique of a long-term series seems absurd to me, because I think that's kind of the point of the medium, is to have characters that change over time. It's not like Seinfeld, where you want everyone to stay exactly the same and everything resets every episode. Like, it's the
The
point.
thing,
You
though,
want
like,
characters to evolve over the course of seasons.
it's so weird to bring up Joffrey, as like what was he trying to say? That's how characters are supposed to be done, or that?
when you watch the
Yeah.
original Game of Thrones, Joffrey is Joffrey. There's no point at which Joffrey was a generous young man who turned into the world's worst human being. He was just bad. Ned Stark was always virtue laden but thick, right? Like their characters were who they were. Robb was always, brave, bold young prince who's
Okay.
naive about.
I just want to point out how stupid it is that he's comparing the 30 years between the start and end of House of the Dragon to the 4 years between Joffrey being introduced and Joffrey dying, the 1 year between Ned being introduced and Ned dying, and the 3 years between Robb being introduced and Robb dying. And also, Robb does not Rob is not a static character. He
No.
changes a lot.
He has to
over
step up. He
those 3
becomes
seasons.
super strong and
Yeah, he's a naive
confident.
young boy, and then he becomes a leader. He makes mistakes, and he gets punished for them.
It'd be really weird, like the Ned example. That's so strange to pick a guy who's in his mid-40s, and you get 1 year.
Well, because that's a relevant part of it too, right? The older that a character gets, there's almost an expectation that like they're gonna probably change less because they'll start getting locked into
Yeah, typically.
a certain mode of thinking. Certain kind of traits become just embedded compared to a kid growing up.
I wonder if Ben would say of Breaking Bad that Walter White is not the same character in the beginning as he is in the
The
end.
thing is, I think he would just go like, "Yeah, but we see the change," and you'd be like, "Yeah."
Rob was always,
Yes.
brave, bold young prince who's naive about the world. Like, you could name who they were in sort of one sentence. The big problem with House of the Dragon is that except for Viserys, who's pretty consistent and played by Paddy Considine, who's
Again, a man who's already grown up by the time we meet him.
He's he's like the rock of the show, and his death is what changes everything. Because the character, like, there's reason behind all of these things. It doesn't seem like he can. What is he trying to say? That they shouldn't change?
actually gives the best performance in the show. Everybody else is
Correct.
all over the place. So let's start with Daemon Targaryen.
Okay.
And so Matt Smith is magnetic on screen. He's terrific in the show. Also, Daemon Targaryen's character makes no sense. So he starts off, he's happy that Viserys.
Okay, but so before he does his take, since we don't want to like cheat in any way by, just what would you guys say about Daemon Targaryen? Do you think he changed? And if he did, what was he before, and what did he become?
Give me a second.
I want to hear someone else.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think
Before
me
I
and Glidus
rattle
are
off.
too patched in. Maybe we should let someone else do it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to use the loo real quick, and I just got back. So, Daemon Targaryen to me seems like he matures into a more family-oriented, dutiful character, and becomes. Sorry, came out of nowhere. Okay, we're good. I think Daemon starts out as a bit. He doesn't lose this aggression, really. Well, no, he does because he wants to stay at the place with his wife who dies. Yeah, so he chills out, but the way that he maybe focuses his aggression turns into a more sort of like responsible family-oriented kind of thing. And he kind of loses the brashness of when he was younger. I guess it would be like a general sort of overview, unless I'm just totally off the mark here. I've seen it once.
I think
But,
I think something that the impression that I get is that the longer the season goes on, the more he gains like a broader perspective of the nature of like his life and the family dynamics. The thing that makes me think about that specifically is the relationship between him and Viserys, and sort of like a gradual realization of like the toll that it's had on him. It's like it's like getting more and more bigger picture as time goes on.
Yeah.
So what I would say is his primary motive is basically House Targaryen. Like, it's supposed to be strong and powerful and influential. Not even that that's just good for family members and people he cares about. It's like Targaryens are supposed to be that way. That's 100%. So that feeds, I would say, into every action from start to finish. That's a constant. It never goes away. What changes over time, or it seemingly does, is that at first he seems to be like, I got to figure out how I'm going to best benefit the house, but I'm also kind of a wild card. So I can sort of weave in and out and do all kinds of crazy shit. First 5 episodes, he does a lot of controversial things, and then when we see him in 6, as was mentioned, he does chill out. He seems like settled, but he does seem restless. He misses the risk reward and the battle of more
he's like
stuff.
torn on that kind of thing and just being more homebound.
And yeah, because I absolutely adore the interactions he has with Viserys from start to finish, because there's always this underlying current of the fact that he still loves his brother and wants him to be strong, but that he doesn't respect him because Viserys doesn't rule hard enough. He's too weak, too spineless. And I'd say like the best scene exemplifying his feelings towards Viserys would not just be the throne room, which was fucking great, but also when he first sees him after I think has it been a 10-year gap or however long, but
Oh, you
Viserys
mean at the start of episode 8?
yeah, and he's just struggling to be able to look at him because he doesn't want to see a Targaryen that weak. That fucks with his perception of the whole family and how it's supposed to be. Daemon is played fantastically, and I am hyper invested in everything he's going to be doing from now on, but he's probably not a good person. You wouldn't even come close to saying that.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, and you know, you might be like, okay, so what justifies the change? Like, well, he has a family. He gets a wife he actually wants, and he has children with him. So, that, you know, that's going to change a guy. That's what we know, and then we see the results of it. So it's the kind of character change that you can argue happens over a gap in time, but we get all of the reasons for why it happened.
Yeah, exactly. He grows up, basically.
Kind of.
Out of all the things that can change a man, like a family is quite up there. Like, that'll do it.
So, with all that in mind, see what Ben has to say.
His character makes no sense. So he starts off, he's happy that Viserys has a boy who dies and that his wife dies because it presumably makes him heir to the throne. So he wants the power. It's the thing that he wants the most of all. He wants the power. He goes and he fights a war specifically in order to gain the power. And then when he comes back, he doesn't challenge his brother.
That's
in
not
any
why
way.
he. It's not for him to gain the power.
It's for glory.
He doesn't.
Like
yeah,
glory.
he doesn't seem like he wants to be in charge himself.
He goes off to fight that war. Not only like an alliance with Corlys Velaryon is good for him, but also he wants to. He's frustrated that he doesn't have any personal glory. He's the commander of the city watch. Like, that's not something that he feels. It's not good enough for him.
Well,
he
he's
wants
explicit.
to write his name in the history books.
He wants to be Hand of the King.
Yeah.
But Viserys never gives him the role, and he considers that fucking offensive, pretty much.
So he rebels.
Exactly. He acts out, and he has all kinds of designs that can lead to different results. You know, what he does with Rhaenyra in episode 4, from his point of view, it's the way to maneuver it so that you have more purity in the bloodline, right? Like him and her together, as opposed to some random other family lord. Because everything that he does will come down to strengthening Targaryens. It's just there seems to have some level of conflict if he's going to be subverting the series in any way, shape, or form. But it's more so a goal to improve Targaryens overall, and that Viserys can sometimes stand in the way of it, which is what gives him so much conflict throughout the season.
He sort of bends the knee to his brother. So he has this love-hate relationship with his brother, but he wants to be king, but he doesn't want to be king, but he wants to have...
See, it's like he's almost got it.
He's almost there. He's there. He clearly, you know, he's
describing
there.
conflict.
The power, but he doesn't want to have the power. And him sort of bending the knee to his niece is particularly weird because he's way older than she is, and he thinks of himself as a warfighter. Whereas Rhaenyra demonstrates very few qualities up until she becomes queen that actually make her worthy of being queen, other than she's the daughter of her father. In fact, she's wildly unlikable. Young Rhaenyra,
she's not wildly unlikable. I think she's.
Yeah, I didn't find that either. I liked her.
There's things to not like about her.
Yeah,
but she is not. I think you can tell she has a lot of growth to go through, especially in the early days.
So she was 15 at this point, right? In this adaptation,
I think she was. She was 14 in episode 1, probably 15 in episode 2.
Absolutely has a brat factor, but I don't know that it's unfounded. It's relatively solid in terms of how it pops
up. And your royalty, you know, it'll often probably happen.
Several characters knock her down when she tries to complain as though her position in the world is one of the worst.
Alicent and Daemon do that, kind of.
And Criston. So, and you know, what is her role in the first 5 seasons? It's to basically be told what she's supposed to do, but be restless about it and want to do something else, something more. Until Daemon does what he does, and then it puts her in a position where she's actually going to inherit the throne, which is not entirely, like, you know, that creates all kinds of fucking issues that she's got to try and understand and deal with, but simultaneously want to explore the parts of her life that she wants to live, which is episode 4, like, sets all of the problems for the later episodes in terms of her children and what she wants to pursue. It sets everything up. It tells you what kind of person she is. I wouldn't have described her as like she's under a shit ton of pressure. She has like flaws. This is the kind of character you want to see. I don't know why you would want to like. I don't know what Ben is looking for. I guess
Right. Yeah.
because as someone just mentioned, yeah, she kind of makes similar mistakes that Rob does.
A hormonal teenager who refuses
just-
to abide
just
by
say
the duties
teenager.
of her job. Viserys keeps saying, like, there's what you want to do and there's what you need to do, and these are not the same thing. And she's like, well, I want to do what I want to do.
Yeah, that is.
Yep.
Yep. I
But
don't know.
he's describing conflict and then saying that it's bad.
I need to know. Well, I guess he's going to say that when we fast forward, she's different, and that's bad.
And this means I'm going to go with my uncle to a brothel and get felt up by him. And it means
Hell
that
yeah.
Well, so I don't know. I guess if you're appealing to like, shouldn't that just be inherently disgusting for everybody? It's like Targaryens don't find this to be much of a problem. They've got a huge history of it.
I'm going to have sex with my Knight's Guard, dude. This is not the behavior.
She wants to have sex. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like I don't.
I mean-
what,
And can't relate.
Well, they didn't set that up from like the Mario games, you know.
yes.
Behavior that you would want from your queen. Like, if you're going to name all the characteristics you want in a ruler, she embodied virtually none of them. And
That's not a bad point, that she seems unsuited to the role. That's not necessarily untrue. It's what makes things interesting. It's what is able to pack a lot of distrust in the fact that she would become the ruler from a lot of people.
then by the end of the show, just stick with Rhaenyra for a second. By the end of the show, suddenly Rhaenyra is really good at queening, right? Rhaenyra is given the crown, and despite the fact that she has
Distinctly
dramatically undermined her own
confuses me.
credibility, she's amazing at it, right? So
I don't.
Is she amazing at
I
it?
don't know what he's referring to.
We don't see her queening for more than what, an episode? It's just an episode, isn't it?
It's like half of an episode, and even then, like all she does is
She does
like,
something-
try.
She
to
makes a huge
organize
mistake,
The start of this war.
which was sending her youngest to, well, not her youngest, but her youngest that's still viable to fucking fly a dragon, I guess, to Storm's End. I don't think that was a good choice. I wouldn't call
Well,
that
it
good
was a bad
queening.
choice considering that he's already betrothed to someone.
It was. There's a couple of factors. I just it was dangerous to send him. I remember because I was looking at the map and I was like, oh, if anything, she probably should have sent. Yeah, remember we talked about this. She should have sent Rhaenys to Storm's End. Fuck looking after the Stepstones.
Yeah,
who cares?
Rhaenys is the Lord Baratheon's
Yeah,
cousin.
it would have made way more sense to have her there. She's got a way more intimidating dragon. She's way more strong. She knows what she's doing politically.
Yeah, send Luke somewhere else.
Yeah. So, you know, if anything, like, I'd be critical of that decision as a queen. I don't know why he's saying she's so perfect as a queen. I don't understand. And, you could say, like, she goes through shit tons. I don't even know why we're... It's before we do the gap that Rhaenyra has a, like, big change of actually doing what she's told.
Yeah, it's the end of episode 4.
Yeah, and then all of 5 is like her transition into actually doing what she's told, but trying to find ways of working underneath it. And then we see the results of that when we skip forward. What I mean, like they did it pretty well. They give you all the components you need, and then they go, so where do you think they'll end up plus 10 years? And then you're like, well, here they are.
she marries her husband, Valerian, who is gay, and then she has a bunch of kids, not just like one kid with a white dude named Strong.
Man, the nerve.
She has like 3 kids with that dude. This is one of the
Imagine.
problems, by the way, with casting the Valerians as black, is it destroys all semblance of plausible deniability.
I think that's part of
So
the
that-
plot. Clearly,
That is
is
definitely
part
in
of
the
yeah.
plot. Ben, the whole point is everyone knows. Isn't that literally said by Aegon when Viserys is like, who told you these lies? And he's like, everybody
he just
knows.
Said, I just looked at them.
Yeah. So that's in the show. You can't criticize it for that. That's part
I mean,
of the
he
story.
calls them strong during the dinner. Like it's.
Yes.
I mean, it's really. Everyone knows. It's part of the point.
For Rhaenyra, right? There's
It's
no
very
way she can
obviously
claim.
the point.
I need more, Ben. What are you saying?
Well, you know, this it really is legit. Like everyone can see the kid's not legit. Everybody can see that the kid is a strong.
Yes.
Yes. And
Yes.
Viserys says,
That's the
like,
point.
anyone who fucking says it, I'll cut their tongue out.
It's to show you like how ridiculous the situation Alicent is because like she has to cope with this non-reality being the truth at court and how that's disadvantaging her own family.
Like, what, you think everyone
Duh.
around you is unbelievably stupid? Like,
No.
No, everyone knows, Ben. They all know.
That's the point.
The
The
plot is
arrogance
very explicit that everyone knows.
that it would take to sire a child of the color that is not your
She
husband's and then
needs
claim them as legitimate.
heirs.
She's saying it. He's saying arrogance. It's like, I mean, she wanted to fuck the people she wanted to fuck, and then she did, and then pregnancy happened. Like, I don't think it was done in a way of like, I plan to have 3 children with Robert Strong in order to, or fuck, what was his name?
Lionel,
sorry. Definitely not Robert. No, wait. It's
Robert
Laris,
Strong is
Lionel.
is Greg's zombie.
Oh, right, yeah. Who's the third Strong? It's Lionel, Robert, and no, Laris.
No,
Sorry,
Robert Strong is from
Yeah.
Game of Thrones.
scratch that. It's Laris, Lionel, and
Harwin.
Strong.
Sorry,
That's the name I was forgetting.
Lionel is their dad. What the fuck am I doing?
That's why I was getting confused. Like, I'm pretty sure, but yeah. I don't think she orchestrated it deliberately that she would have 3 kids with him. It's just that because she said she was trying with
Lenor.
Leno, that's it, yeah. But she, as you just mentioned, she needs heirs anyway.
More like Gaynor.
legitimate heir is really astonishing, right? It puts Viserys in a really bad position. So Rhaenyra is constantly making bad decision after bad decision up until the point she becomes queen. And then she becomes queen and suddenly she's amazing at this.
And then
Don't
she
know what
makes
he's talking
arguably
about.
even worse decisions.
Well, she doesn't make many decisions at all. She's and every decision she makes, by the way, is like annoys Daemon. He thinks they're bad decisions. I really don't. I wish he would develop that. I feel like he's saying it as though like the more he says it, the more true it becomes.
Suddenly she's actually thinking seriously about how do I hold the realm together. She takes her duty incredibly seriously. There have been very few indicators that this is who Rhaenyra is the entire show.
So I'd say that's untrue. When she is in court still, but she's got the kids and like it's ramping up in terms of the people whispering and the stresses, and she makes her play to see if Alicent would agree to the betrothals, and obviously she's like, "Oh, we'll think about it." The second that happens, she's like, "We're out. We got to go. It's not safe here anymore." Like she's not stupid. And so that carries through when she's got the crown, and she's just careful in that last episode in terms of not making too many moves. But then she realizes right at the end, it's time to go to war.
She
So
consults
that
the
last shot
people
is
around
so
her.
good.
You know, she's asking people for what they think. She's got her advisors. She listens to them. She's not like it's just going to be my way or the highway. I mean, she's probably doing what I'd do. I'd be like, everyone, give me your thoughts. I need to see what the fuck's going to happen.
The Picard method of governing.
Depends on which era.
That this is who Rhaenyra is the entire show.
Advises
So
to my ready
that
room.
gap in time is really a problem. If you saw the transition over a small gap in time where maybe her father's death changes her, right? Maybe they start the season when she's an adult and she is irresponsible.
Well, maybe having been married to someone she doesn't love and then trying to create heirs with someone secretly, that's what changed her. And having a family that's like done in secret, that probably changes someone.
I
Right? She
bet.
married her uncle. By the way, they make some moves in the show deliberately in order to make Rhaenyra not totally unlikable. They're not in the book. So, for example, her husband gets
I don't
dispatched
care.
with alacrity, my understanding is, in the book. In this one, they sort of
Nice.
exile him with his gay lover, which 100% would not happen in an ancient kingdom.
I
It's
love
fictional,
that he
my
says this
dude.
So
They were-
confidently, like he's so full of shit. Like, why? Why, Ben?
They
Tell
weren't,
us why this would never happen.
They put in a decent amount of effort in the show to make it believable that could
It's-
happen. They show that he clearly doesn't want to have anything to do with the royal stuff.
I'm sorry, but
They show that, you know, the plot in the fireplace and the body and
the idea that they wouldn't because he's gay, as opposed to if he were straight and they were trying to like exile. The whole point of
Oh,
making
wait.
this deal with him is so that they make
gets
it with
worse.
him. They don't have to actually kill him.
It gets worse. Let him cook.
And
Aw.
also, like, it seems that the stigma here isn't being gay for being gay. It's that if you're gay, you probably won't be making kids, and that's a problem.
Yeah, but like he wants to fucking ditch this whole thing, Laenor, and they're like, well, you know, you being dead would actually be useful. Here's a deal: we fake your death, you get to live the life you want, and we get to live the life we want. Win, 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 win. And we can work together
Except
to make
for
it more
his
believable,
parents.
as opposed to trying to find a way to assassinate him regularly, which you could have done, but why risk it?
Yeah, if he gets upset and he's mad and he starts to talk and tell people things and go and reach out to his family and everything, that's going to create a lot of tensions.
I just
Also,
like,
Ben's funny face.
yeah, it's funny. It just feels like he's saying he's gay. Why would they do that? Like, what?
This one, they sort of exile him with his gay lover, which 100% would not happen in an ancient kingdom. I'm sorry, not a real thing. And also,
Okay, so here's the thing: all the times that it worked, you wouldn't know about them.
Yeah. That's true.
So,
let him
like,
cook. He gets worse.
Okay.
not a real thing. And also, why would Daemon go along with that? Daemon's one of the most brutal characters in the show, and he's like, no.
Wait,
Because
wait.
it's best for the kingdom and Rhaenyra.
Daemon's one of the gay killers. He would never let this happen. Why? What? Why would you have said that? Why Daemon would... He's so brutal, he would never let this happen. I'm so confused. He still kills someone in this plan. You know that, right?
Mm. He kills a random man who may have had a family.
He's
For
probably
being
gay.
brown.
He must have killed him because of that.
Why would Daemon go along with that? Daemon's one of the most brutal characters in the show, and he's like,
No,
no,
because this
we
sets
must
him
allow
up
this
to
gay
where
couple.
he can marry Rhaenyra and
Daemon
gets the,
benefited from
he
this
gets
significantly.
Laenor's friend.
Daemon out of
They
the
went to
picture.
war together. Laenor saved Daemon's life.
That's true. I don't think they ever characterized Daemon to hate gays. I don't think that was a thing. I think you're making this up.
Daemon is bisexual. Like I don't care if it never
Yeah, but not
happens
gay.
in
Pick
the
up a
few
show,
things
but,
in
like,
those
just
brothel
look at the
trips.
man, he's bisexual.
Listen, bisexuals fight
True.
gay is when you've gone too far, and Daemon's got to cut you down.
Brutal characters in the show, and he's like, no, we must allow this gay couple to escape to another like very, very weird.
It costs them nothing. Why wouldn't they? Whatever. Go live your lives. I don't understand. Why are you saying this like he's framing it like Daemon Targaryen was very invested in any gay couple being able to live their truth. That's like how he's putting it. When it's just like, well, no, it's just a transaction that Daemon benefits from significantly.
move. Well, folks, we'll get to more on Game of Thrones House of the Dragon in just one moment. Everyone in that show is having a
No, we're not skipping this. It's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to
No.
established
lot
titles,
of
everybody.
problems getting the respect and title they deserve. But you have no such problems because you can get the title you deserve. Established titles. It's your opportunity to earn the title of Lord or Lady. and
Wow,
gain
they
the
printed
respect you
out
deserve.
something for
All
him. That
you
must
need
be real.
is a 1 square foot plot of land in Scotland.
The real problem.
Established titles is a project based on a historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lairds, or
Gotta
lords and
say,
ladies in
my
English.
ad for
And your
this was
title
way
pack will
better.
be bestowed with at least 1 square foot of dedicated land.
Here's
on a
the
private
thing:
estate.
the established titles, they worked hard for their scam. I mean, they made it look, they made it really convincing. I mean, once you get over the premise of course not, there is that element of like, yeah, they got their landscape shots and they got their website set up, I bet. And
Hey, they
made it
didn't
look
give me
really
this.
official.
Where's this footage from?
It's the thing, like, everybody would have, like, it's such an easy buy for a lot of people, but then, like, you think further and further, and you're like, wait a minute, why is this such an easy buy for a lot of people? And it's like, well, seems kind of neat. You don't want to think about it too much.
State in Eddleston, Scotland, plus an official
What about
certificate with the
those
crest.
what about those services where they name stars after you? Are those bullshit too?
Yeah, of course.
Because I would imagine that they're like, because it got me thinking. Because I've heard about those on like radios and stuff. Where like, yeah, if there's a company and they'll, why don't you buy the gift of a star or something? I'm like, okay, well, first off, they don't get the star, right? We just designate that star as a name at most. But like that. But how does that happen? Like the person who discovers it names it, right?
You'd
Or,
assume.
or there's so
the
many
thing is
fucking
that
stars, they just give them numbers
Most
now.
stars have numbered names, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like Messier,
I think what they do
yeah.
is they put your name on a registry that isn't actually official,
No fun.
which is basically the same as this.
Yeah.
Well,
'Cause
it's
I'm
just
like, 'cause
like
the money I
what
give you is
organization-
official.
Well, it's just what organization do you pay to get like a star officially named after you? Like, what does that even?
Yeah, for,
know
for
what I
the
mean?
entirety of like the scientific
and like, can
community.
you? Well, yeah, like, could you do that with the sun? It's like I want to buy the sun and name it after
Well, the
me.
sun's taken. It's named after.
Ah.
I actually
guy,
don't know.
that
I actually
sun.
don't know. But yeah, like that's like in 36 years will astronomers of the future be saying, yes, if you look 2.6 arc seconds to the left of Shanae, then you'll notice Gregory, and these are the two brightest stars in the atom quadrant.
Your certificate features a unique plot number with which you can see the
I love
exact
the idea that they give you this, and you're like, I can finally call myself a lord, and then they're like, yeah.
Yep.
You
Sure
do that.
can.
location of your land. Title packs from established titles are a fun and unique gift for any occasion. There are even couples packs that come with adjoining plots of land
fun.
for that special someone in your life. With your
What
certificate,
about a family pack?
you could officially add the prefix of Lord or Lady to your credit cards, plane tickets, even your dating profiles. You could claim
can do
titles
this
to
without
7 kingdoms.
a
Plus,
title.
established
You can
titles
just do that.
Can you? Yeah, but it's not the same.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
You can just do it
It's
anyway.
not the same without a worthless piece of paper printed out by some random company.
Well, no. If let's assume that this was true, right? That the establishment was true, then it would have more like it'd be more real, right, than just saying it yourself.
Because you can
right?
claim you do own a bit of land that makes you a lord order.
Yeah, like
I guess you could claim
if we were
that.
to assume that this was true, right, and this law was true, and you say, yeah, I am a lord as of the laws of Scotland, then that is far more meaningful than I just wrote this word down.
True, but I could just lie.
You could just lie. One thing, it would probably, if you want a title for yourself, you could probably take some internet class and in like 2 weeks become a reverend. So just do that. It's probably way cheaper, and it probably is quote unquote
Just
more
become
real.
a doctor.
You could.
Oh, like a doctor of, I don't know,
Words.
words. Yeah, I'm something.
Like
a
Wordle,
DOW.
and you'll get it.
Commits to preserving the woodlands not only in Scotland but around the planet. We've got partnerships with global charities like One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future to help with our forest.
This was a good angle for the
Oh,
scam,
yeah.
saying that all the land that you buy, we leave it there so that it can stay, wilderness, for Scotland wilderness, and so that's a good angle.
With our
Instead of saying we build tiny 1 by 1 foot castles on each of the plots,
Well, thank
Yeah.
God.
so that
That'd be
you
way
go-
better.
efforts, and for every order they receive, a tree is planted. And get this, Established
Whoa.
Titles told me the first 200 people who purchase a title pack using my exclusive link receive a plot within a few walking minutes of my own. Established Titles is running a massive sale right now. If you use
I don't know if
Have you
I
ever
give a
been there,
shit, but okay.
Ben?
Yeah, Ben. How much do you care about
Ooh.
that, Ben?
Well, you see, I'll have you know that in Scotland, not but a stone's throw from Ben Shapiro's 1 foot by 1 foot plot of land in Scotland is my 1 foot by 1 foot plot of land in Scotland.
But yes, for anybody who doesn't know, don't go anywhere near this shit.
Oh yeah, it's a scam. Yeah.
code Ben, you get an additional 10% off. Go to establishedtitles.com/Ben to get your gifts now.
Slash Ben. Fair enough.
Help support
I will
the
not
channel.
slash Ben,
Established
that's
Titles.
fine.
The transition in Rhaenyra makes no sense. This
Okay.
is paralleled by the transition in Alicent. So Alicent, played as a young woman by Emily Carey in a very good performance, and then Olivia Cook, who also gives a good performance. But they're two separate characters. Okay, so Emily Carey.
It's funny because everything he says, I'm almost
They're
like,
the same character.
I almost want to be
Why
like,
why do you
yes,
think that is, Ben?
but also no. Like, the Alicent when she,
Well, it's not like there's like a total disconnect between like why they've arrived at where they're at, and there's still like certain commonalities between the older and younger versions
Absolutely.
of the characters.
well, and in the same
Like
vein, I see how he got where he is. He just needs a bit of a push. Like he can get to the rest.
Yeah.
He's always contextualized everything as flaw instead of character. It's like it's right there because I remember it striking me quite a bit when, in terms of like how Alicent had come along with the girl that Aegon like raped or whatever or came close to doing. She approaches her like kindly in a more familiar Alicent way, and then she goes like Cersei on her, like Ice Queen sort of thing. And it's like, oh
That's a
shit,
great
look how
scene.
far she's come in terms of understanding how the game is played. Like Alicent over time is torn to shreds, and like her humanity is stripped away, but pieces of it remain, and it makes
considering her
it.
father is, makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
and what her father keeps trying to teach her is that like the more time you spend hesitating or assuming the best in people, the more they can take like chunks of flesh out of you. And it's like, yeah, but like some people are nice, and Otto's like, huh, okay, like yeah, see how that goes, see how that helps you out.
name 6,
And she couldn't.
and she couldn't.
Yeah, because and that's her big lesson is in the first half is when Otto loses his position because she sides with she believes Rhaenyra and the lie she tells, and she's like refuses to believe that she would lie, and then when she finds out the truth with the that's the end of episode or near episode 5, right? It's when she meets Laris. He's like,
Yeah.
motherfucker, did Rhaenyra lie to me? And it's like, there you go. And this is what I mean. Like it feels like Ben's missing pieces that. We get a lot of things happen to these characters in those first 5, and then the show is like, now with all those things having happened, we're going to move on 10 years. How do you think that would, what do you think it would do to them? And they all end in particular. Some of them don't change, though, because I was about to say Otto doesn't change, as far as I'm aware.
Otto stays the same. I mean, Viserys, he changes a little bit, but
Well, Ben
he
mentioned
quit-
Viserys not changing, He's
he
okay with
keeps a
him.
pretty steady kind of path, yeah.
when she is young is virtue-driven, duty-bound, right? She's supposed to contrast with Rhaenyra, who's headstrong and emotion-bound, and Emily is doing exactly what her dad says, which makes her, by the way, a better regent in many ways than Rhaenyra would be. Rhaenyra would be unpredictable. She would do...
He would fit right into the universe, by the way. He's like, clearly Alicent is more suited for rule. And then you find out, like, he finds out gradually, like, all the horrors behind the family and how they organize everything. And he's like, wait a minute. How is this? That's not the person I believed you to be. I thought Otto was a very good influence, but now I see that he's like a power-hungry monster, maybe. Or something. Like,
He's a real jerk.
there's so much behind Alicent's. Because I mean, I guess I agree with him. I love the performances from both actresses. I was actually a bit worried when they skipped forward because I was like, uh-oh. I liked the ones we had, but
Yeah.
the ones that replaced them were very strong.
Ones are good too. Yeah.
But yeah, Alicent, like, there's so many references to every time we see her that she doesn't get to be herself. She has to be the role that's been put on her. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra contrasts almost as a foil that she's like, yeah, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I don't want to do any of it. And you could argue that both of them, when they've added up time, they've gone in... Like, Rhaenyra and Alicent are both ready to take on their responsibilities, but they're going about it in very different directions, and
Yeah.
it's due to what their influences are.
Like Rhaenyra, as you say, constantly finds ways to do what she wants by bending the rules of the system, whereas Alicent, is bent by the system to do what it wants, regardless of what she actually wants to do.
Yeah, she's always in
And
conflict.
that tension is what drives Alicent away from Rhaenyra.
volatile things. Alicent is going to do what she thinks is best for the realm. And so she goes to Viserys, and she's the one who has to take on all the duties.
Wait.
I mean, she's...
See, I wouldn't...
Wait, she chose to go to Viserys? Is that what he thinks happened?
I would say it's even worse than that. He said that she not only chose to do it, but that she did it for the benefit of the realm. It's like, I mean, Otto told her to do it. That's why she did it. I don't even know that
She was
Alicent
young
fully
and
understands
Otto
what she's
was
doing.
dad, and
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works.
She's like a kid. She's 16, 17 years old, and she's forced into an arranged marriage with this 45-year-old king who's kind of gross. And then she's having babies by him, presumably to solidify the line of the kingdom.
Explicitly to do that.
Yeah, allegedly. This is all alleged.
Theoretically.
And meanwhile, Viserys is still
Theoretically, that
sticking with
could be
Rhaenyra
why.
for no reason that you can really imagine. Like his failure to just...
Outside of, like, promising it and swearing her in and having no overt reason to get rid of her. That's like... It's funny. He's highlighting the tension of the season. Like, he's highlighting it like it's not addressed.
Problem. Yeah.
A lot of people don't believe Rhaenyra should inherit the throne. That's the thing. That's the story. I would argue that is primarily what this story was about.
Decrown Rhaenyra and put it on Aegon in the first place is very weird.
So if you were paying attention, Viserys does a pretty bad job of being Aegon's father. He, when he's losing his mind, he doesn't even remember he has him as a son. He remembers Rhaenyra. He loves her. He really does. And he does believe that she'll... In his last moments, he believes she's going to be the one that'll take the Targaryens forward.
It'll save humanity.
Yeah, like... it feels weird to say, but it's like, yeah, Viserys, he loved Rhaenyra a lot. He believed in her fully.
It's very strange. If Viserys is
care about his
I
other
want to
kids.
make...
I mean, fucking episode 8's best moment is all about him defending Rhaenyra. But I guess Ben's like, yeah, but why though?
maintain the kingdom.
Like as if that wasn't very obvious.
I thought it was, but I don't know.
The thing he ought to do is that, right? But he doesn't do that. Instead, he sticks with Rhaenyra, which again, weird decision by Viserys. But to get back
His
to
daughter
Alicent,
that he loves.
What you're neglecting is that Rhaenyra's a girl?
I don't understand why...
Girls shouldn't be king. Girls can't be kings. Kings have dicks.
Exactly.
she is innocent. She is forced into this position by her dad. By the time we get to the second half of the show,
we acknowledged it.
she has turned into one of the worst characters in the show.
It's so much more interesting than that. Like, the idea that she's like, she's a bad person. It's like, no, she's her father's daughter. By the time we get to that, like, age, Otto's crafted her so hardcore, it's insane. Or, like, the influence he's had on her, and the all the things she's learned, all the backstabbery, all the lies and nonsense, and knowing you need to be steps ahead of everyone else before they try and stay steps ahead of you. I think it's just so well done. It like absolutely, it just shows the start and end of taking someone who's very like sweet, chill, wholesome, and just turning them into a. I hesitate to use the word
Yeah.
monster because I don't want to give off the wrong impression. It's still clear, and they make this clear. Alicent does not want harm to come to Rhaenyra, even though her whole
Yeah.
council do.
She's the one person in that room who's like, no. Viserys does not want Rhaenyra
Yeah.
to die. Like, you guys are being insane.
They are childhood friends, as we know from watching them be
Yeah.
childhood friends.
Maybe that's why the show shouldn't start when Viserys dies, Ben.
Because you miss out on the whole story, I guess.
Yeah, I
That
just
whole 10 years between episodes 5 and 6, Alicent was basically alone in King's Landing. The only two people she had to confide in were Criston Cole and Larys.
Yeah.
And like, as far as confidants go, not that great. And like, she was convinced that she was the only person who cared, or was willing to admit publicly that Rhaenyra's heirs were illegitimate. So of course she's gonna be she'll feel isolated and driven to more severe action. That's the entire point of episode 7.
Her life, to her, is almost like a joke in terms of how could I have done everything
Rhaenyra
right?
makes a joke of Alicent's life from
Yeah.
Alicent's perspective. That's
Now she is scheming and conniving and terrible.
Oh wow. Okay, so this is bad editing. Okay, so first of all, she's not really that scheming. She's mostly information gathering. She's even surprised to know that there's plots happening, like, and have been prepared. It's actually a part I don't like is when that I forget what role he plays. There's a guy at the council who she like discovers they have plans, and then he says, "We didn't want to concern you with darkling schemes." And it's like, why would you say that? Why would you even put it that way? You should be saying, "Oh, we just had a couple of contingencies in
Happy
the event."
contingencies.
Yeah, happy, fun, sunshine contingencies.
Just being responsible.
But yeah, she's not at all planning to like destroy Rhaenyra or anything. And every time a character suggests it, she's always like, "Excuse me, what? Why? What's happening?" But then to show this scene, his son just got his eye gouged out. I feel like this is a pretty normal reaction from most parents, to be honest with you.
One of the worst characters in the show. Now she is scheming and conniving and terrible. And she's doing all of this
And terrible. Damn.
presumably in order to crown her kids, in order to preserve their lives, not
I can't believe it. Like, most of the visuals were just from her being outraged that her son could have his eye taken. There's no response for that.
how
Why
dare
would-
she?
Do you think he edited this? Somebody else edited this, didn't they?
Someone else
Ben
edited this.
Spira doesn't do any of this.
So do you think that person saw the show? Or they're just like, that's a scene where she looks angry.
because she wants to unify the kingdom or thinks that that's a good idea, but because she's afraid that Rhaenyra is going to kill all of her kids, but she knows Rhaenyra. In fact, she appeals to Rhaenyra's sense of justice at the end of the show. So again, none of that makes a whole hell of a lot, and she becomes incredibly corrupt. By the end of the show,
She spent
doesn't mean-
10 years being gaslit by her father and the people
Absolutely,
around her
yeah,
that
but-
Rhaenyra was going to kill her family.
They're also just there's a tug of war happening. This is what I mean. He's almost there. He's like, oh, this is inconsistent because it goes that way, that way, that. And it's like she doesn't want to write Rhaenyra off, but she simultaneously has reason not to trust her. It's a complicated relationship.
Yeah, it's not inconsistent that a boat's rocking back and forth on the ocean. There's reasons why that happens. It's when it happens for no reason. That's the bad writing. But you can trace every decision that these characters make to some event or some conversation or some goal.
she's like sitting there and giving foot fetish pleasure to Larys Strong. Right? Like, none of that makes any sense. So
It does.
What?
If he's a foot fetishist,
It makes perfect sense.
then
It
you
doesn't
give him
make
what he
sense.
wants.
I don't know
He
what to
does
say
shit
to
for
that.
her,
Like,
and this is what she's doing for him. It's just weird.
it is weird, but
And
it's something that she can gain for showing off her feet. I think she sees
look, if
it
you
as
could pay,
beneficial.
if I could pay my rent with pictures of my feet, I'd fucking do it. Okay.
Proto OnlyFans.
Ben doesn't
okay?
understand paying for feet pics.
Oh, Ben does.
she goes from a courageous and dutiful person standing up for her family and maybe for the good of the realm to a conniving, scheming person, all of whose children are terrible, by the way. Right?
I
It's
wanted
not
him
her
to throw it
fault.
like she went from like
How
caring about the
dare
realm
he.
to selling pictures of her feet. How could this happen? She's been ruined.
The foot is a part of the body made by God. It should not be defiled by being.
Exactly. It's so weird because like all you can get from this is just like, yeah, that's the kind of the story of Alicent Hightower. She goes from X to Y. She's She's not quite the same when she's an adult woman compared to when she's 14 or whatever. Yes.
A child woman, yeah.
Who would have thought?
Right? All of her kids are awful. For some reason, Rhaenyra ended up with like amazing kids, and Alicent
See,
Yeah.
there's reason for this.
ended up with horrible kids, which is weird because Alicent
'Cause they don't
seems
have
to
a
be much more
father.
involved with her kids than Rhaenyra is. But never mind you that. Okay, then you get to
I don't even, like, it's
Well, how
unbelievable. He
dare
just
he?
skips right over that. Like, it's really well done. We just learn that Viserys is absent as a father. He's no good for the three kids. And then what does Alicent do in all the scenes we see her with the kids? She's just telling them about their roles, what they're going to do, how important they're going to be, and how much they need to be careful. She's not, like, mothering them. And it's because
Also, you
Otto
just
might have
skate
likely
over-
given her the same treatment.
Yeah, like she does become her father, absolutely. He just skates past it. He said that all of her children are terrible. First of all, we haven't met one of them. Second of all, Helene is perfect. Third of all, he later on in this very video sucks Aemond's dick. Like he thinks Aemond's a great potential ruler. So I'm so confused by what he's talking
Right, because
about.
that analogy, you gotta make careful with that analogy
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not the gay.
in this
okay.
world. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't do gay back then. So
I was like, because that's the thing. I was like, wait, does he? No, he doesn't.
No, Ben Shapiro
Like, oh,
literally
right.
sucks the actor's dick in this video. I don't know how it's on YouTube.
it's worth mentioning. It's like, why did Rhaenyra's children turn out so well then? It's like, well, they went off to Dragonstone eventually, and they just focused on living, like not ruling. They were just and what are the scenes we get with them? It's like they're learning. A lot of it is education, and they're encouraged to do it to be stronger. For Luke and Jake, they have to like earn their position in the family. That's how they see it almost, because everyone's giving them a prejudice, right? Because of the way they look. So
Yeah.
they're like, we have to be good at the job in order to earn the right to like have the job. Which is like there's loads of bits and bobs there, but he's just like, nah, I don't buy it. You're like, oh, that's a shame.
up with like amazing kids, and Alicent ended up with horrible kids, which is weird because Alicent seems to be much more involved with her kids than Rhaenyra is. But
What?
I like how he says involved instead of like, what scenes do we get? She's kind of abusive. It's like a nightmare mother to have because she only talks them through what they're going to be valued as later.
Every time Aegon poses a problem to her, she just slaps him.
Yeah.
never mind you that. Okay, then you get to the Valyrians. The real problem with the Valyrians is that Rhaenys obviously should be the queen. She has the best qualities. She actually thinks strategically.
Hey,
She
Well,
knows what she is
Maybe
doing.
at one point.
I do not want her as the queen. Not after what she did.
Yeah,
And
there was
maybe
a
that, like,
time when
30
I
years
might have agreed with
um,
this.
Mm.
When Jaehaerys was dying and the Great Council was held, Ben is maybe right.
In the before times.
Yes. Oh, that was
Yeah.
a while ago.
That's one of the points of the show is that Viserys never should have been the king. that
Before
Rhaenys
the
should have
bad
been
episode.
the queen in the first place. Again, she's constantly making decisions that are convenient for the writers. So at the very end of episode 9, for example, she like bursts through the floor with her dragon, killing probably 1,000 commoners, but doesn't just fry the royal family and end the war. Why?
Yeah.
She said, well, it's not my war to start. Well, it's your war to end, though. There are a few things you
I'm kind of with him on this. I hate that part.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty absurd. Like you're there, like you've done it, and you're gonna basically start a war anyway, or
They made
you
it-
you should consider that being an extremely likely possibility.
The writer made it worse when they were like, you wouldn't want to kill a mother. You'd killed many mothers when she erupted out
Yeah.
of the floor.
Yeah, but she didn't know them.
Yeah, it was like a
and
gamble.
to like I'm of the perspective that to Rhaenys, those people don't matter. They're ants.
Well, so that's a
Yeah.
wonderful interpretation you can have, but like the writers were
Yeah,
fucking off
yeah.
their melons saying like what the actual reality of that situation
Like, is that me coping? Maybe.
Maybe.
could do here. One thing that you could do, considering that you actually do have a claim to the throne and you have a giant ass dragon and you're the only person in the entire kingdom apparently who knows that the crown has now been stolen, you could theoretically fry the Alicent side of the royal family. And then
What
you
does
could
he mean she's the only person who knows? It was a public coronation. Thousands of people were there.
Yeah, I don't think I understand what he's saying with that one. Everyone.
Does he
would
mean
know.
the literal crown that Eric Cargill takes? Because we don't actually see that in the episode. He just shows up with it in episode 10.
Yeah.
actually go to your husband and start a war for the crown yourself. Instead, you fly to Rhaenyra and pledge your loyalty to what end exactly?
Well, she doesn't at first. She says she's not announcing to anybody.
Hmm.
Then he thinks about it.
On behalf of grandkids who actually have no relationship with you genetically.
So
it's
Ben
a
here
very
is questioning why Rhaenys doesn't just crown herself and become queen in her own right at this point in time, even though there's a scene. There are several scenes throughout the show where she's like, "No, we're done with that. It's my time has passed. It was supposed to happen a long time ago, and now it's not going to happen."
Yeah, she says
Like,
she's
it's
lost
very
interest
explicit
in.
that she's no longer interested in that.
Yeah, like I have actually moved on. You're like, yeah, this fucking sucks, but yeah, no sense dwelling in the past. Still got things to do.
move. All of this is very strange. Same thing with Lord Corlys, right, who starts off the show as a very ambitious guy who's interested maybe in the crown himself and starts a war with Daemon in order to wrest control away from Viserys in some ways. And by the end of the show, he's bending the knee to Rhaenyra, again, for no apparent reason, considering that, as is pointed out, both
No
Corlys...
reason.
No reason. He reminds me of
He's really
another video.
concerned about the family name carrying on. I mean, he's the one who was like, it doesn't matter if they're actually family, they're family.
Yeah, history doesn't remember blood, it remembers names.
Yep.
Yeah, that's that. Okay.
And like, again, there
This
are
is
like
his way to secure that.
4 scenes across the show where he turns to the camera and says, "I'm the one that doesn't really care that Rhaenyra's kids aren't my grandkids. It just matters that they're called Velaryon."
Yep.
He turns to the camera. Coralbius turns to the camera and he coralbs all over the throne.
And
He winks into the
Rhaenys
lens.
think that Rhaenyra killed one of their sons and like burned his body.
This is mentioned. This is up there. It's in there.
Yeah, that
That's
was
addressed.
the setup for the thing
It's-
that you said couldn't happen.
And you should probably mention as well, David recently chopped the head off his brother in court, and when he gets it, he's like, "So where's David?" Like, "Oh, he's out. Nothing to worry about there." You know, it's like this fucking awkward.
Okay, meanwhile, I know that we're supposed to hate Criston Cole because Criston Cole is emotional and bad and all badly abused by Rhaenyra. I know that we're just glossing over this because Rhaenyra is supposed to be the heroine of the piece. Criston Cole is used the way he says he is
used by him.
They ruined Criston Cole when they made him a psycho.
Yeah, he's one of my he
Goblin.
went from one of my favorites to one of my potential favorites after him and Rhaenyra have sex, and like how he takes that and how it might cause conflict. That I thought that conceptually could have been really interesting, but now he's just a bitter asshole, and that's boring, and I don't care about
It's not
it
even.
at
It's
all.
not
and
even
I
just that. It's
don't
like
care.
he's kind of unhinged too, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, kind of a psycho. Like I
Yeah.
thought they were gonna try and do some like they're clearly setting up this Lancelot-esque character, who's very pure and virtuous, and then he has this fall from grace spurred on by essentially sexual passion, but eventually he comes through in the end and realizes what it is to be a good knight and makes up for his mistake. That kind of basic thing that isn't complex, but it's nice to see. It's a good story.
Yeah.
But now it's like this forever young.
When they made him
character
fucking
is just
kill an old man by making him sit down, that was cringe.
that was like that was in the bad
stupid.
episode, wasn't it?
It was in the
That
bad
was episode
yeah.
9.
Man.
It was so convenient of them to put all the bad things in the one episode.
Oh, it fucking really is. Thank you for
They
doing
filed
that.
it all away.
Like it helps me compartmentalize it as its own little universe. It's those things.
the way he says he is used. And we're supposed to believe that because he's devoted to virtue, this means that he is bad. But
Okay, we gotta pause
Okay,
this for
Ben.
we pause this for just a second. I idly looked over to Discord and someone posted this, and I don't know if it's true, but it made me laugh, and I have no clue. if It's real.
Oh,
or not. So
I've seen a couple of people tweeting about it. I assume it's like a meme everyone's in on. Hang on.
I assume so, but you never know. It made me laugh. Oh boy. Yeah, carry on.
Reportedly
I'm gonna get a drink. Carry on. I'll be right back.
Interesting casting.
I mean, weirder things have happened. Let's give her a shot, and if it doesn't work out, no problem.
She has range.
She has range, yes. She could play a big rock.
I would have loved to see that casting meeting. Like the one guy who's like,
Yeah.
you know who'd be great? Who's that?
So this is a rumor,
They
right?
say Mila
This is-
Kunis, and then they're like, "Why would you say that?" They go, "Oh, have you seen Family Guy?"
Have you seen
And you're like, "Yes, but I don't
that
know where you're going
70s
with
show?
this."
Rhaenyra is supposed to be the heroine of the piece. Criston Cole is used the way he says he is used, and we're supposed to believe that because he's devoted to virtue, this means that he is bad. But I'm going to go counter the crowd here and say that early on, Criston Cole is not the problem. Rhaenyra is the problem. Later on, of course, he becomes the problem. Him, basically pointing out that Rhaenyra is terrible. That's true for 95% of the show, except for like the last 5% of the show. Otto Hightower.
I don't like. I would probably amend it a little bit, but I don't disagree hugely with his assessment of Criston Cole. It wasn't.
I think saying that he's bad because he's devoted to virtue is a bit strange.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's kind of what I mean about like there needs to be a bit of a redraft on what he's saying, because Criston Cole is like damaged by things that aren't exclusively out of his control, but the things that Rhaenyra's kind of like fucking with him, right? And it causes some problems, but he takes it way further himself. Like as of the wedding where he punched him out of death, he's like, he's a bit of a loose cannon.
That wasn't very virtuous, I think.
No, I wouldn't. But let's see what he's got to say about Otto.
So for like the last 5% of the show. Otto Hightower begins the show as sort of the manipulative hand, and the idea is that he wants power for himself, but that originally is not his motivation. Originally, his motivation is the kingdom is going to split apart if you name a girl. And so we need a son. And then he gets a son, and he promotes the son. By the end, it's like
So this is a testament.
I think the person who edited this hasn't watched the show. I think you're right.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But this is a testament to the power of Otto Hightower, because it seems like Ben bought his.
I was about to say, it seems like he's actually convinced by what Otto was presenting as the rationale behind it.
Yeah.
Otto wants to put his family in power. That is his goal, above the safety of the kingdom. It's just that's an argument that he can appeal to.
Yeah.
Beyond just, I want power for myself and my family.
What a great helmet, though.
Is not his motivation. Originally, his motivation is the kingdom is going to split apart if you name a girl. And so we need a son. And then he gets a son, and he promotes the son. By the end, it's like, I just want power myself. When does that transition?
Wait, sorry. He said he eventually gets the son and promotes the son. He's got a... Yeah, the visual is...
Yeah, it's Gawain
Tawny,
Hightower, who is
yeah.
Otto's son, which has nothing to do with what Ben's talking about.
The kingdom is going to split apart if you name a girl. And so we need a son. And then he gets a son.
That's such a strange thing that's happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he promotes the son. By the end, it's like, I just want power myself. When does that transition exactly happen for Otto?
It's never
What is he
been about
talking
himself compared to the
yeah,
Hightowers.
that's what I mean. It's like he's man, that's like an interesting misread, because it's like, yeah, you've accepted what the character was presenting as like the front and not his real motivations as his real motivations.
Mhm.
And then when the real motivations are, yeah, that's fascinating. That's kind of fascinating.
I think we've come across this before. Wasn't it? Yeah, Synthetic Man. He bought into what Odin was saying. Like he bought him completely as like, he's a good guy. He seems chill. It's like, oh, fucking hell. When you write your stories too good, you get some issues coming in, because the idea there as well, he's like, all he wants is power for himself by the end. Like, there's a very pivotal scene, you would say, when Otto's talking to his brother, and it's very clear their power dynamic. Otto is like the Hightower's influence in the kingdom, and all he needs to do is move things around so that the Hightowers get more and more power. Pretty much the same for a lot of characters. And yeah, Viserys realizes this pretty quickly. I say pretty quickly in terms of the full timeline. Not exactly quick, but he does eventually realize.
Yeah, it's like 4 years.
And yeah, Otto is fucking great, so it's good to know that that's how powerful the writing can be.
Otto. You don't really see it. This is just one of the big problems with the show, is that the lack of character consistency means that it's very hard to root hard for anybody.
It's funny, Otto's so fucking consistent that whenever he showed up, I would be like, all right, get manipulating, boy. Get manipulating for the Hightowers, dude.
I know what you're about.
Right, whose brain we reprogramming now?
You got Daemon, who's all over the place. You got Rhaenyra, who's all over the place. You got Alicent, who's all over the place. The only one who's consistent is Viserys, just because
all
he
over
seems
the
to be
place. If you take a massive time scale and then try and squish it into a moment, then yeah, it but
Well, I
they're not.
guess really, it seems like when he's gone into discussing it, a lot of it is like either absent references or misunderstandings and misinterpretations of the events that are taking place. Because like the changes are informed by, you know, a set of events that occur throughout the season that he could be appealing to. And like sometimes he does, but in ways that are like contrary to the point that he's making. It's strange.
Mm-hmm.
Wobbly the whole time. So this is a problem. Okay, so finally you get to the end of the show, and
Okay.
Aemond, who has been sort
Finally.
of prepping for the kingship, right? They make it clear he's been studying philosophy and he's been studying history, and
I
he
studied
is
the
a badass
blade.
because he's claimed a dragon of his own without anybody's permission. Plus, he has a cool pirate patch and everything. He shows up at the Baratheon in order to woo the Baratheons for the war. Lucerys shows up, the son of Rhaenyra, and Lucerys is supposed to woo the Baratheons. And Aemond is pissed because he's still missing his eye. He taunts Lucerys, and then he chases him out of the hall, and he chases him down in the dragon. Okay, there's a major mistake that's made in this particular scene.
Before he gets into it, yeah,
Mm.
you are right. The way he's just described Aemond makes him sound like he's perfect for rule. So why
Yeah.
did he describe him earlier as being like a complete fucking mess?
Oh, it gets worse.
And it's not indicated, my understanding is in the book. And the major mistake that is made here is that of all the youngsters, it seems that the only two who are qualified to be king at all, just in terms of personality, are Jacaerys and Aemond. Right? Aegon, the second, is garbage and running away from his job, and which means that he'll
The running away from his job is the least of his issues. That's
Of his
the-
issues, he seems to be like an actual evil person.
Yeah, he's the closest to fucking pure evil we've got.
be dispatched, I would imagine, right quickly next season. Lucerys has really no claim to the throne, considering that he's illegitimate, and neither does Jacaerys. Aemond actually has a claim to the throne. He also happens to have been studying.
Earlier
He has a
you
claim
said
to
that
the- it's-
Ben would fit into the universe of the show, and I think you're right again here because he believes that bastards cannot rule.
He's actually like, yeah, he's buyable as being in the universe. The House Shapiro, he would be like one of the leaders, and he'd have an
Well,
opinion that
the
slots right in with
established
several
titles,
characters.
He's a lord.
Lord Shapiro, they're gonna vie for his men, and that's gonna be a great episode. Okay, I want to see it.
Sounds pretty gay.
He's a good warrior. We know that he's very clever. We know that he actually has the ability to hold himself back. He's not a profligate. And so suddenly in this last scene, he's played as wildly angry. What he should be is extraordinarily calculating. He should be thinking, okay, well, if this thing gets settled, then my claim to the throne is going to be essentially in question forever. What I
So
need is a
fucking
pathway to the
dumb.
throne. And the way I'm going to get a path
Yeah, like I guess if anyone,
the thing is that he's still bitter about the eye. He actually is.
well, and it's just gonna intimidate the fuck out of the kid.
Exactly.
He wants to
He's
fuck
like
with him.
a
He hates
power
him.
hungry. He's very power hungry. Like the fact that he got the big dragon has just like inflated his ego dramatically. And this is basically him trying to sort of it's just him like flaunting his power essentially. Because for as many, you know, calculated moves as he makes, he's still got sort of those base drives that are informing his character. And then we see where it leads. It leads to a very bad outcome. A bad thing happens because of it.
Yeah, it's so so thoroughly characterized. It's really hard to like I'm struggling to understand Ben's issue. I'm like, this is all in character, like 100%
Well,
perfectly.
it's almost as if it's like it is impossible for a character to be calculated, but then also have vanity that comes through in ways that lead to more unpredictable outcomes.
It's not as though this is the first impulsive thing that Aemond has done.
He does a
Yeah,
lot.
exactly.
Claiming
Remember,
a dragon.
Well, it was. Remember when he got the dragon and how he was basically taunting everybody else.
You're going to a
Yeah,
fucking
it's not-
fight
that's
that
not
lost
very-
his eye
yeah,
immediately after it too.
Exactly. It's a problem. Is like ego. He does have that problem.
he should be thinking, okay, well, if this thing gets settled, then my claim to the throne is going to be essentially in question forever. What I need is a pathway to the throne. And the way I'm going to get a pathway to the throne is maybe a war. Because I'm not getting a pathway to the throne any
Well, here's the thing. If you're in control and people are perpetually questioning you being in control, that's still you being in control.
And to be honest with you, a lot of these characters don't really want a war. But
Yeah,
No, why
wars
would they-
suck, it
no.
turns out.
wars, yeah, not great. I
I
think
mean,
that was
the existential threat of you losing and getting killed.
there's a lot of bad things that can come with war, and that's why it's just funny that Ben is like, surely Aemond would want a war so he can wipe out the competition and stuff. And it's like, I don't think it's just, I just don't think it's seen that way, Ben. Like, especially with how Team Rhaenyra have way more dragons, as well as huge potential for more dragons. As much as they've got Vhagar on the other side, there's a lot of a balancing act going on here. It's not a sure thing, and it's certainly not. It is not the kind of war that you can have and just be like, I'm sure we'll just wipe them out with no losses. That'll be great.
Especially when dragons
there are dragons involved.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
the whole like assassination element, and people generally don't like going to war, and you do want to keep people happy, or else there's a lot of things that go into it.
The throne is maybe a war. Because I'm not getting a pathway to the throne any other way, so maybe I need a war here. And so I'm going to lead off this war by killing this kid who took my eye years and years and years ago.
Why does he say that like you wouldn't care anymore?
This is personal, man.
Those are some noises. Well, so I mean, in case anyone doesn't know, if you lose one of your eyes, it's annoying, right? I don't want to over exaggerate. It's annoying. And when you live with that for that long, knowing every day that the reason that's happening is because that kid chopped it out, kind of like something that might weigh on you a little bit, make you angry, and then you might be like, I might take the opportunity to just fucking scare the hell out of him. Both.
Yeah, you know how in episode 8, when Aemond bumps into Lucerys in King's Landing when they visit for the first time in 6 years, he takes every opportunity to intimidate the kid. Like, he glares at him. He makes the joke about them being strong at the dinner table. And he's constantly keeping the kid on his toes. And it's like, of course, this is the natural escalation of that when he finally gets him on his own and there is conflict brewing already. Like, it's so obvious that this is what's going to happen.
And so he should coldly and in calculating fashion
Ben is confused by this.
Yeah.
Down Lucerys and kill him. You should be hating Aemond.
Wait, sorry. Is he suggesting he should kill him?
Is he saying that that's what he...
Like what happens,
okay,
but he
let's
should do
get
it
out of it.
deliberately?
Throne. And the way I'm going to get a pathway to the throne is maybe a war. Because I'm not getting a pathway to the throne any other way, so maybe I need a war here. And so I'm going to lead off this war by killing this kid who took my eye years and years and years ago. And so he should coldly and in calculating fashion chase down Lucerys and kill him.
Okay, so... Ben, the reason why that's a bad move is because it's going to make the other side fucking furious, and they have lots of firepower. You got to be careful.
Kinslaying is the greatest sin.
I wish they had more reference to that in both Game of Thrones and this, because it's so very true, and they are like one scene away from getting that in everyone's minds. Kinslaying is not fucking cool. They don't talk about it like at all, ever, really. Is there even a reference to it in House of the Dragon?
I don't think there is in House of the Dragon.
Annoying. So get it in.
Yeah, it is annoying. They should address that.
You should be hating Aemond, but you should also be sort of admiring the fact that he's coldly calculating. Instead, you get this weird dynamic where in the very last scene, the dragons get in a fight, but both riders don't actually want to be in the fight, right? Where Lucerys is trying to stop his dragon from attacking the other dragon, and he's like, no, but he's bad at controlling the dragon, so the dragon shoots the other dragon with fire.
This is set from as early as, is it episode 1? Viserys' speech about dragons, how they work.
Yeah.
And
well, it's just sort of a good way to present what's like all of these political machinations and games that everybody's playing, but at the end of the day, you're playing with like these primeval forces that they like. It's beyond like what all of the humans are sort of doing.
Yeah,
they are.
It's like a good way of highlighting that they're playing with forces.
Dragons.
Yeah.
The dragons have character.
They are alive and they have agency.
Vhagar understands that we're fucking with the kid, cool, but the dragon that's getting fucked with does not understand that, is terrified and fucking breathes fire on Vhagar to be like, fuck off, fuck you, which pisses off Vhagar.
Pisses off the dragon, yeah.
Episode 6, when Rhaenyra, a grown adult who has been bonded with Vhagar for like 10 years, asks Vhagar to kill her, Vhagar like struggles and does not want to do it and takes a lot of convincing.
Yeah. It's a really cool aspect as well. The dragons themselves are going to go off script every once in a while depending on what they want. And I remember, because I think we talked on Gary's stream about this scene for a while. We were going through every last detail for what like they're telling you about the state of being for the dragons at the time. And I think they did a really good job considering it's a pretty like straightforward action scene as well. Like it's really fucking. I'll never forget the shot that they have of Vhagar like silhouette appearing above.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
It really accents just how intimidating this is.
Really fucking good scene.
Dragon. And he's like, no, no, no. But he's bad at controlling the dragon, so the dragon shoots the other
It's
dragon
not
with
that
fire.
it's not. No, it's not that he's bad at controlling the dragon. The dragon is scared.
And then the giant
You
ass
can,
dragon
yeah.
that Aemond is riding is like, chomp, and just
Yeah,
eat.
and Vhagar's just literally
Oh,
like.
yeah, they're like.
Thank you for the sound
"Chomp." Yeah,
effects.
that's what's happening. Yeah.
But it's
Thanks, Ben.
it's such a straightforward scene of like Vhagar's like, you motherfucker. It's like getting slapped by someone, then you just punch them so hard in the face they're fucking dead. Like, because it was like a child. It's like, yeah. Don't ever try to threaten me, you pathetic little dragon. And then of course Aemond's like, oh man, like why? It's like, oh jeez. The difference between like I don't even how old is Vhagar? The 300 years plus 400?
Vhagar is 200-ish years old.
Oh okay.
Dragon shoots the other dragon with fire. And then the giant ass dragon that Aemond is riding is like, chomp, and just eats small dragon along with Lucerys. And Aemond is like, oh no, what have I? Oh no. You're like, why though?
Yes, he
What's
is like,
happening?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
it's just- Sorry.
Oh, no.
It's because it's gonna start a war that
Yeah.
Yep. It's like, oh
Um,
no.
which is
I
not what he
fucked
wants.
up. This is
He
not
doesn't
how I
want
thought
that.
this would go.
That's totally out of character. Suddenly he has like conflicting feelings about killing members of the family.
No.
No.
Ben,
no,
come on.
No,
Benny.
no.
Benny, baby, what are we doing?
Ugh.
Ben
I
would
guess
not have
sweet-
conflicting feelings
Sweet,
about doing
sweet
something like
Benjamin.
this.
What
If
are you
Ben
doing?
found himself in a situation where he accidentally killed a nephew, he'd have been like, "Ah, yep, all good."
All good. I wanted to start the war. I don't know much about this Ben Shapiro guy. I hope that politics doesn't come up much in his day to day, because damn, that's what this show's all about.
Since when?
It seems to be based on the notion of like he seems to have just come to the conclusion specifically that like Aemond starting a war is like his clearest and best path to becoming like the king. Like that seems to be like a conclusion that he's drawn. But I don't know why he would think that.
Well, Ben just really
Like-
likes wars.
There's a
It's just-
solution
It's just like
to everything.
there
in
is a
war.
fundamental aspect of like the war being that like, oh, you could die, you could get killed, and then what good is any of your ambition at that point? Like not to mention all of the like turmoil that, or like other family members as well, or just the chaos that it brings to the kingdom. Like who knows if they want to revolt against you for this, as well as what was mentioned before, the kinslaying aspect too. Like it's the reason why he reacts.
I don't know.
This is bad. This is a bad outcome. This is not good.
It's so weird to me when we know, like, the ending shot of the whole show is basically, because of what Aemond has done, everything is going to fucking fall apart now. Chaos is coming. Like, the idea that you could see all of that and then be like, yeah? Of course, that's what
What do you
Aemond
mean?
wants.
Like
Why
he
is he
secured his
conflicted?
path. He secured his path to becoming the king.
He secured it, yeah. It should be fine
What?
now.
Why is he unhappy? He's going to be king.
There was the potential through, because that's what's happening, right, at that time. It's the war hasn't started yet. There's no first blood drawn necessarily. So, like, what's going to happen? It's like, well, let's just say there's 10 powers in the world, and then 6 of them go to one side, 3 are on the other, and there's 1 left to fight over. If that goes over to the bigger side, it's like, okay, we have the most leverage if we go to war. So, what terms could we maybe agree on? It's like,
Well,
and what you'll have is a likelihood that Rhaenyra may have submitted in some way to whatever. Because isn't that the point that Otto appeals to like the friendship with her and Alicent, and he's like, we're willing to offer a whole bunch of shit, and she says she's going to get back to them because she's thinking about it and stuff. There's so much chess going on. But the second you kill her son, she's
It's
never
not
going to
Not
fucking
chess
agree.
anymore.
Exactly.
Why the
Like,
fuck
there
would
was a
she ever
path to
concede now?
diplomacy where they like there was a path available to them where they could have secured the throne for themselves without any war. Now, if they want to secure the throne for themselves, they must go to war. It's like strictly worse. Like
But he's like, nah, this gets Aemond the throne. You're like, okay.
No, if-
Can you picture him as like
Aemond should
Aemond's
want
little
this.
finger who's just fucking everything up? Like, you should kill him, Aemond. That's what you should do.
It's confusing. Bottom line for the first season of House
think-
of the Dragon.
Ben has barely talked about Laris in this video, but I think it'll be hilarious to hear his thoughts on Laris burning his whole family just to get Otto back in King's Landing.
You'd be curious.
I wonder if he'd be like, yep, no, that makes perfect sense, and that was a good move.
Well, part of what's so interesting is what he said. Like, so the last scene, it's like you haven't covered like anything, mate. You've gone through broadly like the characters, I guess, but it's like we're not on the
claim that
last
they're
scene.
Inconsistent, essentially. That seems to be. I imagine that this is not going to be like this is not going to be an easy argument for him to put forth.
No,
Because it seems like the obvious retort that people will just say is that's called like character development. Like, yes, characters change. Like, good job, you figured it out. Like, it's
We
not.
need-
And of course, you can make arguments about consistency or inconsistency when it comes to character for sure. I mean, that's it's
Yeah.
like inconsistent
Well, we do.
character writing can be like a huge problem. In this case, though, especially in the context of these events taking place over the course of years and years and years, yeah, it's not an easy case to argue.
Need clearer characterization. We need to know who we are rooting for. We need to know why they've developed.
so that was actually a criticism I saw in several places on the internet. Actually, was that there's no real person I want to win this, and I don't know what to do with that because that's never.
Me either.
It's just not a problem for me. I'm watching a world play out its events through characters that are all.
Yeah, like these aren't my
Well,
people.
it seems like it's a bit too fixated on the notion of protagonists and antagonists, or like heroes and villains, right? As
When you
opposed
see-
to simply watching a set of events play out with characters
Just
that you
pick
find
your favorite war
interesting.
criminal.
When you see the two dragons doing that shit in the finale, and let's just say the writer was like, what do you want to see happen here? I'd be like, I'm so immersed in your show and so happy with it. I want to see what happens. I don't have
Yeah,
like a
what are you gonna come up with?
like.
'Cause
And
I have confidence that what you're gonna come up with is gonna be interesting to watch.
it's not like I'm
unfold.
thinking, I really want him to win because I like him more and I think he deserves it more. I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm not saying it's bad for you to think that way at all. It's totally fine. Especially, say for example, when I saw Ned and Jaime fighting in season 1 of Game of Thrones, I was like, Ned, no, you gotta win, buddy. You're cool. I like you a lot. No, don't let evil Mr. Blondman win. But this aspect that like I'm just watching it knowing who these two are and knowing the stakes at play and just waiting to see how it ends. I don't have any like issue with enjoying the scene until I can have someone to root for. That's not really how it works for me.
Mhm.
Can't relate. Because if someone said like, "Who do you want to end up on the throne?" I'd be like,
Yeah, a lot of people asked me that during Game of Thrones, and I just didn't have an answer for that. I just want to see.
I want to see everybody acting in character and see how it all shakes out. I don't have like I need to see this person on the throne in order to enjoy the show or anything. I think it's fine that people talk about it and have that preference. It's just, it's strange to me that like that's a criticism of the show that there's no clear good guy. When I would consider it kind of a boon to the show at this point that it's so complicated.
It's
and we got-
interesting.
yeah, everyone
It's
was all over the
interesting,
place,
especially when
but not
typically
inconsistently.
stories have clearly defined good guys and bad guys.
Developed in the way that they have. Many of the problems here, as I say, could have been avoided by simply starting the season with the second half of the season. So you actually
Boo.
weren't
Boo.
be interested in.
No.
What a
no,
terrible
totally,
idea.
Totally, completely
This is a,
disagree. Like those first 5
bad
episodes are
opinion.
essential in laying down the groundwork for these characters so that we know where they came from, where they're going, and how all of that history is going to feed into the decisions they make in the second half of the season. It's like essential. I can't imagine that show without those first 5 episodes.
Yeah,
That's-
I would. Yeah, bad take.
Stories of these characters. Like it'd be cool to find out the revelation that Daemon once had designs on the throne. It'd be cool to find out.
Oh
that-
my god! So
Uh,
Ben here is telling us that he would prefer someone tell us about these things rather than the show showing us these things.
Well,
The thing is that you can make a case for not showing events taking place in a story. You can definitely make a case for, I don't need to see that. In fact, it might be
Sure.
worthwhile for that to be something that I can glean. The problem in this case, though, when it comes to this show, is it's like, I don't feel like you made a very good argument at all for why you would want to leave all of that information out and not let us see it play out and see how the characters react to it and get like that first-hand account of how they felt about it. like there's a trade-off there, you know, like whatever you may gain from having it all conveyed through conversations after the fact, in this case you've lost actually getting to see it play out, and you've not made a good argument for why that should be lost.
It also feels weird to be like, we could have been told that Aemond had designs on the throne. And like, when you want to, like, when you see it specifically, all of the context of what Daemon does in the opening 5 episodes, a lot more complicated than summarizing it as he had designs on the throne.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't feel like, and you can be like, yeah, okay, so they can have a longer thing about what he wanted. And it's like, why are you advocating that we get told about all the lore?
Well, he's
Instead of
advocating
seeing
for it because he believes that the characters were inconsistent because they changed.
I don't even.
Like, that's all I can make of it.
How does that fix the problem, though? To say, like, the problem is Daemon clearly wants the throne, and then later on he doesn't. And it would have been better to just tell us he wanted it before.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the
right?
same
you
problem.
haven't actually solved the problem of an apparent inconsistency. You just didn't see it, so I guess it's not as clear in your mind, but it would still be inconsistent in terms of the consequences of those choices, right? And the difference between, like, you know, what motivations they would have had at that time compared to who they are now.
Definitely seems that way.
That Aemond's eye was taken by Lucerys. Not that you watch them do the 6 kids, but like that's why they hate each other. It would be cool to find all this out in the context
so
of
bad.
almost a stage play, which is really what the first season is.
Which
Instead,
is
because
really
they're-
actually similar to how it
What?
unfolds, though. There's an action, you see the characters, that like it would be very easy to make a stage adaptation of this happening. The only part you wouldn't be able to show is the dragon riding, but that would be, you know, implied by either offstage things or whatever, you know, what have you. But the fight in the cave
Piggybacks.
and the and then the confrontation in the castle afterwards is very much owes itself well to being part of a stage play. So it's strange that he'd say that.
that divide in the season, you kind of start to identify with these characters, and then they shift forward 10 years in time. They recast
The
half the
bastards.
cast, and they change the characters of half the cast. And they make a bunch of kind of simple, stupid writing choices that get them out of trouble in one area, only to create trouble in another area.
If you're
Rainy-
only talking about episode 9, that's not fair.
He's
That isn't
Yeah,
fair.
that's like one
blowing-
example.
Yeah.
up the entire Alicent Hightower side of the family. And these are just bad writing decisions and sloppy writing in order to get them out of a problem, which is, what do? Oh, we'll have her bust through with the dragon. Why? I don't know. It'd be cool. It's hard to get over the chasm in the internal logic of the show. In fact, this season
It's one
seems to be
example.
written
I was going to say, I could name more examples than that, and I would still conclude the opposite of what he's concluded.
more
Yeah.
like Game of Thrones season 5 than Game of Thrones season 1. And Game of
No.
Thrones season 1 is very tightly
I fucking hated season 5.
Season 5 closed.
written because it was all plotted out
Fucking
by
sucks.
George R.R. Martin. But this season seems to be plotted out by the TV writers, and this means that they rely on a bunch of kind of silly tropes to get by. Overall, out of 5 swords, I will give Game of Thrones.
Before he does, Rags, what do you think the score is going to be out of 5?
Out of 5, it'll
From what
be
he
a
said.
3.
Okay, Fringy, what do you
Oh, based
reckon?
on what he said? What he said? Ooh, what he said? 2.5.
Well,
I think
the
he'll
thing
give
is,
it a 3.
if it was based on the things that he said, the notion being that all of the characters are inconsistent fundamentally, it's got to be a low score. It's actually got to be a low score, but I'm guessing that it will probably end up being like a 3 or a 4. That would be my guess. It's
What
going
do
to
you
be
think it should be?
surprisingly
Like-
high.
If we're going-
Based on what he said,
Based on what he
Based on what
said,
he
do you think it
said-
should be like a 1, 1.5, 2?
be like a based on what he said, it should be like a. He said that all of the more or less like the vast majority of the characters are inconsistent. Like
Yeah,
if
I'll
we
change
were
that
yeah.
to a
metric, it should be
2.
like a 1.5. But I think he's gonna go with like a 3.5. I think we're gonna be surprised by how high it is, considering how negative he's
you-
been.
Have you seen this, Mola? Do you know?
I know what he rates it, yeah.
Okay, John?
Is Ben the type to give like half points, like 2.5,
Yeah.
3.5? Yeah, okay. I
Which, like,
Probably
why not
two-
just
prob-
make it out of 10?
yeah, 2.5 or 3. 2 seems too low for him to give.
Okay, here
I
we
don't know.
go.
House of the Dragon season 1, 3.5 swords. Could've
Yeah,
been 5
exactly.
rules.
Yeah, exactly. I thought so.
So 7.
I had a feeling.
7 out of 10 for a show that
It
he
doesn't
just
sound
tore to
like a
shreds.
7 out of 10. Exactly. Yeah. Isn't it fascinating when that happens?
It is. I just don't get it. I've never gotten it. And the reality is, because, well, 5 is 0, 10 is, 10. is that's how it actually works. You never rate anything
Right.
that low. I get he would probably give She-Hulk like a fucking 1 or whatever, but most things like that IGN shit, man. I just can't stand it. It's so confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
If it's not a
5, it
9,
wasn't.
it's 0.
Daily Wire reviews. All right,
I don't
now
know. That was more of like an insight into, I don't know, I guess like Ben Shapiro's perspective on like
that was much
writing.
more conventional. What the hell the
Yeah, it
Grace Randolph
was.
video was?
Grace
I don't know.
Randolph thing was just like,
Although he didn't bring up how undignified it was when Daemon put on the catsuit.
I like that part myself when
Was
he
a
dressed up
favorite.
as a dragon and rode on the dragon. Yeah, that was a bit too far.
So top up comment number 1. It's not inconsistent writing. It's 20 years of character development squeezed into 10 episodes. It's a very difficult task to achieve, and I think the writers did a great job. I think that's nice.
Yeah.
Then you get comments like, I have never understood why Ben failed in his career as a scriptwriter more than I do in this moment. Like, oh, Ben.
Savage.
I must interrupt the comment reading of Ben Shapiro reviews House of the Dragon season 1, where I have
What?
fresh memes. I have fresh memes to
Fresh
deliver.
memes.
I have a fresh meme here
Schmeem
about the
balls.
Mario World mythologies.
The mythology.
Baywin has delivered a fresh meme.
You know what? I thought this might have been some kind of Me Too reference. Like he's
That's
having to
fantastic.
deliver an interview on some fucking channel to explain himself. It's like, oh, I get it. Mario World mythology. Good shit. And it's in color.
Ooh.
well,
I
did you not
I
notice
didn't.
that, Rags?
What?
You went like, ooh, when Mola said it was in color as if it was like
No,
a
I'm like
surprise.
adding, like I'm adding to
Or
the
are you
amazement of it.
embellishing? Are you embellishing the yeah?
I do that. I do that actually rather often. So
It's just in that instance, was something I noticed. That's all. What were
sometimes you
saying,
just don't notice that things are in color.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was a dreary image, but I guess not. I guess it's in color actually.
You can have color and be dreary.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
That sounds like crazy. Sorry, was yeah, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot to say on this video. Sorry about that, by the way, because
That's
I
okay.
have seen I've seen the season. I read a recap, but it's with politically dense kind of shows. With a lot of them, I'm dumb. Like it's hard for me to retain all like the subtext and political motivations of each individual. Like I remember the season in broad strokes, but even with my limited recollection, there were some things Ben was saying that it's just like, well, that's not true. Even I know that. But I think I have some thoughts on why like Ben's coverage of not just this, but media in general. Like it's hard for me to picture Ben sitting down. Well, like when he sits down to watch something like this or a movie, it's hard to picture him being fully attentive. Like he must have his like laptop out, or he's got like one eye on like Fox News or CNN, because I think his brain is very like geared towards like current political events, and he's probably like taking notes all the time for his show that he probably has to do the next
What's
day.
the thing
or
that so many
whatever.
people
And
are baffled by is that you'd think he'd have maybe a more clued in perspective, that his familiarity, I'm not necessarily talking about left or right here, just being in the space of talking about political strife and how things can turn out, that it would give you a bit of a unique insight to how everything's going on in the show, but it almost seems to have damaged his ability to understand it.
no, I don't think he's paying enough attention to the media he watches, and I don't think he's really should be making like videos like this where he's doing it like an in-depth critique on something he's not really paying attention to. But I'm not sure he even really wants to. I think it's his producers coming up to him and saying, if you do a video on this, it's going to get a buttload of views. And Ben's like, okay, whatever,
You like
let's just do
money,
it.
don't you, Ben? And he's like, what do you mean by that? And they're like,
Yeah.
nothing.
It's like when they put out a video of like Ben plays Minecraft. Like Ben doesn't give a fuck about Minecraft. Like, but
Is
his
there a
producers
video
are
of Ben
just like,
Shapiro playing Minecraft?
yeah, there is. Yeah.
Well, we're
Oh
gonna
my
be
God.
watching that. So
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Like he obviously doesn't give a crap about Minecraft, but he knows like
I think
people are
that's
gonna
why I
watch
kind of
this
want
for
to
the.
watch it.
There's a meme value to like him making videos like that and like this where he's covering big like mainstream media events like Game of Thrones or Mario or whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know if he's done one on Mario, but like
Steven
Yeah,
trying to play.
this
Ben
is not-
Shapiro playing Minecraft.
this is not his wheelhouse media criticism, but his producers insist on having him make them because they're giant view magnets.
Oh,
That's
fuck
fucking-
yes.
It could also turn out though
Oh,
that he
so they-
actually really does
okay.
like and care about it, and he's just like
Yeah.
insulted as hell by what you just said.
I
He's
disavow
like-
everything.
Yeah,
you just
that's
done.
All right, look, I'm not saying we'll watch the whole thing, but I am curious too.
I need to know what it looks like.
What is
I need
Ben
to know
Shapiro
what Ben
plays
Shapiro
Minecraft?
playing Minecraft looks like.
Oh god, this is a terrible place. What's Joe Biden doing over there? I hate this game so much. Alrighty, folks. So today, apparently,
It
I'm
was already worth it.
playing Minecraft. Now, I don't normally.
That is such a meme image. Like, where the
Yes.
fuck was that? Like the
What's Joe Biden doing over there? I hate this game so much. Alrighty, folks. So today, apparently, I am playing Minecraft.
that image. Just
That's
what the fuck?
fantastic.
On a
That is
He's
so
giant,
got a
good.
big
on a
ass
giant
TV and
television.
everything.
I guess
Wow.
he needs it for all of his like stuff for his show. I guess.
My God,
Now, I don't normally play video games because I'm
I
a
love that he even said video games.
Oh, what's he about to say?
He's gonna say I'm an
What's he about to
adult.
say?
He's gonna say
grown
I'm an
grown-ass
adult.
man with
Or
three
there's like
children
it's
and
one
a
of the
job,
Jewish
but
laws.
Oh
Or
yeah,
something.
Grown-ass
there
man.
it is. Yeah.
You can
What
watch
are
TV
these
shows
video
though, can't you?
games?
Yeah.
I just love it, right? Like I'll watch movies and TV, but I wouldn't play those
I watch
fucking
fantasy
things
TV
for
shows
games.
like an adult.
apparently we can monetize
Like
this
a
stuff.
real
so
boy. I'm a
me,
real
Lord
boy.
Oh, there you go, John. Completely correct.
Brian, the producer who tortures me with the woke TikToks, he's going to be helping to guide me through this. This video is sponsored by Ring.
Oh,
Wow, someone made that.
it's because his fucking editor is probably a passionate Minecraft player. He's like, please, Ben.
Right.
Here we go. We're going to hit single player. I can name the new world. We're going to, okay, what should we call?
Benland.
Shapiro's.
He's probably gonna call it Israel.
Shapiro
New
stand.
I feel like God during the first 6 days, except with incredibly crappy pixelation. By the power of Ra. Okay. We are in this amazing new world.
It's exactly what I thought it would be. He's like a robot who's never seen a video game before. It's just like, how does this work? What is happening?
Not as good as God, guys. Just okay. This pixelation is like very reminiscent to when I
Don't
was
worry,
a kid.
Ben. We didn't think
Actually
that your
did play like
your
Quake.
blasphemy was real.
He played Quake.
Whoa, nice.
He just doesn't come across as a person who's played Quake. That's all.
Maybe he did in his
he
younger
lost.
years.
In his
he was
wilder
still
years.
Lost.
So nothing has
Yeah.
changed apparently in
He's a lost
pixelation
soul.
between 1996 and 2022. That's where we are. Okay, so I'm walking around. I'm seeing down some steps. And, okay, what do I see? I see
It's like someone's just off the camera being like, Ben, do something. Press buttons.
steps.
I guess I'll just describe what I'm seeing. That sounds like a safe bet.
I see trees. I see
This is how
flowers of some
PewDiePie
sort.
blew up,
I see
actually.
more steps. It's a ziggurat. There'll be a human sacrifice up here later.
So your first
The sound effect they threw in.
objective is to get wood to make tools with. To get wood, you're gonna have to walk up to one of those trees and you're
Ben's
gonna hold
producer
down
explained
left
to him
click
how
to
to
start
get wood.
punching it.
I'm gonna punch a tree down. This game is not realistic. I cannot punch a tree.
Well,
Wow, karate master.
That
Yeah,
that
I mean,
was a
you
meme
can
in
punch a tree.
2011.
I
He's
mean,
catching
you can
up.
punch it. It's just that you're not gonna. That was
Is it?
wasn't that was in South Park. You remember when the parents wanted to learn how to play Minecraft?
Yeah.
Like you now like the first thing you got to do is start punching trees. It's like, how do you get wood?
You can hit the E key on your keyboard.
Okay.
That opens up your
Ben
crafting
doesn't
menu.
know where the E
Wow.
key is.
I don't look
Yeah,
so
you had
good
to
here,
look
guys.
down at it. That was kind of interesting.
he's
going to
never
take my
he's never
oak
typed before.
log.
So.
The last time that I held like a block of wood, I was
He's
standing
an
outside Home
orphan.
Depot. That turned into a meme too, so I have a feeling that this will be a
Apparently.
thing.
Click that and
Mhm.
carry it over to those 4 squares up there.
It's no fun if you tell him how to do everything. I
Oh,
suppose.
you
Then
gotta
he'll
let
never get
him figure
anything
it out.
done.
Mm-hmm.
Proven me correct.
Done. Next to the flowers.
Thank you, Ben.
The scenic view.
That is beautiful.
It is.
Now you have a 3x3 square instead of a 2x2 square.
Wow. That's holy shit. Wow. How do people do this shit for hours on end? I don't understand. I don't understand you people. Can I punch this part of the wood?
How does
You're out of
anybody
touch,
do-
Benjamin. You gotta
Yeah, you're
figure it
of
out.
touch.
You're
That's fine.
out of touch.
Yep, anything that looks like wood you can punch. Actually, anything you can punch, but the wood's the important part right now.
Can I punch the people who make me do this video?
You're not even giving it a chance.
Cool, now let's go
Yeah,
back
Ben,
to your crafting
you could
table.
like give a shit.
I kind of just this is exactly what I'd expect. Like, I don't even think for someone like Ben Shapiro who thinks video games are literally for like babies. I don't think you can start him on this. You need to start him on something that he might actually find engaging, like something. I was about to say Tetris level, where it's like the goal is simple but also difficult. At least requires some critical thinking.
Also, right, he wouldn't shit on Tetris because it's like, well, it's like geometry kind of puzzles, right? So that's like kind of
his nerdy.
Who knows? Maybe Tetris 99 would have been the game to put him on, because he could start getting competitive too if he's any good at it. And it's like there's a bit of pride to it, because if you're really bad and your blocks look horrible and stuff, you could be like, fuck, I don't want to look like shit.
Like you can't lose Minecraft. Maybe that's what you need. You need to give him a game he can lose.
Yeah, like he can awkwardly walk around and not know what to, but he's always going to contextualize as like, I didn't know you could punch a tree. Okay.
Right, compared to if he was playing like a competitive video game and he's just losing, and then it's like, oh, you're losing.
Put him on Tetris 99, see how much he can complain about that.
That's right. Oh, that would annoy me.
That is not.
I don't know what just happened. Back to this magical crafting table.
Get planks.
He's got a nice.
Okay. Let's
he's got like it looks nice. Look at the water. Like that's
the water does look nice.
Default water. Yeah, that's a mod. And it said 1.19.1 modded. So yeah, he's got a really nice looking version.
Supposed to make him play Dark Souls. that would be pretty funny though.
You can die in Minecraft, lose all your items, and not find them. No, it's like in South Park, where the kid said, Minecraft, it don't got no winner, it don't got no objective. You're just building shit, and seeing if other shit can come and knock it down. It's like, yeah, it's a game where you can, like, you're in control.
You set your own goals. I've never beat Minecraft, and I've put God knows how many hours into it. I just don't care about beating the game. I'm a builder.
You can have houses and flowers that you don't want, but like you can't lose Minecraft in the same way that you can lose a lot of video games.
Put him in Civ. What do we do with that?
Yeah.
Inside the crafting square, one on top of the other. The middle square and the square under.
See, like I kind of find this. I'm feeling his boredom. Like,
yeah, because they're trying to make it like a clinical crafting thing. Where like, no, just explore, just look around.
You must move this here now, and move this here now.
Well, like,
take a look at everything around you.
It's kind of like in Breath of the Wild, right? If somebody's just there telling you what to do, it's like, well, that's not fun,
Underneath it, let's put a stick in each one of those. I'm sorry.
It's a sandbox. It's being told how to play in the sandbox.
Yeah, sometimes you just, like, I was in a server the other day, and someone was trying a new game, and someone else tried to give advice. He's like, no, just let him play the game. Just let him.
It'd be funny to have him wander around, and then it goes dark, and then he bumps into like a creeper.
Yeah, and then he finds like bees, and then he runs into a
yeah, it'd be funny.
I was gonna say a pig, but he might not like that. But like a cow or something,
Take the planks
Make him eat a pork chop.
and put one of those in each of the top 3 squares. That is your pickaxe. That is the most important tool in the whole game, because that lets you mine.
Something you could have pointed out to him there. Like you should have pointed it out. You know how like he'd only put in the top and the middle one, and then it's like, did you notice it's like different items there? Like think about that.
Yeah, because the way that
you can make shovels and hoes, and we might not like that, but
it's almost implied to him at this point that this is how everyone learns the game, is that they're told by someone else how to do everything, as opposed to being intuitive in some ways.
Yeah, like introduce a core set of mechanics, and then if something, just ask a question like, did you notice anything about like when you were putting stuff in the in the crafting section? Like, did you see anything? And then let him, figure it out. So it's a little bit more directed, but it's not like you're just telling him what to do.
Blocks of wood.
I want to see him play Cooking Mama.
Honestly, I'm starting to realize, like, I kind of want to see him play anything else, because they're ruining this.
It's a secret process that's patented, I believe.
Okay.
So now your next objective is the sun is going down, monsters will soon be coming, so you're going to want to make a shelter.
How do I
like,
jump?
You're ruining this, whoever you are.
Like, it would have been so fun for him to be surprised by the fact that he was attacked by monsters.
Exactly.
But now you've told him.
Like sun goes down, and then he's like, "What happens when the sun sets?" It's like, I don't know. The sun goes down.
You might want to make a house. You might want to make a house by the time the sun goes down.
And yeah, it would be funny if you'd be like, "Why?" And you'd be like, "No reason at all."
No reason. No, don't you want to know? It's like the real.
And you could even have because the payoff. They just did a payoff there of him being like, "Monsters come out at night." That's dumb. But imagine he gets attacked, and then the person says, "Well, it's nighttime," and he'd be like, "What do you mean nighttime? What is what?"
Exactly. That's when interesting things happen.
Like, he clearly doesn't give a fuck. And you could be
Yeah.
like, he was never gonna give a fuck. It's like, no. There are games that Ben Shapiro could play that he would enjoy. There's no fucking way that you wouldn't enjoy any of
But
them.
no, it was just for the memes, I guess.
Jennifer Shrimpfo. Okay.
Now you have stone, which you can use to make better items. But the sun is almost down, so I think your bigger objective might be to seek shelter.
I like
Lame.
the
This world
subtitles,
sucks.
how they're in the Minecraft text. That's good job, editor.
And let's block yourself.
Fucking hell, they've even told him to just dig into a wall and block it up. That's like boring.
Yeah,
What do
like
you do?
Just
you can
stand
build a
there all
house
night,
and you can
Ben.
build a bed and
That's what I mean, though. It's just like, you've told him how to be super safe. It would have been funny to watch him die. Why would you take that away?
Ben.
dirt.
Yeah, I agree with Mahler. It would be funny to watch Ben Shapiro die.
All right, you know
Context
what? This
matters.
is, believe it or not, actually
In
getting
Minecraft.
late.
In Minecraft, literally in Minecraft.
This is like,
Oh,
in
in
Minecraft.
like
we just-
even the producer is realizing that it's boring. Like, good job, dude.
Yeah.
boring. So why don't we get rid of that block and go venture out into the world?
Literally, oh, you fool. You could have orchestrated that naturally, and now you have to force it.
A little bit.
Yeah,
feel like
you
he's
know
doing
what?
poor-
Like, actually, just go hide. Oh, that's boring. Like,
Wait,
why don't you
this
actually
guy's
go
an
run
editor
around?
and a producer. He knows how to make content. How did this happen?
I don't know. You've wasted
did
so many
this
things
happen?
already.
You should have someone in the game with him, like playing with him.
Interesting meme.
This is the meme potential for this.
Probably
is
I've been told there
incredible.
are monsters out here, so
Yeah, but now you have a weapon, so you can make
just
a
hit them, or
Sure,
I'm
we're
gonna
gonna- yeah,
practice
just
my.
whack them a little bit.
I'm gonna practice our kung fu here.
We can also find animals to eat because you do have a hunger bar, and that will run out eventually.
Can I like get a job or something? Is there commerce in this world?
Yes, there
discovered
is with
comparative
emeralds.
There
And
is
villagers.
commerce.
Can
There
I
is
swim, or do I
literally
just die if I
commerce.
stay down here?
So those bubbles that you can see are your air meter.
So I have to keep jumping. Okay, so it's basically like Super Mario. Boop, 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 boop,
That was
He
close
knows more
enough, I
than Grace
guess.
Randolph.
He knows more about it than Grace.
Ben Shapiro out
Does he know
nerding
No, it's the
Grace.
wrong music.
Do you think it'd be a fun edit to be like when he's going, and it just zooms in, echoes, and you can just see a young Ben Shapiro playing Mario, being like,
You have the Ratatouille moment.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you're in the water in Mario. Do, 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 do.
If we do find a village at
That felt so genuine.
Wow,
Yeah,
he's like he
exactly.
was
You should
fondly
let him to play
remembering a
Mario.
happy moment from his
Let
childhood.
him play Mario, that would be great.
some point, there are villagers that you can trade with.
Fuck off. Just stop.
Am I a colonialist, or am I in favor of trade, or am I just like a full
That's
scale
up to
murder
you,
all villagers
Ben.
and
Oh,
like
you,
most of human
Ben.
history?
Completely what you make of it. You don't have to jump.
Can I keep jumping? I was enjoying that. Like, do I get points for exercise? Do you become like in better shape?
Jumping actually
Yeah,
drains
see, he
your
was
hunger
actually
faster.
doing something that was kind of emergent there. He thought that there
Mhm.
might be a mechanic, and then you told him, no, there isn't one.
He's like the
Next
most-
week, Ben Shapiro plays The Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
Then why would you even tune in if it's this fucking guy is guiding him?
Really?
Yeah.
That's not so that's bad.
Look to your left a little bit. You see that green thing?
Yeah.
That is a creeper.
Why?
Why did you tell
Why?
him what that is? And
This
tell
is-
he better not. He better not tell him what it does.
This is the funnest thing possible is for him to just bump into
Yeah.
a creeper. Why would you do that?
They will blow you up. if-
Oh,
No, you fool!
You.
He doesn't know how to
guy
foster
sucks.
fun. This is
You.
lame.
You are not a fun haver. You are
You know,
a fun destroyer.
It's
You're a
when
destroyer fun.
the Asylum
Editors-
Demon fight in Dark Souls, anybody who fucking tells anybody what's going to happen with that before it happens is an asshole, and it's the exact same reason. It's funny as fuck to watch players react to that. It's and they will cherish the moment themselves, even though it sets them back. It's like, why would you do that?
If they get too close.
Let's
Joe
Joe
thinking
Biden.
if the producers have any input, it should be them like baiting Ben into things.
Yeah.
Where, like, go
Yeah,
over to the creeper, see
exactly.
what
See
happens.
that big?
He's a friendly
big
guy. Why don't you go
the
say
big
hello to
fin-
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if you can trade
He
with
drops
him.
resources.
Yeah.
You know?
If you go to
He
that
does-
creeper, he has a
does
great
drop
item.
resources.
Over there. Why is he sniffing that other small creeper's hair?
Why don't you go over and say hello?
I feel like you're just playing with me now.
You've already
like
told
you're
me.
my best
you've
friend.
You already
already
told him it
blows
blows
up.
up. That doesn't make sense.
I
almost feel like
to
it's-
say hello.
That almost feels like it's scripted at this point. Like they cut out the part where he said, "We should probably get you to go over there and blow up, and then you can react to it." But I'll try and set that up. Hey, Ben, go over and say hi.
Tris at heart.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Ah.
Back up, back up,
Die,
back up.
die, die. Oh. Well, That went.
God, imagine how much funnier that could have been.
Yeah.
You sapped all of it, you fools.
Badly.
That is okay, because nothing is permanent in Minecraft. We can walk back and find your stuff.
I can see the obsession. Well, I don't feel very safe from these zombies and creepers, but here.
This is
Ring
an
will
ad.
make you
All right,
feel
I'm
safe.
done.
Oh, what's
Yeah. It's
Oh,
Ring,
no.
remember?
What is the ad?
Ring.
Yeah, it's Ring. He said it earlier.
He's gonna say that
Oh.
Ring will keep him safe in the real world from real world zombies and
Does he play any
creepers.
other games? Does Ben Shapiro have a Let's Play channel? Ben Shapiro plays Minecraft Part 2. Blech.
No. Not if it's got that guy ruining
Ryan
everything.
Funsbane.
Oh,
Someone
it's just
said,
Minecraft.
someone
by the
said
looks of it.
Matt Walsh plays Five Nights at Freddy's. I'd watch it if it was Ben Shapiro. I love that that's even
He's
a-
probably Matt Walsh probably thinks that game is like trying to promote some transhumanist furry agenda, make you a cyborg animal or something.
Should we? We could. Well, so he's got GTA 5 or Five Nights at Freddy's. I feel like Five Nights at Freddy's would probably be more meme worthy.
Yeah.
All right. I'm willing to give it a few minutes because I don't know why not. You know, we're in a it's a weird night.
Why not? We're here. We've all gathered here
All right,
today.
All right, happy Halloween, everyone. As you can see here, we got the
Dad plays
studio
the
all
most
decked
boring
out
game
for
ever.
Boring
Halloween.
game
I'm just a
ever.
festive guy. You know, they wanted to just do this video game thing, and I said, no, I want to decorate the
But he
studio.
really
So
is
I
a
went to
ghoul,
Party
isn't
City.
he?
I decorated the whole thing.
It's so weird and cringe, like because they think of video games as absolute literally like a fucking rattle, you know?
Yeah.
So weird.
Myself. We're going to continue our series of me playing video
On his
games.
beard.
And usually we have Jacob. He's my guide through these games.
Oh, he's the
but after-
Funsbane of their.
Yeah,
okay.
he has his. Oh, he's played a lot of it.
defeated
Oh, look at him
in
go.
one of the great shocking twists, I think, in history. He's in therapy right now, and so now we have instead McKenna. McKenna, are you there? You're gonna help us with this game, right?
Yeah, I got you.
And lame. Let them just fucking play a game.
Okay.
Here, just
now,
here's a game.
First of all, what game are we playing?
This
So
This
is-
video in particular seems really inherently dumb because it's like, yeah, this horror game isn't scary in front of all these lights and cameras and crew of Daily Wire people watching.
And I don't
me.
want to be
Like,
here.
Yeah, in the middle of the day, no headphones, you know, like, of course you're gonna find it boring.
It's Five Nights at Freddy's.
Maybe I discovered my latent video game talent in the last time we did this, so we'll see if we can continue. All right, I don't know what any of this means. Who am I and where am I and what am I doing?
You're a security guard at basically think a haunted.
That's
Chuck E.
all
Cheese.
exposited in this coming
can't move?
conversation.
Nope, this is it. So
Why don't you
the
just
only
give him the
thing that
game
you
and let
can
him
do
explore
is
and
if
read
you
things?
look-
It's like like how everyone's critical of modern gaming for the inclusion of characters that fucking explain everything. It's so that they can like max out the appeal for people like this who literally the game starts and before they even press a button they're like, what am I supposed to do? What do I do?
Yeah.
to your right or your left at one of the doorways. If you hit X, the X button, that will close the door. Yep. And then if you hit X again, it'll reopen it.
Do I have a weapon
Nope,
to fight the monsters?
absolutely not. You have the light there, so that's the circle button.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so that's to basically shine the light if you see a monster.
And then what if I see a monster?
That's it. Good luck.
So why wouldn't I just keep the door shut the whole time?
So do you see on the bottom left of your screen, there's a power
Good
left?
question.
And
I don't know the answer
there's
to
a
that.
percentage next to it.
Yeah.
That is the amount of power you have left to survive until 6 in the morning.
So I'm a useless security guard. I have no weapon. There's monsters, and I'm just gonna sit here?
That's correct, yeah. Also, if you hit the...
Five Nights at Freddy's is not known for its
This is not the game that I would give to a
No.
conservative dad to play. It would be like the Mario or something where it's super like jump on the blocks or something like it. Something super simple or something chill that like like maybe like a Myst style game. It wouldn't owe itself to like a short video, but that might be something that they play that has like puzzles in it or something that's really interesting visually.
I don't know why they feel compelled. Like the games will
Isn't
the
it fun to
games
let them
will tell you
discover
what you're
shit
gonna do.
and let them
Yeah.
fail
Yeah.
on their own?
And if they don't tell you what to do, wow. Because when I was playing Resident Evil 4 for the first time, I didn't know what the controls were.
Exactly.
When I got to the village, I didn't know what the
it's-
controls were. I figured it was gonna have like a standard, conventional, but I forgot that game is like from 2005. It's like that's fun memes.
Yeah,
That's
just
fun.
jump in.
L1, which is on the top of your controller there. Good job. That brings up your security cameras. So you'll see there, that's the, yep. All right, you already got it. You're good.
This is the worst. This game is popular?
Yeah,
What?
you're showing him this
Why?
game. I don't blame
I
him.
haven't even played it yet, though.
Precisely because it's popular, that's why they would make him play it. That's
Yeah, I'm
like
just,
it's-
okay. Well,
Yeah.
There's many
Nothing to do
popular
with
games.
content, I hope-
The thing about it, like, if I were the producer, I would want to like really think about this. Like, what do you think for someone who fucking hates video games anyway, but doesn't know how to play them? What do you think would be the video game to play that would generate the most like funny engagement for that person, but also like fun things to watch? Like,
Sekiro.
not gonna be fucking Five Nights at Freddy's.
No, you should give him something that
Hope everyone's
it's
enjoying.
gonna look really bad when they.
Does
screw
anything
up.
happen
Like, he
in
doesn't.
this
funny.
game? Is there any sort of...
Give him,
I mean, you
yeah,
might
like give
wanna
him a
keep
Deep
your
Rock
tabs
Galactic or
up on
something.
that security camera just because they move around. So you
I-
might want to like scroll
I don't
through
even think nothing happens in the first night,
What's-
isn't it? I thought that's how it works in Five Nights at Freddy's, the first game, anyway.
those cameras a little bit.
Okay. All right. What is the point of this? I thought this was, I have a gun. I go shoot.
Has she even explained like, because he's saying like, what's the point? It's like, I mean, they're all gonna come for you eventually. You can spend battery power on the cameras or the door. That's like the most straightforward.
The monsters. At any point in this game, is there, say, like a challenge or something that I'm supposed to do, or
Only if absolutely necessary. Gotta conserve power.
The only challenge is to balance the power.
conserve power? Okay, so why do I have the camera on if I'm trying to conserve power?
Yeah, I mean, you might want to not do it all the time.
Don't,
if you're
no,
doing
just
he
told me.
could have figured
Get
that
Jacob
out on
back
his
here.
own.
It seemed like his brain almost got there, and then she took it the
Yeah,
rest
he
of the
was,
way.
he was like, well, wait, why would I need to leave the cameras on then? Like, I need to conserve it.
All right, let me turn. I got the door open. How do I turn my light on? No,
the
not
circle
that.
button.
Circle. Okay. All right. Something's gonna come through this door at some point, and then I just have to shut the door before it comes through.
Yes.
All right. And I got to make it till 6 a.m. It's already 2 a.m. to survive and not die of boredom in the meantime. I'm honestly perplexed. Like I'm not even joking. I cannot believe. Is this a?
Why would
is
they
this a
upload
joke?
this?
Is this a,
I was about to say, isn't this a disaster of entertainment?
Yeah, you'd think
Like
so.
some kind of
I guess
prank?
they were like, oh,
Did you
fuck,
guys
we
make
already
this-
started?
They've made it.
Yeah, well,
they've given boomers playing video games without any awareness of them a bad name. It can be very funny and interesting.
Absolutely.
Doesn't
The
like Conan
inherent-
O'Brien got several of those that are really funny?
Yeah, that's like a segment that he does regularly of like, look at me, I'm not very good at video games.
game yourself?
The inherent
Conan
flaw.
O'Brien is a talented comedian.
Well, I mean, yes, there is of course that helps.
in the last 2 days?
Yeah, everyone's saying Gary as well. Gary played the fucking Hogwarts Legacy and Witcher, where you can't figure out how to open a door, but it's it's funny as hell.
No.
Is that what this all is? It's already 3 a.m. I haven't even seen a monster yet.
Yeah, you do.
Where? I don't see anything. And I don't know why it would matter if I did see one, because I can't do anything about it.
Why are his lips
Man,
so
this is thrilling, I
wet?
gotta say. All of
Because
the
he is-
video
Look
game
at
options
them.
that kids have.
He's
is
ready.
developed. This is what they choose.
Also,
to
they
play.
should tell him to take his beard
you
and
see
get
that
the stuff
black
off of his
silhouette?
beard before they,
Oh, right in
you
front of
know.
Yeah.
Oh look, a
Okay,
bad guy.
and now what do I do?
Just watch it.
Okay.
Why would you give him a game that's so
You're at
light on
35%
gameplay?
Power, so you might not want to have the cameras up like this.
She just said watch him, and then she said you might not want to have the camera
Don't
on.
watch him though.
You just
'Cause that
told
would
me
be
to have
dumb.
the cameras on. What am I
Yes.
supposed to be doing?
Not always.
Ah,
If I wanted to die in this game, what would I do?
Just keep the doors open. And just
That's a
let it
great
happen.
question.
Fine. It's almost 4 a.m. I've made it 4 hours through this game, and
It
literally
feels
not-
like 4 hours.
What? No, because you just told me to preserve power. Okay, yeah, the creepy thing's still standing there.
Okay, see if there's any other movement around. Ooh, that's new.
You're trying so hard to make this interesting.
Why would you tell him it's new? He should
Lieutenant,
notice
I
that
appreciate
it's
that.
new
Because
with his
she's-
eyeballs.
possibly even more aware than he is that this is shit. Like it's just shit.
But oh, I just heard something. All right. Is that in the game or is that you?
Do I sense fear?
That's not me.
Oh. I just died.
Yeah, give him a jump scare game. That'll.
Then why did I have the cameras on? I could have just so the
This was all the rage at a certain point in YouTube's history.
I remember,
People going,
man.
Whoa! I never quite bought it, as in like as a
No,
form
I
of
haven't
entertainment.
played Five Nights at Freddy. It's not. Yeah, I barely
Well, I
know
don't-
anything
No,
about
I
it.
was
Really.
young once.
But like that. Well.
It's
I
probably
don't
the
know,
game
it's
becomes
like-
a lot more interesting when Matthew describes it to you.
I
I
think.
think a lot of these people need
Why-
to be honest about how people will interact with these games that you give them. Like, instead of like, oh, it's gonna be so fun. Like Ben Shapiro's gonna go around and he's gonna start crafting all sorts of stuff, and he'll build a beautiful house, and he'll and he'll kill all the pigs or whatever. You're like, no. He's just gonna be like bored and not understand. You have to like, put yourself in his shoes.
They shouldn't have uploaded it.
They shouldn't.
No,
have.
that's
This
well.
is-
I figured that. Oh, well, we've already shot it. Maybe there's an audience for it. I guess. I don't know. Is there an audience for this? Because like that's it's lame, and it's particularly lame when you've got these producers explaining like everything, and they never leave anything as like a surprise.
Yeah, all
No,
the
the-
12-year-olds who watch Matt Walsh are going to be really turned off by this.
His core audience are just.
Yeah.
I'm again not watching the whole thing. I'm just gonna skip to a random part of him
No.
playing GTA to see what
Alright,
happens.
So today... All right, here. Okay. So
Yeah,
how
like
do
give him
I
a game
steer
like
so that I
this
don't
where he
look
can
drunk?
Makes more
this
sense.
is
freaking
way
drive
better.
around.
Use the right stick to steer.
How do I...
He's steering.
Is this okay? Can I just say something? Can we stop for a second? Oh, sorry about it. Oh my goodness. Well, a bounty
Oh, is he
has
playing
been set on me. What
online
does
and
that
not just
mean?
fucking around?
It looks like
I
he
was
is
just going
playing
for a
online.
walk. I
Yeah.
was fine just walking along, and now I'm wanted for murder. Oh, red light. I mean, I think
Aw.
this is one thing my dad taught me when I was, a young driver. Is it's all good driving, kids. Is all about good habits. And so he would say, even if there's nobody behind you, still hit the turn signal, because it's all about forming those good habits. And I think even in video games,
There's something pretty funny about him describing good driving while just running over people.
Just running over people.
It's a
Yeah.
pretty good mismatch, yeah.
Just develop those good habits. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't feel great about killing that guy. I know it's just a video game, but at the same time, I also feel great about it, and that's the thing that concerns
I
me
would
the most.
kill
I
to
feel sick
have
to
the
my stomach,
Daemon
but
Wire
I
crew
kind of
play
enjoy it.
Among Us.
Oh yeah, that could be funny.
How much do the traffic?
That was
Whoa,
poor humor.
that was stale.
God.
Laws matter in
I'm
this game.
laughing because it was so bad.
So cringy.
You violate them, they'll get you off.
Are those cops coming for me?
Yeah, they are. You better get out of there.
It was a misunderstanding, officer.
The relevance of the FBI
Okay,
there.
can I
I
get out
missed
of this
that.
car and pick a new one?
Yeah, push triangle.
Oh, what? Who just shot me? The cops?
Yeah, it was the police.
I was getting out of the car. I was clearly about to surrender. I shared last time we did this. we
I
played
did run
Call-
those people over, officer. Take me in. It's like, what can I say?
Well, I'm happy to just stop there.
Yeah.
It's a weird
It's
adventure.
It's just lame.
Didn't know these things existed, but man, you almost wish you had a hand in creating them, because holy fuck, there's so much more fun and crazy things that could happen.
There's so much potential
Yeah.
to be mined from people who don't know anything about video games. Give them a video game and let them be surprised.
Let them do shit that you
But it's
never
like-
see someone try, because
Well,
you know,
yeah,
they
because
don't play
that's
games.
that's the appeal of it, right? Like you, as somebody who I don't know if these producers know anything, or like, I mean, I guess they must know a little bit, right, to guide it. But like, I mean, you already know what it's like when you play video games. You play them and you know how they work. It's interesting to see how other people do them. It's interesting to see the way that they do it. And it's like you're
Yeah.
stripping all of the fun out of that by just saying like, yeah, that's a creeper and it blows up. It's like, oh, awesome. So now that surprise for like one of the few people who'd be playing the game who like doesn't know what that is gone.
If when I'm watching videos like this, like I want the person playing the game to want to play the
Yeah.
game, or at least have some interest
Yeah,
in
Of
like,
course.
oh, how do
yeah,
you do
better-
this? Oh, this is kind
Or
of
be
cool.
a good
What's over
sport
here?
at least, you know?
Yeah.
Like
But I
with
guess
Ben
if you
playing.
think that games are little like they're just distractions, right? Not like an art form, then I guess it's going to be hard to get that kind of person on board ever.
With Ben playing Minecraft, it's like it's very clear he doesn't want to be doing this. And like
No,
Mahler
yeah.
was saying, it's like you can feel his boredom in the video, and that's a big like turn off. And not only that, but guys like Ben and Matt, they are incentivized to ham up the ineptitude a little bit. It's like, oh, what's this? How do I move forward? What's the button? Like that
Which
bit
is
where
shit,
Matt
because
is.
I want them to be into it and be like, yeah, look at this cool house I made. It's like, it's a shitty house, but he's
Well,
so
I
proud
think-
of
I
it and
think
he's
what,
excited about it, you know?
Yeah.
I think what John's pointing to is that they are incentivized to basically play it off as like, her, I don't know much about video games. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm like really out of touch on this one, and that there is absolutely no desire to like gain a real understanding for anything that's going on. Like they're
Yeah.
incentivized to be incompetent.
It seems like they've figured out like there's two really successful avenues of like streaming gameplay. Like either you're really good at it, or it's just like you suck so bad that people just want to watch it to like get giggles out of
But
that.
the problem is, it's like they have the problem of Birdemic to Birdemic 2. Once you're in on the joke, it's not funny.
Yeah.
Like when
Right.
you're like playing up that you suck on purpose, it's like, I don't know. It's funnier when you think you're good. It's that's the reason why DSP is funny, because he gets so mad, like when
Yeah.
like any impugning of his ability to play video games. Like it's just
Yeah.
funny.
Okay,
Like if Ben actually
Uh-oh.
had an interest in playing Minecraft and you just sat him alone with the game, he would probably be like, oh, like he'd be a bit more competent with it and be like, okay, that's what that does. That's how I do this. But like he clearly has no interest, so he's just going to play up the angle of him being totally out of his depth here. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what's this? How do I do this?
But
What?
even trying to play it up, he can't even conceal like how little interest he has in this.
Right. Yeah.
It's just pointless, bad idea. Wait,
Also, I would totally
you
show
just roll-
Conan's ones, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be copyrighted to hell and back, so there's no way we'll get away with it. But
Yeah, that'll be.
one last attempt. Someone's made me aware of it, and it sounds interesting. Potentially, you got Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Andrew Clavin, and Tim Pool all play Mario Kart. Oh, maybe with this one, okay? What a weird era we're in, you know.
Well, at least Tim Pool, I think, is
He's like a gamer,
actually a
right?
gamer. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Welcome to Mario Kart, everyone.
Who's controlling it?
Oh my
we're all
God.
Oh, the N64 version.
Four-player game, guys.
Come on, guys, go to the 4-player one.
Four-player game.
Fucking around together.
Fucking around.
What does this mean? 50cc?
That's just your speed. So 100 is in the middle. So
Drew, I thought I would tell you, I've started acquiring.
One of us should be like, no, fucking 150, fast.
This
Let's
is my new
go.
collection thing.
I want to go fast.
What have you got?
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for one of them to be like, is this what the children of today do?
I got To Kill a
What they
Mockingbird.
do?
I got
Are these like
Darkness and
is
Noon.
this like
Wow,
an injection?
That's talking about Darkness.
Darkness and Noon is one of the more underrated novels. No, this is still not like doing anything.
I think I'm number 4, right?
You're number 4.
Okay.
Which one am I?
Yeah.
What number am I? Whatever I am.
You play
It's
two.
not
Oh, he
moving.
says.
I'm 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it is working.
They're gonna get there, I'm
Oreo
sure.
it is.
How do you drive in this? A drives?
You say the catechism.
Yeah, and you go towards your ultimate end.
See, this is already so much better.
I wanted to be
They get to
Bowser.
actually
Oh, I'm
bounce
Bowser.
off.
I could be Mario. I'll trade
It's not
you.
just some
Well, I'm not
fucking
anybody.
loser
I'm Peach.
off screen telling him,
Yeah,
creeper
we-
balls
that's
up,
what
go
we
say
do.
hello.
Pretty funny if you're Peach.
It is a little bit. What is a woman?
What is it?
See, like I get it. Like I get it.
Good one,
What else did
Ben.
I pick up?
I think we're all
I picked
good.
up, The Promise by Chaim Potok signed. I picked up Leon Uris's Exodus signed.
Wow.
I picked up today actually. I picked up Animal Farm. Signed
What
by
the
Orwell.
fuck is he
Oh
talking
wow.
He's what books he's
That's
bought.
actually impressive.
Just because they have words in them.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see Ben get salty about losing.
How do I go?
Which controller?
Oh wow, there you go. That's more clarity.
Not that one, clearly.
Oh my
Okay.
God, he's gone backwards.
So I have yet to move.
I don't know which.
Oh, I see.
Oh
Wait, where's
my
Tim
god,
Pool?
this is
I don't know
perfect.
which.
Just realize he's not here
Two
yet.
of the
Tim Pool
adults
shows
have
up later in the
stayed on the
video.
road.
This isn't going fantastic.
He's like
going
amazed
back.
that he's.
Oh no, that's not you.
That's not me.
Someone's going. Who's going?
You just
against
want
the
one of
wall?
them to like hit a thing and go fuck, and then like all the others like, oh Jesus.
Oh, Ben Spears talking about Congress.
Congressperson. Michael.
I don't, oh, I'm number 4. No wonder.
Yeah, you know, I
Each just beat
He's
me.
doing
was
great.
looking at the
Did you take
wrong
my thing?
part.
Doing
How do I
great.
make my the weapons fire?
yeah. Where are the hookers
What?
to kill?
B?
That was the other. That was the other grinding.
The other
Okay.
guy.
How am I winning?
Ah, shoot! I keep hitting.
Are you
the
winning? I mean,
Ah
just like
shoot.
this company through the incompetence of others.
Story of my
Wow.
life. So what are the stakes here? I mean, if I win,
Nothing.
Well, then I tell you what a woman is.
I remember the graphics being better on this.
Well, you were a child, so.
I guess. Yeah. I guess.
It's like how everyone was really, really tall.
It's also you're on a 4 players on a
so
screen.
if I win, You all
I always
have to wear
wonder, would it be
Sweet Baby
better
Games
for them to
t-shirts on
do
your
like
show.
Mario Kart 8 or like a new one?
Yeah, you'd
I
think
won't
so.
even mention Sweet Baby Game.
I still have no idea what it is. It's people who like you?
Yes.
He's focusing. Look at his
gonna
face.
win.
And you can tell.
Why does it?
He's
How did
really
it get
focused.
This is deeply surreal.
How is Matt Walsh doing so well? Like compared to the rest, I guess.
Oh,
That's
really?
the first rule of Sweet Baby Games.
Because he's a gamer at heart. He just has to play actual games, not that Five Nights at Freddy shit.
And then you ate it. Which is why it's a sweet baby game.
You're making this very dark.
Okay, when does Tim Pool arrive?
I didn't spend enough time to use this.
There he is. I want to see if he's great at it.
I'm trying to cheat right now. That's kind of the whole point.
He's trying to do a weather tenko.
A what?
Oh wow, he's in last place.
Me, I think.
Wow.
He's
Pride
trying
goeth
to jump
before the
barrier.
fall.
He's doing a speedrun trick.
Oh, so he's doing the true gamer strats.
And he's like,
And he sucks at it.
He's trying to like outdo the boomers, and he's gonna lose to the boomers.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep playing.
Oh, I did it!
yeah, basically, if you had any plans for us the rest of the afternoon.
It did it. I'm still losing.
Why didn't I do this as a kid?
I did it all day.
Oh my god, realizing the video games are fun!
This is all they needed to do was give him a
That's how they
game.
get you. That's how they get you. They begin.
What's the
I
fucking
do
Nintendo
like-
game that
it's
does it
just
too?
like,
And so
yeah,
I was
they're
like, I
just
spent the whole time doing Mario Kart. We make the same amount of money. That's. What a
See,
great
look what it's done. It's turned all these men into babies,
Turned
man.
me into a communist.
They're not
no
real
idea how I
men.
managed
What
to
are they-
succeed wasting so much time doing things like this. Oh, hey, look, I'm in first place now.
How'd you get into I was just in first.
Yeah, you know, you got the skills. You got
Yeah, I guess.
And
So,
I was just in second. But
I'm just gonna do this and pretend I don't have an understanding of what it is that I'm doing.
He's doing the thing of like, oh gee, I guess I won, huh? Like, you,
Well, I don't know anything about games. I'm not like a gamer or anything because games are lame.
just running directly into walls again, like the president.
Man, if I had to sum up this game in one word.
Just keep making Biden jokes.
Excuse me, I was climbing the foothills of Xi Jinping.
He knows all the best words. And that was the last president.
Actually, no, wrestling.
I'm just gonna hit buttons randomly and see if things happen. Also, like our president.
Well,
yeah, I mean, it's still not very interesting.
yeah, no,
better.
I'm thinking like, yeah,
But
it's
it's
an
definitely
improvement.
better.
It's an improvement.
Well,
This
it
is like-
seems like what you need is you need a game that's got a much more clear set of like mechanics that are like really understandable in a way that like can tie into like, you know, racing, right? Like people understand what that is. You
Or
want to
Mario
win, you want to
Party.
get to first place, you go faster. Mario Party feels like an easy one as well because the game will always explain
It's
the
all mini
instructions
games,
to you.
yeah.
I think
Yeah, they're
they
all little
need
mini games
clear
and
goals.
competition.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
they're probably
yeah,
familiar with
exactly.
board games. Make them play like Mario Party 4 or 5 or whatever.
Like competition and clear goals. It is just funny to
about
watch. Though.
Halo
It's like, oh my
C?
god, I'm having fun.
Yeah,
it's like,
but
yeah,
the-
the games will do that.
They'll probably deliberately not read the instruction just so they can be like, oh, what's going on? How do I do this?
I mean, because even that can create fun, right? Like, like say it's just a
It
challenge
can.
of collect the thing and drop it into your side of a goal, like a Mario Party game, and they're all just like panicking, running around, trying to figure out how to grab. It's just like that can create fun.
Or just like Wii Sports or something like Wii Sports Resort had a bunch of different modes. That seems like and a lot of Wii games actually just seem. I mean, like that's kind of the appeal. Well, that was the appeal of the Wii anyway for a lot of people. There's like better options than like Five Nights at Freddy, but my guess would be that that's because it's like, well, it's trending or something, or it's relevant, topical.
Yeah, you gotta give him a Wii.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just Nintendo games is like an easy. Like that was the obvious choice. Though I guess it's interesting that it means Minecraft is like, no, but it could have been better if it wasn't for that. Like, you get somebody who will be interested in the inherent premise of here's like a big world that you can explore, and then you get like resources and you can build things with those resources. Like, if you told them that and that was interesting to them, you could let somebody do that in a self-directed way and it could be great. But if they're not interested, like, yeah. And in this case, it seems like competition helps.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is mostly bad, mostly cringe.
Yeah, no, I
that
wouldn't
was-
watch new episodes of that. It would be
No
right
way. No way.
Well,
Well, it's good that we had this experiment. just
Yeah,
so
that was-
we know,
Well,
we
like,
know
yeah.
we know for certain.
we've
That we
now
don't wanna
we've
watch
done
this.
we've done the research, studied it. It's come up
Mhm.
not exactly the most preferable thing. Okay, yeah. But it's fine if you guys like watching that. Okay, no judging here.
Yeah, it's all right.
Welcome.
If
Though there
that's
are
what you
people
like.
who do Let's Plays for a living who are just at default way more entertaining. Just letting you know, there's a whole industry out there. It's huge. some guy called PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye. Are those still the biggest ones in it? Or
They're still going, right? But I don't know what the
Beast
I don't know what
Gaming.
that landscape.
Oh,
Is
just-
that does he have a like a I don't know. I don't know much about Mr. Beast.
But yeah,
he only has 32 million subscribers though.
Oh, he does on his gaming channel. Oh
oh,
wow.
What's he done recently? Has he given more shoes to people or something?
Well, he doesn't upload as much on his gaming channel by the looks of it, but every video's got like 10 million, 20 million, 30 million views.
What games is he playing?
I
Lots
don't
of
know what
Minecraft.
Minecraft, yeah,
Ah,
by the
okay.
looks of things. Minecraft, I guess, is still the thing. I feel like that game's probably never gonna like go out of date, is it? Probably just
People
gonna-
love
Minecraft
watching
now,
people
yeah.
play that game for some reason.
Well,
It's I think it's just so robust as a video game.
as long as they
would
don't
be my
fucking
guess.
mess it up by
Yeah.
telling them
The
exactly
children
Whether
how
they
to
have
do
a
it.
for the
producer
mines.
there, explain everything to them.
But on that note, we'll probably wrap up there.
Yeah,
Gonna-
that's enough cringe for one day.
Before someone dies. It's well, I was going to say, so the one thing everyone will likely be expecting is going to be Mandalorian. It's on the way, the finale.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
And then the following week we'll put out the supercut.
The supercut.
There's going to be like a gap of like quote unquote comment showcase. I was going to say because this there was awkward releases in terms of getting things ready in the right places. However, what I will say is the finale, as much as it doesn't have showcase in it, we have a special guest that I'm sure you guys will enjoy. But
That finale's-
before,
There's some fucking stupid things happen in that finale, so.
well, yeah, it
there'll
looked
be
like
good memes.
I saw everyone was enjoying the fucking coverage of the previous episode. I was like, yeah, it cranks up in the finale, you know? It's like part one.
Yes, it does. There's one part in particular. No, I was about to say there's one part, but there's like 4 or 5 parts in particular. They're in particular that are going to be, yeah.
Special.
A lot of laughter.
But before I mentioning more of that, thank you so much, Glidus and John, for joining us today. Why don't you, in that order, tell people where you're at, what you're up to, why they should subscribe?
Well, you should subscribe to youtube.com/Glidus or whatever the fuck it is these days. That's not the whole URL. Because you subscribe to Muller and you like waiting for videos.
Yes. There are lots of channels out there that you just subscribe to wait. The whole vibe.
Yeah, I mean, so all of my videos are about Game of Thrones / House of the Dragon / the books, what they're based on. I'm a bit of a nerd in that regard. Maybe one day I'll talk about other crap. I don't know.
YouTube broke the link again. It just like automatically breaks them, so I have to replace them all the time. It's fucking annoying. That's okay.
Well, we've got mods
because...
handling it. Don't worry. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, it's there you go. The working one is there now. Don't you worry. And yes, Glidus, you primarily make content in relation to a Game of Thrones, the Song of Ice, and the House of the Dragon things.
That's them.
You which you got a taste of today when we're talking about it, but you also know that we'll likely drag him back when season 2 pops out because we'll be more invested this time around. I made Rags and Free
Unless I
watch
die
it.
from eating a book first.
Oh, still doing that? Is that still a thing?
I've got her, yeah.
Ugh, you just.
But I said I would.
Ugh. Fine.
All right.
No, I made Squat. That's how some people might know me.
All right.
I made Squat. I
That's
drew
true.
Squat.
King Herod over here.
immense-
Well, I said it.
An
I got
immense
it.
contribution to humanity.
All
Yes,
good.
Spot's a good lad. We'll have to have you back soon enough to play some Gothic Phone or something. Gotta make some new
I'd be
characters.
happy.
And John, how about you, good sir?
John Graham on YouTube. I've been on YouTube since 2007. I write stories. I make machinima stuff. Arby and the Chief. Master Chief Sucks at Halo. I do some other stuff. Game streams, reviews. So, yeah, that's my thing.
Wow. We always appreciate you here. It was fun.
Of course. Thank you.
Of course, best of luck
So
with whatever it is you're up to.
I was a bit out of my depth with the House of the Dragon thing. Sorry again, but really appreciate
Ben
being
intimidates you, doesn't he?
And Yeah, scared me off.
Well, yeah. Again, thank you so much. And
Yeah.
Springy, Rags, anything you guys wanted to say?
No updates since last week. Things are just coming along as they come along, and I don't want to set up a date. But yeah.
Oh, well, for me, it's just home stretch for Mando. So, episode 8, working on it right now. It'll be done when it's done, hopefully pretty soon. But yeah.
We'll
That's what I'm
get it
working
to
on
you
at the
as soon as we can. And we know you guys love Mando, and you want to see us giving up praise of how it all comes together. And then soon after that, eventually you'll start potentially getting some Gotham Knights. I've seen a couple people asking, what's going on? Is there ever going to be an EFAP movies ever again? Yes. That's all I'm going to say for now. There will be. As time goes on, you'll get more information where it becomes more solid. All right? Because all I'm going to say is I'm working. All right, guys? Working. You'll be getting the things eventually. And yeah, on that note, thank you all so much for the company, the kind donations, and the back and forth on all these crazy topics we've had today. Can you believe it? It wasn't hours ago that we watched Grace Randolph's video. That already feels like a lifetime away.
It wasn't that long ago, yeah.
So
I've aged 7 years since then.
Not recommended to watch it at all. Next week we're going to be talking about Guardians 3 because it'll be out by then.
Yeah.
Going to be an interesting one. Who knows? So yeah. Until then, next time you'll see us will be probably a Wednesday upload for a Super Chat catch-up, which I think that's going to become the slot for them now. So you'll expect them every week. Yeah. Good night, everybody. Toodle pip. Cheerio.
Thanks, chat.
Thanks,
Bye,
guys.
bye, everybody.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
See you later.
Hi, Rags.
Bye. Hi.